Chapter 701 Butchering the Sacred Cows. Without a rudimentary understanding of how neural interfaces worked, a mech designer could still figure out a viable solution, though it would take them longer. When VS cut out the complicated jargon and unimportant variables, the basic situation with the mech looked clear. The filters and other measures the neural interface possessed to truncate and purify the data entering the brains of the mech pilot stopped working as normal. They still worked, but not to a perfect extent. If they stopped working at all, a mech pilot's brains would probably fry within seconds, which was not what the Church of Hotomac wanted to see. They want to drag out the torture, make the mech pilot suffer, and witness a good show. Another clue reinforced this notion. The evaporating spear was one of the crappiest third-hand mechs he had ever seen. Even the cheapest, most awful pieces of junk that Walter's whalers employed in the Glowing Planet campaign were more reliable than the evaporating spear at its current state. 2 days? This mech probably needs at least 3 weeks of around-the-clock servicing to reach a satisfactory level of performance. However, VS knew that the cultists didn't want to see that. The redemption duel wasn't about the machines. To these crazies, it was all about torturing the mech pilots as long as possible and to see which one lasted the longest. The crappier the mechs, the longer it took to deliver a lethal blow to each other, thereby ensuring the redemption duel wouldn't end in the first minute. It's also cheaper that way. If they employed their proper mechs instead, they risk damaging tens of millions of worth of credits in mechs. Losing the evaporating spear cost the Church of Hotomac nothing, considering they likely salvaged it off a debris field in space somewhere. Losing a more valuable mech like the gun whale or the snapper dolphin directly weakened their defense line while impacting their budget. Fanatics or not, they could hardly operate the Temple of Hotomac on faith alone. The first 2 problems VS planned to address required little thought on his part to address. VS possessed an abundant amount of experience in tweaking the internal architecture of mechs, and patching up the structure of the frame sounded no different to what he was already responsible for as head designer. It's the third problem that's really the crux. The neural interface is actively working against the mech pilot, and the only way for me to mitigate the damage is to manipulate the input of data from the rest of the mech. A mech consisted of a complete system. The cockpit of a mech served as the control center that directed the actions of a mech by transmitting the commands of the mech pilot sitting within. Mech cockpit. Mech pilot. Ordinarily, a mech designer grouped up the former 2 or all 3 of them in a single group, essentially regarding them as one entity. A completely normal neural interface allowed the mech designer to blur the distinction between the mech and mech pilot, and therefore consider their combination as the effective controlling force of the machine. Yet now the neural interface has stopped working as intended. A complication occurred in the connection between the cockpit and the mech pilot. The chain had been broken and the cycle of input and output became rugged and uneven. The input from a mech to its mech pilot became bloated with junk data, while the output from the mech pilot to its mech became shriveled due to the unimaginable pain he went through. Both of these effects decreased the level of control of the mech to a point where the mech pilot effectively exhibited an F-grade neural aptitude. This was catastrophic. I've got to bump up the effective neural aptitude to at least E or E+. Settling for E is too insufficient. Acolyte gene is no Leviticus, and a space-borne mech requires substantially more exertion to pilot than a land-bound mech. If VS centered his perspective around the mech pilot, then he had 2 ways of addressing the problem. He could either minimize the input of data or amplify the output of data transmitted out of the mech pilot's brains. Despite the gruesome nature of this torture, VS couldn't help but become intrigued at this unique problem. It was a novel situation that VS had never encountered before in his career as a mech designer. VS enjoyed these challenges. They presented an interesting set of demands that VS needed to pull all the stops to fulfill. Any passionate mech designer would feel the same as him. Fail or succeed, they always came away with another distinctive experience that enriched their mech design foundation. However, this assignment came with one other major snag. The ethical dilemma constantly hung over his head like a sword of Damocles ready to slice his head from his neck. The issue stemmed from the fact that if VS played along with the twisted game the soulless priest pushed him into, he'd be engaging in a gross violation of the mech designer's creed. A creed was more than a simple statement of intent. It governed the spirit that guided his design work. The wording differed from region to region, from school to school, from teacher to teacher, from generation to generation. However, the essence of the creed broadly followed the same core thread. Mech designers are servants to the mech pilots they serve. This simple, broad sentence laid down the ideal relationship between a mech designer and a mech pilot. A mech designer must not place their interests above the interests of the mech pilot, and should never produce a mech that harmed the mech pilot. It was pretty safe to say that the evaporating spear with its messed up neural interface directly took a dump on the mech designer's creed. If VS was a scummy pirate designer who possessed no scruples for any rules or taboos, then he wouldn't let this little ethical violation stop him from advancing his goals. Yet he was not. VS may have played fast and loose with some of the rules, but when it came to mech design he had almost always embodied the spirit of a proper mech designer. He may not look like it at times, but he agreed with and identified with the mech designer's creed. It fulfilled the same role as the old Hippocratic oath that had been much maligned during the Age of Conquest, and only recently regained its standing in the Age of Mechs. Doctors and exobiologists used to treat their patients as test subjects for their latest genetic concoctions. The old rule that they should do no harm to those under their care was conveniently laid aside, to disastrous result as their unbridled experimentation led to horrors that humanity had only been able to suppress at ruinous cost. No one wanted to reopen Pandora's box in this age. Humanity had learned the hard way that good ethics played a vital role in steering their civilization. From the start of any mech design class in a university or institution, the teachers stressed the importance that they were brought up to become a mech pilot's most essential aid. The mechs we fashion out of our imagination brings mech pilots one step closer to victory. Would VS still be doing the mech pilot a service by developing a literal torture machine for him? No matter what mental gymnastics he came up with, VS couldn't avoid the fact that his product was expressly designed to harm and torment its own mech pilot. Even if VS was brought up by the orthodox principles of the MTA, he could still accept this bad situation by convincing himself that enabling Acolyte Gene to win would benefit the poor sod more than any other alternative. The traitor to the church had already been condemned to death. The redemption duel offered a minute opportunity to gain a second life, so technically VS shouldn't make a big deal out of this situation. The problem here was that the evaporating spear pretty much ran counter to his own design philosophy. And that makes my approach to this mech exceedingly important. No matter what road he decided to take, once he stepped forward he could never go back. His decision at this point would impact his design philosophy for the rest of his mech design career. His design philosophy centered around bringing life to mechs and ascribing a higher intrinsic value to their existence. However, VS did not forget about the human component either. A mech gained its fullest expression when they were paired up with a compatible mech pilot that shared the same traits and values. Simply said, a good mech was one that mech pilots felt comfortable about. VS had always aimed to maximize the compatibility and fit between the mech and mech pilot, if only because it was an easy method to increase the performance of his products without investing in better licenses or more expensive materials. Becoming involved with the design of the evaporating spear threatened to chip away at the foundation that VS had painstakingly built up for several years. VS was particularly accustomed to pushing problems that he couldn't solve to the back of his mind and forget about them, but he wouldn't be able to do so at this instance. He couldn't avoid the ethical implications of his decision. He needed to tackle it head on. No matter what he decided, incurring damage was inevitable. Or was it? If VS approached this situation with the mindset of an orthodox mech designer, he might have tortured himself about the consequences of what he might incur. And while he did so, did this mindset really apply to him as closely as he initially thought? Can I even call myself an orthodox mech designer? Several points about his career track put this assertion to doubt. Ever since he received the system, his development had taken an entirely different progression. Not only had it accelerated, it also broke numerous rules, many of them harmless, but one of them was extremely egregious. He recalled the time he moved all the way to a lifeless star system in the middle of the Bright Republic, and holed himself up in an asteroid to work on a gamma laser rifle. Back then, his nascent design philosophy was a lot more immature, and thereby had been flexible enough to remain intact despite his massive violation of one of the fundamental taboos of the MTA and CFA. Even though the system instigated him into doing so, VS fully accepted responsibility over his crime. I've already run roughshod over the rules governing mech designers. Even though he only crossed the line so severely for a single instant, that decision tainted his entire outlook on mech design. He realized the effect even now. A normal mech designer should have been horrified and apprehensive at the thought of breaking one of the cardinal rules that the MTA held high. Yet, while VS agonized over the decision, he didn't exactly feel any fear at the thought of crossing the line. The absence of fear perplexed him. Why didn't he feel scared at the thought of treating the MTA and its sacred cows with contempt? Now, he realized that the incident with working with gamma-ray technology affected him far more than he had ever thought. His design philosophy already followed a skewed path from the start, but choosing to work with forbidden tech derailed his path completely from the orthodox direction. In essence, VS had more in common with the pirate designers of the frontier than the orthodox mech designers from civilized space. The principles he thought he respected so dearly turned out to be empty platitudes that VS only adhered to when it suited him. The moment a rule became a hindrance to his interests, he wasn't afraid at all to push it aside. I am unbound from the MTA. This statement encompassed the state in which he found himself in. While he still valued certain principles, they didn't necessarily have to match the principles of the MTA. What was best for VS may not be best for the MTA and vice versa. Becoming unbound from this powerful organization meant that VS essentially freed himself from becoming one of their slaves. He laughed, causing Acolyte Villies to stir from her robes. The old lady had been watching VS quietly while he wasted his time in his own mind. To her, VS should be making use of every spare second to improve the evaporating spear. Yet none of that was as important as the realization that VS no longer needed to concern himself with shackles that no longer existed. No one cared about the rules in the frontier. Why should VS be any different? Perhaps he spent too much time immersing himself in frontier culture, or perhaps the mental contamination from the Skull Architect and the research papers had influenced him too much. Yet now that he thought about it, why should he hold any reverence to the sacred cows when VS was in the mood for steak? Chapter 702 Pain Machine. Just because VS could treat the rules as air, didn't mean he should degenerate into a lawless hoodlum of a mech designer. Rules were useful to keep him on the right track. Even he had to admit that the MTA largely got things right. The mech industry would have looked a lot more ugly if the regulating influence of the MTA hadn't come and tamed the worst impulses of mech designers and mech pilots. However, the realization that VS had just made pointed out that he'd benefit more if he acted like a hypocrite. It benefited him if his competitors needed to adhere to the rules and principles espoused by the MTA while he retained the freedom to pick and choose when they suited him or not. As long as he didn't get caught, he could do anything he wanted. And that's the other pitfall I have to be careful of if I violate the rules. VS believed that the Skull architect had come to a similar realization a long time ago. At some point, Reno Jimenez decided he was better off ignoring the rules that hindered his research. The senior's only mistake was to get caught while doing so. I have to learn from his example. If I'm doing something shady, I'd better not go overboard and become so unhinged that I'm unable to assess the risks of my actions. VS forcefully calmed himself down. He needed to get back to business. Now that he found out he could overcome his ethical objections to this job by ignoring some of his principles entirely, he had to make use of this opportunity. He called up the design schematics of the evaporating spear and went to work. He started to draft some easy corrections that didn't take too much time or resources to apply. VS found many inefficiencies, but it galled him a bit that he needed to leave most of them alone due to lack of time to address them in a timely manner. It was as if an entire city erupted in fire, but VS only had the time to put out the flames in a single district before the rest burned to a crisp. Along the way, he also started to figure out ways to address the biggest issue plaguing the Mech. This required a lot more thought and ingenuity on his part. With the neural interface purposely configured to kill its own Mech pilot in a tortuous fashion, VS needed to work around this handicap and lessen its impact on Acolyte Gene. It's all about the input and output of data to and from the Mech pilot. The easiest way to address this issue was to amplify the strained and garbled data transmitted by the Mech pilot's overstressed brains. Due to the torture he would likely be going through, interpreting the data instructions from the Mech pilot would be severely limited in detail and sophistication. If someone dumped VS into a vat filled with acidic solutions, VS would probably be suffering from too much pain to design a Mech at the same time. Perhaps he could manage to draw a few lines that composed a sketch of a design, but the end product wouldn't be too great. The same applied to Acolyte Gene. With so few instructions transmitted from his brains, how could his space-borne Lancer Mech act in a lifelike fashion? Many frontline Mech designs suffered from the same problems. Despite simplifying the design of the Mech to only the most essential parts, their designers still grappled with the issue that many borderline cases with extremely deficient genetic aptitudes wouldn't be able to pilot their frontline mechs to a reasonable standard. So the designers cheated in a way. They compensated for the lack of skill and expression by their crappy Mech pilots through pre-programmed actions and AI-assisted movements. For example, the act of walking a Mech from point A to point B entailed billions of individual data transmissions. A neural interface that immersed a Mech pilot deeply with their Mech would directly lean on the Mech pilot's brains to control the movements to a precise degree. However, many frontline mechs came with a form of automation or cruise control, for a lack of a better word. Instead of relying on an untalented Mech pilot to strain their minds into maintaining the movement of their mechs, they could instead send out a single command to a control AI which directed various subroutines or algorithms to move the Mech forward in their stead. The difference between a single command and a billion individual transmissions was huge. Yet relying too much on automation came with very big caveats. A Mech that offloaded more and more control to AIs began to resemble a bot rather than a Mech. A Mech that is governed more by its AIs rather than its Mech pilot is as effective in battle as a bot. Implementing such routines shouldn't be very challenging to VS. He had access to a library of pirates' AIs and algorithms from the local database of the Church of Hotamak. Many of them seemed tailor-made for the situation at hand. This indicated to VS that this was far from the only time they held a redemption duel with these limitations. However, VS disdained this particular solution. Watching two mechs that were essentially controlled by bots did not stoke anyone's blood. This put the considerable abilities of Acolyte Gene out of play, turning his Mech into his prison both physically and mentally. It would also disappoint the expectations of the Church. VS figured the battle needed to be as exciting as a mech arena spectacle between two evenly matched opponents. Before he started, though, he still needed to decide on an important matter. Should he leverage his spirituality into reshaping the evaporating spear's X factor? Currently, VS sensed it was a complete mess, which wasn't unusual to mechs that passed through multiple incompetent hands. The issue he mulled over was whether he could risk using his specialty in the midst of a hidden hand of the Five Scrolls Compact. VS stared at Acolyte Villies, who had never once stopped staring at VS while he sat behind the terminal. Too dangerous. With this strange old lady monitoring his every move, VS feared the possibility that they might pick up a clue. The strange encounter with Tech-Tac showed that the church and its mother organization were one of the few entities that may be able to detect something funny. As much as it pained VS to keep an essential tool of his locked in his proverbial tool chest, he really did not wish to fall into the hands of these crazy cultists. He shook his head. Instead of focusing on an advantage he couldn't put into play, he should instead focus on the issues he'd be able to form a response. Acolyte Villies. Yes, Mr. Larkin's son? Who are my opponents? Is their mech pilot as skilled as Acolyte Jean? Is the mech designer who's assigned to work on the opposition's mech from the frontier or from civilized space? The acolyte shook her head behind her darkened hood. Where's the fun in this contest if you are able to anticipate your opponent? You will have to find out the answer to these questions on your own on the day of the redemption duel. VS figured Acolyte Villies would answer him with a non-answer. The lack of intelligence on the opposition's mech pilot, and mech designer left a huge question mark in his mind. Without a solid idea of the opposition the evaporating spear would face, VS needed to utilize his own judgment and make his mech as adaptable as possible. I don't know if the evaporating spear will face a melee mech or a ranged mech, he said to himself. It could be a light skirmisher, which is nimble and easy to miss for a slower lancer mech. It could be a cannoneer as well, something that hits hard and can disable the evaporating spear long before it can close the distance. As VS started to tweak the design further, he emphasized its flexibility rather than extending its performance parameters towards a specific direction. These competing priorities affected mobility most of all. VS tugged between strengthening the design's agility to increasing its acceleration. The former increased the evaporating spear's effectiveness against melee mechs, while the latter helped the mech improve its odds against ranged mechs. It didn't help that increasing one aspect largely came at the cost of the other aspect. VS had to finagle a lot of creative solutions in order to minimize the negative impact of his adjustments. Still, the sheer inefficiencies in the original design and its subsequent amateurish repairs gave VS a lot of leeway in optimizing its internal architecture. By the end of his first design phase, the evaporating spear's mobility increased by at least 25%, which was a massive jump for so little work. In the meantime, he also worked on tweaking the input of data to the cockpit. While it was far easier to amplify the output of data by outsourcing control over the mech to an AI or some algorithms, they were too rigid and limited in his eyes. VS did not want to design a bot. So instead, he chose to walk the difficult path by trying to do something about all of the excess junk data that was being transmitted to the mech pilot. First, he identified where the junk data came from. It didn't show up from nothing, after all. I see. A mech is a complicated machine with countless moving parts. He nodded in understanding. Most of the time, their input isn't very relevant to the mech pilot, so they get filtered out by submodules built into the cockpit. These submodules and subroutines decide which packets of data gets to be passed on to the mech pilot, and which packets of data needs to be thrown out. VS wanted to figure out a way to decrease the transmission of junk data even before it arrived at the cockpit. It sounded easy to do for a layman. If some component, say a temperature meter installed in the arm to watch for overheating, sent a status update to the cockpit every millisecond, he could simply cut the frequency in half. So instead of reporting the temperature of that arm section by every second, it would do so every 2 seconds. That wasn't the end. What if instead of reporting in every 2 seconds, VS decreased the interval even further? Even if he decreased the frequency to a rate of once per minute, the performance of the mech would hardly be affected. If VS could apply this solution to something as small and inconsequential to a temperature meter, he could apply the same solution to millions of other tiny components, each of which constantly bombarded the cockpit with data sent at an interval measured in microseconds or nanoseconds in some cases. A machine didn't care about how many times it received a data packet from the same source. One component or a million components, as long as the cockpit came with enough processing power, it could easily handle 1,000 times the raw input of a mech. But a human mind was different. A baseline human's brains can't match the sheer processing power of an artificial chip. Our evolution hasn't been able to keep up with the advancement in processing power. A well-tuned cockpit and neural interface treated incoming data in an intelligent fashion. It offloaded the inconsequential matters to the processors and transferred pertinent data to the mech pilot to their organic minds. Right now, the dysfunction of this feature forced VS to make his own decisions on what kind of data a mech pilot needed to know. Suffice to say, VS had to do a lot of cutting in order to lighten the mech pilot's burden. The trouble was that while some components only played a marginal role, many others played a more vital one. For example, a temperature regulator that only transmitted its status once every minute might eventually result in catastrophe if the arm overheated without the mech pilot becoming aware of the danger. With the sheer amount of interdependence between different components and subcomponents, VS possessed a lot less leeway in this area than it appeared. If he went too far with the cutting, 2 possible outcomes might result. The first result was that the components, or even the entire mech, stopped working entirely. This was because VS interrupted a critical data loop between interconnected components. The second result was that the mech became jerky. The increase in reporting interval caused the mech's feedback loop to lag. Increased delays between input and output effectively had the result of delaying the mech pilot's actions by several hundred milliseconds. This was catastrophic, and could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Therefore, VS needed to be restrained in this fashion. In the end, he only managed to cut the total input of raw data by around 60%. Chapter 703 Acolyte Gene. Decreasing the transmission of raw data to the cockpit by 60% sounded impressive. However, it did not measurably lessen the pain experienced by Acolyte Gene. VS estimated that he needed to cut the data stream by at least 98% for it to stop causing permanent harm to the mech pilot. Solving the problem completely isn't doable. Not only will the mech be almost uncontrollable to Acolyte Gene, it also spits in the face of the Church's intentions. What VS had effectively done was to make the torture device a little less lethal. The torture victim practically felt just as much pain, but he'd be able to endure the torture at least twice as long, prolonging his suffering. VS snorted at the morbid notion that popped up in his mind. If I can't make it as a mech designer, I can always transition into designing torture machines. Working on modifying the design of the evaporating spear had exposed the full horror of what a faulty neural interface could unleash. VS always knew that mech pilots risked sustaining permanent brain damage in theory, but to contribute on a mech where this became a feature instead of a fault was something else. To state that his design philosophy remained pure and unchanged was a lie. The pressure it endured had left some marks. In the future, his design philosophy would bend more easily under pressure. In exchange, it lost some of the backbone that made it pure. Time would tell whether this change benefited him more than it cost, but VS willingly embraced this shift. VS already witnessed the strengths and drawbacks of a rigid design philosophy. Single-minded in focus, as long as the mech designer kept following the proscribed paths, they advanced relatively quickly and improved quite fast. However, once they fell into a completely different circumstance, they encountered many difficulties in trying to adjust their design philosophy to the changes they experienced. The Skull Architect, with his extremely narrow-minded research focus, suffered from this fault. VS did not lack for confidence in his ability to advance his own path in mech design. He already did so since the start with his pioneering work on the X Factor. With his various advantages, he did not require an additional boost in this department. What he valued instead was adaptability. With a potential career that spanned for several hundred years at the very least, human society would doubtlessly experience many changes. VS wanted to ensure he retained the flexibility to keep up with the times. If his design philosophy was flexible enough to bend to any storm, then VS would be able to prosper regardless if he based himself in the Bright Republic, the Friday Coalition, the Frontier, or even the Galactic Heartland or the Galactic Center. His paranoia urged him to be constantly prepared for danger no matter where he based himself. He needed to be ready to abandon all that he worked towards and flee to safer regions. VS came to the realization that one of the major reasons why mech designers in the Galactic Rim rarely chose to relocate closer to the center of the galaxy. Their design philosophy simply couldn't adapt to the changed environment. A different mech industry, a different mech market, mech designers were forced to discard too many habits and customs they took for granted. Still, despite the fact that these highly focused mech designers likely fared poorly should they relocate to a different region of the galaxy, they excelled at the areas they were good at. VS guessed that the most successful mech designers were those who put their entire heart and soul into their primary pursuits. The star designers formed the best example of what an obsession can amount to when pursued to the extreme. Of the 100 star designers in existence to this day and age, the majority spent the vast majority of their early careers in doggedly becoming the best in a specific field. However, examples to the contrary existed as well. The polymath served as the quintessential example of how a broad focus or a complete lack of focus did not stop a mech designer from reaching the pinnacle in mech design. Though it made his future advancement a little more difficult, he felt liberated from making this choice. Unbound by rules, decoupled from the MTA and able to bend in any situation, his changing design philosophy experienced a fundamental paradigm shift. If he had to summarize the most important change, then his new design philosophy cared less about the process and more about the end result. He wouldn't care too much if he needed to break a few eggs to make an omelet. I suppose that also answers the question of whether I should care about the mech pilots I'm serving. His new shift enabled him to remain callous and unfeeling even if he contributed to harming the mech pilots who used his mechs. Though this didn't forbid him from selectively caring for some of his favored clients and customers, his default state could be described as indifferent. In other words, he didn't care. Did this mean he let go of the mech designer's creed? Not entirely. He still recognized its exemplary value and an ideal to measure up to. VS simply regarded it as a guideline instead of a hard rule to follow. The loss of innocence may be a regretful matter to some, but VS reaped the benefits of it as the strain of working on the evaporating spear faded into the background. His design philosophy exhibited the flexibility of a tree in the middle of a storm. As long as the wind didn't blow too hard or too often, VS would be able to retain much of his old values even as he did the opposite of what he was supposed to. He was basically having his cake and eating it too. Brilliant! He uttered as the design came closer to exhibiting a satisfactory level of performance. Instead of being racked with guilt, he reveled in the challenge and enjoyment of working on such an unusual project. I should have figured this out sooner. Guided by a design philosophy that bent but never snapped, VS finalized the entire design, rebirthing it from its humble and neglected origins and shaping it to become a mech fit for dueling. As VS studied the finished redesign, he frowned a bit when he picked up a trace of spirituality from its design. "I failed," he said, causing Acolyte Villiers to jerk confusedly at him. "I'm too strong for my own good." The mech designers who worked on the evaporating spear before VS got his hands on it were barely above amateur level. Both their technical ability and their design philosophies simply couldn't hold a candle to VS. Even unconsciously and unfocused, his passive spirituality exerted so much strength that it had practically overridden much of the design's muddy vision with one of his own. VS carefully tasted the changes in the spiritual nature of the design. Its X-factor gained definition, and while it may not be too strong, it was no longer a muddy swamp of noise as before. His subconscious desires and intentions seemed to have imprinted the vague vision he constructed in his mind on the design. The mech turned from a mech without a defined vision to one that carried the notion of sacrifice. The evaporating spear veered away from a mech that tormented its pilot for petty reasons. Instead, the Lancer mech became a furnace that harnessed its mech pilot's pain, stimulating them both to perform at their greatest potential. It's going to be hard to live up to that ideal. Just because he created a lofty vision didn't mean his end product matched his intentions. Lack of time, lack of tools, lack of materials, and lack of other resources hampered him from fulfilling his vision to the end. He just had to settle for halfway or less. Though it rankled him a bit to surrender to practicality, virtually every mech designer suffered from the exact same problem, so learning how to deal with disappointment was part of their profession. "Now that I'm ready to implement my design, there is one issue I need to address." VS stretched his back as best he could in his combat armor and rose up from the terminal. He looked around the assembly bay and spotted the evaporating spear's faded mech pilot slouching like a homeless bum off the streets. The sorry figure hadn't moved from the stack of crates that served as his makeshift seat. "TCH. He almost spat. This won't do." The strength of the mech depended heavily on the strength of the mech pilot. If the mech pilot already gave up, the mech itself wouldn't be able to leverage its strength at all. Most of the work that VS was about to perform on the evaporating spear would be wasted if Acolyte Jean continued to feel sorry for himself. VS marched over to the cultist pilot and loomed over the depressed-looking figure. "Acolyte, look up at me." "Pff." Jean puffed through his lips. The man continued to stare at the deck. "What is it, outsider? Are you ready to fight?" "What's the point? I'll be dead either way." "According to your fellow acolyte, you still have an opportunity to make it out alive," VS replied while pointing his thumb at Acolyte Villiers, who silently kept pace with VS. "I've just finished planning for the redesign for your dueling mech. Instead of brooding here like a loser, why don't you spend your time more productively? I can load the latest design into a simulator pod for you to become accustomed to its performance parameters. Considering the nature of the redemption duel, you don't want to go into the battle without knowing what your mech is capable of." "I'm dead either way," Acolyte Jean yelled as he stood up and yelled right in front of VS. "This duel is pointless. My life was forfeit as soon as the priests caught me passing information to a fellow pirate. What's done is done. Are you going to feel sorry for yourself all the way up to the redemption duel? Get your butt back into gear and fight, damn it! It's not the end for you." "You have no idea what's in store for me." Jean shook his head and crossed his arms. "Even if I win, the priests will convert me into a living altar. An outsider like you will never be able to fathom the full extent of this ritual. They say that I will be reborn, but that is a lie. All that is me is gone, and in its place is a different me that wears my face but carries the soul of Hotamak." Acolyte Villiers abruptly lunged forward. For an old crone, she moved remarkably nimbly, as if a 20-year-old woman in her prime hid beneath a bag of old and saggy skin. A gloved palm emerged from her robes and slapped the mech pilot in the cheek. "Do not repeat your error, Jean!" she hissed in an awful serpentine tone. "The ways of Hotomak are not to be divulged to our guests." The mech pilot recoiled in fear at the old crone. Evidently, the woman inspired fear despite her low rank. Forgive me, Villies!" VS witnessed the brief exchange. Jean hardly flinched when VS confronted the traitor, yet immediately turned into a scaredy cat after a single rebuke from Villies. Perhaps he could make use of this dynamic. "Acolyte Villies, can I ask you a favor?" The old crone turned her hooded head at VS. "We are not in the business of providing favors without cost, Mr. Larkinson. I think this will benefit the both of us." "Speak, then." "Well, considering that you appear to have the power to keep this sad excuse of a mech pilot on his toes, can you motivate him to fight? He needs a good kick in the butt if he's to be prepared for his redemption duel." Villies briefly paused, as if she hesitated over the suggestion. Eventually, she agreed. "Though it is outside the scope of my orders, this is Hotomak's will. Rest assured that Acolyte Villies will be fully prepared to fight when it is time." "No!" Jean screamed and fell down in front of VS. He crawled towards VS until his arms clutched the legs. "Don't leave me alone with Acolyte Villies! Anything but that! She's one of the most fearsome acolytes aboard the temple." VS rudely kicked away the arms enveloping his armored legs. "I don't care. Just do your duty and practice with the new design. I'm counting on you to win." So long as Acolyte Jean fought as hard as he could, VS was reassured he'd be able to obtain his promised rewards. As for what happened next to the poor brain-damaged mech pilot, it was none of his business. Chapter 704 Frontier Fairness. 2 days later, VS sat at an observation chamber at the upper decks of the temple. It was built out of one of the eye sockets of the Leviathan remnant skeleton, and so could easily accommodate a small crowd of guests. VS tiredly wiped his face. He worked for 2 days straight, neither sleeping nor ever lowering his guard against the potential antics the cultists might be up to. Sometimes, VS heard awful noises and screams from the other side of the mech workshop. Other times, the chamber descended into a place of worship as every mech technician spontaneously put down their tools and kneeled down to pray to Hotomak. Suffice to say, the sooner he got off the temple, the easier he could breathe. The constant staring and the all-encompassing strangeness grated on his nerves, eating away his sanity every second he spent aboard this massive vessel. The Temple of Hotomak represented one of the ugliest facets of the frontier. She was one of many starships in the Ferris Star region that played host to exiles too extreme to conform to the rules and customs of civilized space. In the lawless environment of the untamed stars, the worshippers that ran the ship exhibited a complete lack of restraint. With no one to stop them, they did whatever they thought that Hotomak approved. This cruel and sadistic redemption duel counted as one of them, and a milder one at that. The MTA would have a heart attack if they witnessed it, but VS fortunately diverged his values from theirs long ago. The observation chamber became host to a number of middle-ranked living altars and their acolyte followers. From what VS picked up during his time aboard the temple, the living altars each differed substantially in their beliefs and their teaching. While they all venerated Hotomak above anything else, they expressed them in different ways. The various acolytes of the church either chose a living altar to follow or were assigned to them by a priest. Each acolyte had the potential to become a priest or living altar themselves, which represented an opportunity to escape their humble status at the bottom of the totem pole and become a figure of stature within the church. However, attrition among the acolytes constantly took a toll on their numbers. Dangers roamed aplenty aboard the temple, and those who met an unfortunate end from a ritual gone wrong happened quite a lot. Still, some of this was pure speculation on his part. He hadn't been able to decipher why people felt drawn to the church in the first place, and how the cultists selected their new entrants. "Mr. Larkin's son!" VS turned his head and saw to his surprise that Myra had arrived. Her acolyte minder guided the sword maiden mech designer towards the empty seat next to his own. Clad in savage, tribal-like armor, she looked as valiant as any other sword maiden. She was everything Kedis tried to be. Sitting so close to her made him feel as if he sat next to a dormant exabeast. Yet VS was well aware that Myra's fighting prowess paled in comparison to her ability in mech design. Perhaps the mech designer's back in civilized space might scoff as a savage calling herself a journeyman, but VS considered her the real deal. "Myra! Why are you here?" The middle-aged woman grinned at him. "My mech is about to take part in a duel. What about you?" "It's the same for me. Wait a second. How many duels are taking place today?" "Only one redemption duel is on the agenda for today," Acolyte Villies helpfully informed him, causing VS to look distressed. "What?" He sat up straight in his chair. "I've been matching my design against yours. That doesn't make any sense. I'm still an apprentice mech designer, while you're a journeyman mech designer." Acolyte Villies released a sadistic cackle. "Did you think this competition was fair? Ha! Naive! The frontier is never fair to its people, and neither is Hotomac. We must all deal with the hand we are dealt." Myra placed her gauntlet hand on his own that rested on the seat rest. "Calm yourself, Mr. Larkin's son. What's done is done. The worshippers of Hotomac delight in getting a rise out of their guests. It's one of the few sources of entertainment they are allowed to enjoy." She was right. An outburst changed nothing, so VS pushed down his alarm. Still, his bones cried out against the unfairness of matching up an apprentice against a journeyman. No matter how highly he thought of his ability, he never considered himself to be superior to a genuine journeyman. Their degree of utilization and their condensed design philosophies gave them a solid edge of VS whose true strength still remained rather brittle and ephemeral. In the mech industry, apprentices were children and journeymen were adults. The latter always won against the former in a direct battle. VS had no choice but to prepare himself for defeat this time. As they waited for the spectators to catch up to the event, the two guests began to talk about Kedis. "How is my protégé faring so far in your care?" Myra asked. VS was struck as her bearing as a sword maiden and a mech designer. It contained the best parts of both, having discarded the uncontrolled wildness that was inherent in a sword maiden and the physical insecurity of a mech designer. Best of all, Myra managed to do so without revealing a hint of instability. He wondered what kind of excess Myra hid beneath her composure. From what he knew about mech designers, Myra's veneer of civility looked convincing, but he bet she had her own skeletons in the closet. No successful mech designer survived the frontier without some blemishes on their hands. "Kedis is doing well enough under my instruction, I suppose. As she lacks the institutional upbringing that a mech designer internalizes from a university or institution, I've been focused on drilling her on that aspect. I've simultaneously pushed her to be more hands-on with her work. I understand she hasn't spent much time in the mech workshops." Myra raised her eyebrow at him. "You put her in a mech workshop? Do you know how she must hate the thought of working in close proximity to the mech technicians?" "Look, I've heard that you treat your mech technicians like slaves, but that doesn't excuse washing your hands from the responsibilities outside the design phase. I've been brought up by the idea that a good mech designer is one that masters all the phases in the life cycle of a mech. It's not enough to become proficient at the design phase. Knowing how to fabricate and service them is a vital component of our duties, especially if we are employed in the service of an outfit." "You're right, of course," she conceded. "Yet Kedis is different than us. Her drive isn't there. I didn't bring her down to the mech workshops because the work there is largely menial. Flooding her with too much menial work will only snuff out the embers that drive her forward. VS disagreed. The Sword Maidens had themselves to blame for treating their mech technicians like garbage, thereby poisoning Ketty's respect for their class. Solving this issue and showing her the value of a well-trained team of mech technicians was one of his biggest challenges. I'm not sure how long she's able to stay under my wing. She needs more than a few months to round out her shortcomings as a mech designer, at least in the classical sense. You don't need to go that far. Myra smiled at VS. As long as she discovers her drive, the rest can be made up later. Right now, experiencing a radically different working environment will hopefully force her to question what she really wants out of her life. The pirate designer had been part of the Sword Maidens since they were small and weak. Myra went through many hardships when she fought and struggled alongside Commander Lydia. Ketty's missed out on this difficult period, and therefore lacked perspective. Her time under VS aboard the Shield of Hispania already benefited her. VS enjoyed the same fruits as his various adventures, and his current tour of duty forced him to endure radically different mech design conditions. At some point, the soulless priest who presided over the duel no longer delayed the matter. A whole ceremony must be taking place in the central hall or some other compartment, but guests like VS and Myra were prohibited from witnessing it. Thus, they'd been pushed to an observation chamber along with some other unimportant cultists. Two mechs emerged from different hangar bays. At this distance, VS had difficulty seeing them with the naked eye. Fortunately, high-fidelity projectors sprang to life. Two of them transmitted close-ups for each dueling mech, while a third one attempted to frame them both to provide an overview of the battle. Surprisingly, the mechs hadn't activated yet. Instead, they were being towed out into open space by two other mechs that possessed robust flight systems. While it still took some time to tow out the competition mechs to a safe distance from the Temple of Hotamak and her escorts, 10 minutes later the soulless priest must have been satisfied as he ordered the tow mechs to cut their connections and fly out of the way. A silence ensued in the observation chamber, as all the cultists halted their conversation. No one was interested in small talk while the duel was about to commence. Two more projections sprang to life. They depicted the interior of the cockpits of the two mechs. One of them depicted Acolyte Jean, while the other depicted a female mech pilot. "Who's the woman?" he asked. "Acolyte Evie Simmons," Myra answered. With the duel ready to start at any moment, she saw no point in withholding her accomplishments. "She's a striker mech pilot, actually, but the Redemption Rose the worshippers assigned to her is a medium space knight. Prepping the mech to work with someone who specializes in a different type of mechs has been challenging." Hearing that caused VS to become a little upset over the uneven matchup. Failing to provide a preferred mech type increased the odds for his side, but only a little. That was because striker mechs had much in common with knight mechs. Both were comparatively hefty mech types that depended on brute force and ponderous moves to fight. Knight mechs lean more towards defense by limiting themselves to a sword and shield as their primary armament. Striker mechs lean towards offense with their short-range, wide-area weaponry such as shotguns and flamethrowers. In addition, every mech pilot's basic training forced them to become proficient with both knight mechs and rifleman mechs before they branched out to other mech types. To someone like Acolyte Evie, piloting a knight mech was like picking up an old hobby. If she spent the last weeks practicing with knight mechs in the simulators, then she wouldn't be worse off. VS stared hard at the Redemption Rose's design. As someone who dabbled extensively in land-bound knight mechs, he identified a lot of distinctive features about the Redemption Rose. "Looks like you've modified the Redemption Rose from a defensive knight into an offensive knight." In his eyes, the Redemption Rose appeared as if it used to be overweight, but underwent surgery that removed a lot of excess fat. The sudden transition always left some marks behind, particularly when Myra had been in a rush. Besides slimming down the Space Knight, The Redemption Rose design sported many shared elements of the Misty Slasher. The Space Knight inherited both the increased arm strength and the placement of mini boosters from Myra's exclusive swordsman mech design. To call the Redemption Rose might not be accurate. Through Myra's extensive intervention, the formerly defense-oriented Space Knight turned into one of the strangest hybrids between an offensive Space Knight and a swordsman mech that VS had ever seen. It was basically a swordsman mech with a shield. Chapter 705 Redemption Duel. The Redemption Rose faced off against the Evaporating Spear. Both dueling mechs awaited activation, yet the duel didn't center around the mechs. Instead, they formed the backdrop to the impending struggles of Acolyte Evie and Acolyte Jean, both of whom would participate in one of the darkest mech duels that VS had ever witnessed. "Who do you think will win?" Myra asked. "I'm sure you have a better idea than I do," VS responded with a grim expression. He did not rate his chances highly. "While I've done my best in fixing up the Evaporating Spear, I'm sure your mech is in a much better state." "Don't count out your mech so soon, Mr. Larkin's son. Neither you nor I received enough time to perform anything but the bare necessities. If we had a week's time or more, our disparity will begin to show, but 2 days is not enough to widen the gap that much." She had a point. They both fixed up the basic deficiencies of the mech before they added their own unique touches to their mechs, which shouldn't have amounted to much. Still, VS recognized that Myra had the advantage here, as decades of experience as well as a greater utilization of her skills enabled her to work faster than any immature apprentice. Even VS had to admit defeat in front of her advantage in accumulation. The fact that the Redemption Rose sported visibly strengthened arms and mini boosters showed that she got a lot more work done in the same amount of time. "The mechs are activating." The activation process from a cold start took as long as a minute for low-quality mechs. As the projections of the cockpits showed consoles and various displays coming to life, everyone waited patiently for the critical moment to arrive. Some cultists in the observation room shook in anticipation, while others held themselves stock still as if the impending show was just another Tuesday. For VS, this event became a pivotal moment in his life. This was the first time he designed a mech that expressly spit on the face of the MTA and its ethical principles. It made him feel both mischievous and naughty for partaking in such an evil project. "Why don't I feel guilty?" Ever since his loss of innocence, it became easy for VS to switch off his guilt. However, reversing this switch did nothing to turn him back to the old VS. The decision to shed his principles had left an indelible mark on his conscience. "I've crossed the Rubicon. What's done is done." Sadness crept up from the back of his mind. He silently lamented the high ideals he used to hold in high regard. Yet, he did not regret his decision even as he mourned what he lost. What he gained should more than make up for what he paid. VS was a different mech designer now. He snorted when he compared his evolution to the one he tried to instill in Keddy's. VS tried to instill the mindset of a civilized mech designer into her, while VS voluntarily took on the traits of a frontier mech designer. They were two completely different mech designers who moved into opposite directions in an attempt to improve themselves. Whether it was a mistake to abandon the purity of their upbringing and open themselves up to new perspectives remained to be seen. At the very least, VS considered it a net positive if he'd be able to retain all of the good influences while leaving behind some of the bad ones. "It's starting!" Myra uttered with an elevated breath. Even she felt some sympathy for what her mech pilot would be going through. "The neural interfaces are starting their transmissions into their central nervous system." It was like stuffing someone's mouth with an entire cow. Their throats simply couldn't fit something so big. Twin screams began to escape from their mouths. Ragged cries from both exposed the horror of how it felt to have your entire brains and spine burned from being overloaded with excessive amounts of input. Come on! Push through the pain! Fight! VS whispered. Without a battle, the twisted ritual had no meaning in the eyes of the priests. Yes! That's it! Move! The screams subsided, though they never stopped. Sheer willpower forced acolytes Jean and Evie to push through their agony and focus on the critical aspect of making sense of the glut of data their brains failed to process. Through grit and steel, they managed to reach a fragile equilibrium. VS couldn't imagine how they managed to do it, but every human being possessed the will to live. VS still couldn't believe what he witnessed in front of his eyes. Mech pilots were being brought to a slow and agonizing death by the very mechs they depended on to achieve victory. Such an abusive relationship shouldn't exist, but with the soulless priest's machinations and assistance from Myra and himself, they successfully birthed a pair of abominations. Conventional theory stated that mechs needed to be in sync with their own mech pilot to realize their full potential. However, this obviously wasn't possible in this case, causing both mech pilots to effectively experience a degradation in their effective aptitude. Therefore, before the mech pilots could fight, they needed to master their new circumstances. Simulator sessions hadn't been enough to prepare them for the difficulties they experienced right now. They needed to become accustomed to this unique and painful circumstance as fast as possible. Acolyte Jean has made the first move! Surprisingly, Jean stopped screaming first. As soon as he cut off his uncontrollable impulses, he grit his teeth and directed his mech to begin moving. As the evaporating spear was a space-borne Lancer mech, Jean chose to initiate its principal form of attack. The evaporating spear began to charge. It helped that it didn't require too much output commands on his part to set the charge in motion. He only needed to dial the acceleration of his flight system to maximum and force his mech to brace its lance within its grasp. After that, Acolyte Jean's main concern would be to keep the parameters of his mech as stable as possible, while making sure it flew straight towards its opponent. It sounded simple, but the evaporating spear exhibited a number of uncontrollable movements. Sometimes its flight system sputtered, while other times its spear almost jerked away from the center. Acolyte Jean isn't clear-headed enough to filter out sober commands, Myra commented. VS looked up at her. He picked up on a hint of familiarity in her tone. Did you witness something like this before? Not from my own mechs, thankfully. She sighed in relief. I've witnessed this phenomenon from some of our allies and opponents. You tend to encounter these sights from some of the poorer pirate gangs. They are often short on mech technicians, or don't have any who are very good at their job, so a lot of mistakes occur in the mech workshops. Since they're so poor and weak, they don't have a mech designer on retainer to solve these issues either. That sounded like a tragedy in the making to VS. Such a pirate outfit wouldn't be able to survive for more than a couple of years at most. Let me guess, he added. They also buy the cheapest, crappiest mechs from the shadiest dealers. Ones that have a high chance of being tampered with as well for some reason or another. Myra nodded. Caveat emptor. Buyers must be wary and knowledgeable enough to know what they are purchasing. The sad thing is that pirate gangs without their own mech designers never last very long. The number one reason for their failure is that their very own mechs have led them to their deaths. While they were chatting, in the meantime the duel picked up steam. As the evaporating spear was picking up steam, the redemption rose did not fall behind. Acolyte Evie gained control just in time to brace her mech for a charge. In theory, a Lancer mech handedly beat a Knight mech. A Lancer's offensive power relied primarily on their charging attack, and the one thing they hated most was fighting against a light and mobile mech that could easily dodge the telegraphed charge without breaking any sweat. A Space Knight that relied on armor instead of mobility to fend off attacks should have been a sitting duck. However, due to Myra's extensive modifications, the mech had shed much of its armor in exchange for increased mobility. The Redemption Rose could not be called a proper knight anymore. The first collision is about to happen. As the evaporating spear charged forth like a jerky rocket that nonetheless managed to maintain its course, its lance was moments away from piercing through the Redemption Rose's weakened armor. However, the Redemption Rose abruptly engaged its flight system along with some of its mini boosters. The sudden impulse shoved the slimmed-down Space Knight out of the path of the evaporating spear's charge, causing the Lancer Mech to miss its target by a wide margin. Acolyte Jean almost succeeded, VS commented, though he looked a little disappointed. He even predicted that Evie would dodge, but he chose to correct his course in the wrong direction. The Redemption Rose dodged to the right at the last second, but the evaporating spear had already begun to bend its lance in the other direction. If Jean had won the guessing game, then chances were high his mech would have been able to leave a gouge in his opponent's mech. The two mechs took some time to readjust from the first clash. The constant fire burning through their nerves caused them to take at least 5 times as long to turn around their mechs and ready them for the next collision. While Acolyte Evie's Redemption Rose gained a lot of mobility, it was still a Space Knight at heart. The mini boosters attached to strategic points along its frame expended its fuel rather quickly, so Evie couldn't rely on them to chase after the Lancer Mech. The evaporating spear possessed the initiative in this confrontation. It was up to the faster and more offensive-minded Lancer Mech to go on the attack. And that it did. The Lancer Mech made an exaggerated curve until it once again ended up in a trajectory that lined up to the largely immobile Space Knight. Its curving trajectory allowed the evaporating spear to retain the momentum it built up thus far. This was the beauty of space-borne Lancer Mechs. Any time they missed, the momentum they painstakingly built wasn't lost. They could simply arc around and try again, all the while their flight systems accelerated them to even greater relative velocities. The greater the accumulation, the greater the kinetic energy at the moment of a successful collision. Though the Lancer Mech inevitably suffered just as much shock as its victim, its entire mech frame had been built to counteract the damage resulting from such impacts. Even if it suffered some damage, the mech at the other end of the lance inevitably suffered 10 times worse. Such an occurrence became increasingly more likely as Acolyte Jean tried and failed to impale the Redemption Rose for 4 straight times. Some of the less well-adjusted cultists in the observation chamber began to disparage their former brother. Is he blind? Even if he's in pain, he shouldn't be so bad with his aim. Jean is unworthy to receive Hotamac's favor. If he cannot endure the strain of piloting an uncooperative mech, he doesn't deserve to be ordained as a living altar. The duel did proceed rather badly. For a Lancer Mech to miss so many charges at once beggared belief. However, VS knew that this show would end soon enough, because the evaporating spear became more accurate after each failed attempt. Its mech pilot was starting to get the hang of piloting under strain. Acolyte Jean began to channel his pain rather than endure it in a mindless fashion. The uncontrolled bursts of movement lessened as he began to take back more control. As the evaporating spear curved back for another charge, this time it moved with purpose. Chapter 706 Degraded Minds. The next charge had the potential to end the duel. The momentum the evaporating spear built up after successive failed charges had reached a dreadful level. This made it harder for it to change course, but it also forced the Redemption Rose to start dodging sooner, lest it moved too late. In essence, the battle turned into a game of prediction. Would Acolyte Jean and Acolyte Evie be able to outguess each other? So far, Evie managed to dodge her mech in a different direction than her opponent, but in games of chance a lucky streak always reached an end. The decisive moment approached. Both Jean and Evie stimulated their will to live, allowing them to fight through the pain of overloaded nerves in order to exert control over their mechs. Even as the Church subjected them to this punishment, they never lost their pride as mech pilots. No matter the circumstances, they never lost their drive to win. Fight! You can do it, Jean! VS softly cheered from the observation chamber. He became invested in the match. He wanted his mech to succeed against Myra's work. An invisible wake followed after the evaporating spear, which had sped up to an unimaginable level. The redemption rose that opposed it calmly braced its spear and readied its depleting mini-boosters for one more dodge. Seconds passed as the next collision became imminent. Hundreds of meters away from impact, the redemption rose abruptly dodged downwards. However, this time the evaporating spear adjusted its course downwards as well. It was too late to change, for the redemption rose to change its trajectory. Realizing the danger, Acolyte Evie abruptly shut down the boosters while adjusting the angle of her shield. Boom! A silent explosion occurred as the Lancer mech successfully hit a solid target 10 minutes into the duel. Acolyte Jean fought long and hard against his pain, and time was running out for him. If he missed this attempt, he might not be able to maintain control over his fast-moving mech for long. He needed to secure a hit. Shards of alloy and other kinds of debris spread from the point of impact. Two Mech spun away in different directions, each of them coming off worse than before. The redemption rose is worse off. Myra's Space Knight sacrificed protection for mobility, but that didn't avail it much in this phase of the battle. The confrontation between a speeding lance and a weakened shield left the latter in dire straits. Nothing was left of the shield. The immense kinetic impact pretty much shattered its top half and broke the grip section, causing the partially intact bottom half to fly away into space. However, the lance surprisingly shattered as well. Its entire forward section snapped apart, causing the evaporating spear to impact the frame of the opposing mech with the stump of its shortened lance. Damn, I should have spent some time on strengthening that lance! VS cursed. I never thought that Acolyte Jean would miss more than 4 times in a row. Since the initial impact bled off a lot of kinetic energy, the stump of the lance hit one of the shoulders of the redemption rose with reduced force. The shoulder splintered from the impact with the stump, but the damage hadn't been enough to disable the arm. As the passing evaporating spear tried to recover from the impact, the Space Knight recovered first and followed in pursuit. Acolyte Evie knew that if she wanted to win, she needed to take over the initiative. Her Space Knight might be slower than a Lancer mech, but Myra's modifications had closed the gap. In addition, Evie saved a substantial amount of fuel for her mini-boosters for exactly such a situation. As the boosters expended their last remaining reserves, the redemption rose rapidly caught up to the evaporating spear. VS could read the writing on the wall. The redemption rose will catch up before the evaporating spear can accelerate away. The Lancer mech lost too much of its forward momentum upon collision. It also spun away in an uncontrollable fashion, forcing Acolyte Jean to perform complex and straining correction maneuvers in order to halt the spin. All of these detriments prevented the evaporating spear from speeding away. That proved to be a pivotal moment in the duel. The redemption duel burned out the last reserves of its booster fuel, but all of that had been worth it because its temporary edge and speed allowed it to catch up to the Lancer and entangle it with a flurry of sword strikes. Forced to defend, the evaporating spear had no choice but to spin around and fend off the sword strikes with its backup spear. The frantic, badly executed sword strikes unleashed by Acolyte Evie weren't meant to succeed. Instead, the purpose of her offensive was to force her mech to stick to her enemy's mech as closely as possible so that the evaporating spear had no chance to build up to another charge. You never let an enemy Lancer mech accumulate momentum if you could help it. Evie was following established doctrine by trying to entangle the Lancer with her shieldless Space Knight. The battle devolved into a badly choreographed exchange of blows. Seeing that Acolyte Evie had no intention of letting him get away, Acolyte Jean gave up trying to build up to a charge and entered the melee in earnest. The match is over. A Lancer mech never fares as well as a Space Knight in close quarters combat. Don't count out Acolyte Jean yet. Do you see how he's managed to hold on up to now? He has the edge in control. VS looked closer and saw that the movements of the Redemption Rose appeared energetic, but formulaic. The Space Knight also twitched at inopportune times, causing it to ruin its own attack routines and even landing it at risk of suffering a counterattack at times. He turned to Myra. Did you incorporate AIs in the Redemption Rose? I did, Myra admitted without hesitation. Even if their imagination is lacking, they don't require too much effort to implement. That has left me with additional time to complete my other upgrades to the Redemption Rose. He forgot that Myra lacked the institutional disdain against incorporating AIs in her own mechs. VS had long been brought up to hate the entire notion of relying on artificial minds to do the jobs of mech pilots and mech designers. AIs threatened both of their livelihoods if they became acceptable substitutes for both of their professions. Therefore, the MTA, along with nearly every mech pilot and mech designer, strenuously rejected the use of AIs. Any mech designer caught with trying to popularize their use inevitably suffered an accident. Nonetheless, the other reason why AIs never saw popularity was that highly skilled mech pilots usually managed to outwit them. Their creativity possessed limits, and they could emulate the spark of spontaneity that veteran mech pilots fostered into their piloting style. Sadly for VS and Acolyte Jean, this wasn't the case here. Both of them piloted low-quality mechs in fairly awful conditions. Despite getting a tune-up from VS and Myra, 2 days wasn't enough to repair all the damage and bad design choices their mechs had suffered from. One of the most important weaknesses of their cheap mechs was that they exhibited fairly low reaction speeds. This resulted in a substantially slower exchange of blows. So slow, in fact, that the AIs and algorithms taking over some of execution of some of the Redemption Rose's moves exerted finer control than the mech pilots themselves. The evaporating spear unleashed a flurry of stabs, trying to deter the Redemption Rose from moving into its range, but the swordsman mech wasn't deterred. It willingly absorbed damage to its half-crippled shield arm in order to get into range to deliver a telling slash against the evaporating spear's chest. The slash managed to score deeply into its relatively weak armor. Though the sword slash hadn't bitten deep enough to affect the internals, the entire upper chest area experienced a comprehensive weakening that set it up for subsequent attacks. Acolyte Jean isn't going down without another fight. After suffering a heavy attack, Acolyte Jean became more desperate. He could die. His only chance at rebirth could be ruined. The man screamed and willingly accepted the pain. With great effort, he increased his control over his own mech and fought back with a greater semblance of his old piloting skill. The evaporating spear went on the offensive, advancing boldly towards the Redemption Rose, stabbing outwards with its sword all the while. Acolyte Evie relied heavily on the AIs to parry the incoming blows, preventing the Redemption Rose from suffering even a single scratch. Yet even with the swordsman mech's perfect defense, it took a lot of effort for a sword to block an incoming stab. The amount of energy and movement exerted by the Redemption Rose surpassed that of the evaporating spear. This stalemate benefited the spear-wielding mech more than the sword-wielding mech, especially because the latter wielded a single-handed sword. Something catastrophically went wrong for the Redemption Rose at that time. The sword automatically moved to intercept an attack directed to its left side, but the incoming spear stab turned out to be a feint. Acolyte Jean deliberately underutilized the use of feints just for moments like this. With great willpower, he directed the spear stab into a swipe that caused it to flick towards the Redemption Rose's unguarded right side. However, while Acolyte Evie couldn't react fast enough to pull back the Redemption Rose's sword, the AIs didn't suffer from that problem and forcefully pushed through her hesitation. However, Jean's control over his spear surpassed the imagination of his opponent. The spear abruptly shifted to a downwards trajectory. A double feint. The evaporating spear had held back during the previous two attempts. Only now did it truly push its strength into the attack, even overloading its flight system in an instant to obtain a greater forward push. At this stage, the Redemption Rose started to hesitate. Its AI momentarily grew confused, but committed another shift despite having changed its mind once before. However, Evie was still stuck on the first shift. The flood of data entering her mind caused her reaction to be a tad bit slower. For a single instant, her own reaction clashed against the solution adopted by the AIs. This caused the mech to lock up for a moment, as two warring commands fought against each other to move the sword in one direction or another. The mech couldn't decide who to listen to. Acolyte Jean's spear stabbed deeply past the ineffective sword and pierced through the chest armor of the Redemption Rose. Due to the double feint, the stab carried less kinetic energy than Jean preferred, but the tip of the spear still managed to penetrate the chest armor and deal a shallow amount of damage to the Redemption Rose's internals. However, even though Myra removed a lot of defensive power from the Space Knight, it still retained the robust internal structure of a defensive mech. Its redundancy level was considerate compared to offensive mechs, so despite damaging a few channels and subcomponents, the Redemption Rose hardly lost any power. The successful attack might have succeeded in damaging the Redemption Rose, but the Space Knight still retained its ability to fight. On the other hand, Acolyte Jean had pushed his mind beyond its ordinary limitations. The greater performance of his evaporating spear came at a fatal cost. "Ag. I can't. Take. It," he uttered from his cockpit. The evaporating spear never matched its earlier performance. Jean expended far too much mental energy when he tried and failed to charge down the Redemption Rose. When the duel turned into an exchange of blows, Jean constantly had to exert his mind to keep up. In contrast, while Acolyte Evie suffered from a greater flood of junk data, she didn't have to think too hard to pilot her mech. The presence of the AIs in her mech allowed her to issue simple commands to hold the evaporating spear off. Clever commands at the right timing managed to save the Redemption Rose from complete destruction. "It's over. Jean is at the end of his rope, while Evie is still strong enough to last a couple more minutes." The performance of the evaporating spear weakened by the second as the strain of controlling the mech manually became too much of a burden for his steadily degrading nerves. Technically, Evie suffered from the same problem, but the difference was that the AIs cared little about nerve damage. They functioned just as well if Evie was completely healthy or had almost fried her brains to a crisp. The battle turned from a battle of wills to a battle between a half-vegetable and a cold-hearted set of AIs. The Redemption duel came at an end when the Redemption Rose knocked off the spear from the grip of the sluggish evaporating spear. Defenseless, the Lancer mech failed to push the Space Knight back as it mechanically thrust its sword through the cockpit section. Chapter 707 Gracious Response. Acolyte Evie 1. VS turned towards Myra and bowed his head. "Congratulations on your mech pilot's win. Your Redemption Rose has vanquished my evaporating spear." "The duel was too close to call," she said graciously. Still, she couldn't help but smile at her victory. "The quality of our mechs are roughly at the same level. We chose to emphasize different aspects of our mechs, and the only reason why the Redemption Rose took the advantage is because we dealt with the neural interface issue in different ways." "That's true," he nodded. "I've chosen to limit the amount of input, while you've opted to rely on AIs to maximize the output. I should have gone for this solution as well, but I guess I was too prideful in my own methods." Besides his ingrained bias towards relying on artificial intelligences, VS also opted against them because they didn't fit with his design philosophy. VS in fact contemplated whether his design philosophy had room for autonomous mechs. It seemed self-evident that if VS would be able to bring mechs to life one day, that they'd be able to gain the ability to move by themselves. he opted against such a future. At the very least, he did not wish his mechs to gain autonomy from a mind based on data rather than spirituality. A small intuitive feeling made him feel as if the best way for him to go forward was to continue to work around the unity of Mech, Mech designer, and Mech pilot. The entire X factor centered around an alignment of their strengths. If VS started cutting out the Mech pilot out of the equation, why wouldn't Mech designers be made irrelevant as well one day? VS did not wish to become an archenemy of the MTA and virtually every Mech designer in existence by pursuing autonomous mechs. He'd be dead so fast once a battleship dropped a bunch of antimatter bombs over his head. The MTA wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the planet he was residing at if that was what it took to eliminate the scourge of self-operating mechs. Therefore, after a long moment of introspection, VS still considered mech pilots to be a vital partner to the mechs he designed. He had witnessed the strength of the man-machine connection firsthand. It was not his goal to saw off one of the legs of that partnership. Instead, he wanted to strengthen the other leg so that the combination stood more firmly. Such a stance benefited high-end mechs piloted by elite pilots the most. If VS chose to go the other way, then he would be able to excel at designing low-end mechs meant for mass production. "They're retrieving Acolyte Evie," VS noted as he gestured his hand towards the projection that showed the two-tow mechs grabbing hold of the immobilized Redemption Rose. "I wonder how much is left of her after this duel." "Not much." Myra shook her head. "Poor girl. She's rather young for an acolyte, and if she joined the Sword Maidens she would have enjoyed a brighter future. What the worshippers of Hotamak do to the winners of this redemption duel? Only they would consider it a redemption. To us, akin to damnation to become a living altar." She obviously knew more than VS, but with Acolyte's vil eyes and her own minder standing close by, Myra wouldn't reveal anything more. The end of the redemption duel marked the end of their involvement, and whatever emotional attachment they placed in their mech pilots. Myra won while VS fell short. He had nothing against the Sword Maiden mech designer for besting him. He even found it to be an honor to acquit himself well against a journeyman. He only wondered whether the church thought the same. They initially told him that the acolyte gene didn't necessarily have to win for him to receive his rewards. If the duel excited their god, then both mech designers stood to gain their rewards. As cultists started to depart from the observation chamber, VS calmly continued chatting with Myra while he waited for the final verdict. The hatch suddenly slid open after some time. The soulless priest himself had come to greet the mech designers. "Myra of the Sword Maidens, congratulations are in order." She bowed to the priest. "Acolyte Evie deserves all the praise. I merely provided the tools. As you say, rewards are in order. I think you will find our offerings exceedingly satisfying." The two older mech designers chatted a bit, though VS found it difficult to follow their conversation as they only referred to important matters with euphemisms and code names. Eventually, the soulless priest spared a single glance at VS, not that he could read the man's expression as it was shrouded in shadow. "Mr. Larkin's son." "Yes, sir?" "Your mech has failed." That was laying it thick. VS instinctively felt his pride creeping up at him, but he pushed it down. It was never a good idea to act like kiddies in front of more experienced mech designers. VS had the feeling the soulless priest tested him once again. He needed to be careful of what he said. The evaporating spear performed admirably in the hands of Acolyte Jean. Their combination closely matched the pairing of the Redemption Rose and the Acolyte Evie. Victory and defeat shifted back and forth, but eventually Evie had the benefit of retaining her battle effectiveness longer. "You made the wrong design choice," the soulless priest spoke. He did not need to specify which design choice VS had gone wrong. "Your ingrained aversions to certain solutions is a shackle that will limit your capabilities." "I do not agree," he responded. You are right that limiting myself will restrict my choices, but that only means I can focus on improving the tools that are still in my grasp. The conversation strayed in the age-old debate between specialization and generalization. It was a debate neither mech designers wanted to stray into, because it was impossible to come to a consensus on the matter. I admire your convictions. At the very least, you are willing to stand up for your beliefs even if they are misguided. The soulless priest quickly activated his comm and flicked a virtual invitation card to VS. Here you go. I won't have you departing from the Temple of Hotamak empty-handed. As for the discount, your colleague Myra has already won that in your alliance's stead. Thank you, sir. VS grinned. He constantly worried about whether he had earned the soulless priest's approval. Don't thank me. Praise Hotamak's generosity. Okay. Once the soulless priest departed from the observation chamber, their acolyte escorts led VS and Myra to depart from the Temple of Hotamak. After meeting up with some familiar sword maidens and vandals who looked as if they went through the ringer, they both split up and returned to their own ships. Their visit to the Temple of Hotamak came to an end. The flagrant sword maiden officers all partook in various rituals and ceremonies, and their collective performance largely pleased the cultists. This was why on the way home, various priests boarded church-owned shuttles and flew towards the various ships of the flagrant sword maiden fleet. The priests were on their way to uphold their end of the bargain, which was to bless the Vandal and Sword Maiden ships with some kind of sorcery that prevented the Sandmen aliens from detecting them at long range. Was all of this worth it? VS asked to Chief Avanian, who sat next to him in the shuttle again. A lot of weird stuff went on aboard the temple. I'm not sure what we're getting in return is worth the emotional damage we've sustained. We'll just be suffering a couple of nightmares at most, and we have pills for that, Avanian remarked without concern. He held up a lot better than some of his colleagues, who looked as if they still saw ghosts. The Sword Maidens told us what to expect. If we can save a large amount of K-coins by participating in their sick games, it's well worth the pain. The flagrant vandals still couldn't shake off their money-grubbing instincts. If someone offered something for free in exchange for a few favors, they'd take the bait without any hesitation. Once their shuttle returned to the Vandal flagship, every Vandal breathed easily once they returned to familiar ground. The abundant lighting, the clean, filtered smells, the bots that kept the deck and bulkheads clean and tidy, the lack of prayer sounds, the absence of idols and religious iconography, and above all else being surrounded by fellow Vandals who didn't creepily hide their bodies beneath voluminous robes reassured them all that they returned to familiar soil. Home sweet home, someone uttered, and everyone who visited the temple agreed to that sentiment. Everyone needed a touch of normality after witnessing so many bizarre sights. VS returned to the armory along with the other Vandals. He changed out of his extravagant suit of armor in favor of a standard underlayer vaxxit with his sober and boring green uniform on top. Although his piratized outfit looked incredibly dashing, the Vandals weren't pirates who judged each other by how formidable they appeared. This is one pirate habit that I'm eager to get rid of, he huffed as he stowed his custom set of armor in a secure locker. Another day went by as VS returned to his routine. While he caught up on his paperwork and issued some new revised designs to his subordinates, the Hotamak priests each conducted an elaborate ceremony on every ship. This took some time as they needed to spread their blessings on both the combat carriers and all of the logistics ships and smaller transports, whose only purpose was to carry their supplies. When a robed priest stepped aboard the Shield of Hispania and threw some incense smoke around, VS paused from his backlog of work and entered the hangar bay where the worshipper performed his ceremony. A gaggle of Vandal ratings and officers stood well out of the way, staring at the robed priest as he muttered some incomprehensible words interspersed with praise for Hotamak. What is that fellow muttering about? I don't know. The only word I recognize is Hotamak. Do you think Hotamak really exists? Beats me. He might as well be an alien who hoodwinked these gullible idiots. Sure. Don't insult those crazies while he's working his magic. Misguided or not, their blessing is the real deal. Many Vandals found it difficult to process how the robed priest accomplished this effect in the first place. The Sandmen were a menace that posed an existential threat to all concentration of forces. The larger the force, the greater the odds of attracting the Sandmen. Still, many of them couldn't figure out what kind of secret the Church of Hotamak employed to circumvent this disaster. VS himself spent a lot of minutes staring at the priest. None of his senses, including his sixth sense, detected anything unusual. He suspected that the priest was merely speaking gobbledygook and waving around his incense holder in order to hoodwink their clients. VS stepped back from the front row and put some bodies between him and the priest. He had an awful suspicion about what really went on. He activated his recently discovered spiritual vision for a single second. During that time, he swiveled around his head as if he sought a familiar friend. His enhanced vision captured the presence of several invisible robed figures in the hangar bay. Each of them stood behind an important figure to the Vandals. One of them followed behind Major Verl, while another trailed after Lieutenant Commander Soapstone like a haunted ghost. Chief Technician Haynes' exuberant gestures while she chatted with her fellow mech technicians forced her personal stalker to weave and dodge. For some reason, the invisible cultists preferred to stay in extremely close proximity to their subjects. It was creepy and unnatural, and VS couldn't tell whether they were invisible or intangible. Worst of all, when VS swept his view, he also caught a glimpse of a presence behind his back. He hadn't managed to catch the complete form of his stalker, but he recognized the form and shape of the dark robe. Acolyte Villies. There was no doubt about it. He recognized her hunched form and ratty dark robes anywhere. Just thinking about her presence right behind his back gave him the creeps. This wasn't part of the deal. Chapter 708 Uninvited Guests. The invisible cultist stayed when the priest finally finished his show. The church-owned shuttle departed from the Shield of Hispania's hangar bay with a lot less passengers than they initially brought inside. Every important Vandal was being haunted by their personal stalker. VS was no different, as Acolyte Villies continued to follow him even after he left the hangar bay and returned to his office. Having witnessed the negotiation between Major Verl, Commander Lydia and the Coin Lord, he knew for certain that the Vandals and the Sword Maidens never agreed to host invisible ghosts from the Church of Hotamak. For a moment, VS began to doubt himself. Did his spiritual vision lie to him? Did it conjure up an illusion that only existed in his imagination, or had the cultists truly planted hidden agents amongst their fleet? If his vision hadn't lied to him, then the presence of these uninvited guests might invite ruin to their fleet. They could do a lot of damage to the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens if they kept up their spying act. Not only would they be able to read anything they read and hear anything they heard, but VS suspected that these invisible presences could easily turn into assassins if necessary. Hardly any Vandal with a follower kept up their guards against potential assassins. Why should they? This was their ship, and as far as they were aware of, no unauthorized guests had boarded the Shield. The only person among them who didn't belong to the Vandals was Kedis, but the girl was practically the worst assassin imaginable. The little vixen couldn't stalk her way anywhere without making a racket due to the various tribal accessories adorning her regular outfit. In essence, their invisible stalkers had the potential to cause an enormous amount of harm to their operations. They could either pass on the information they obtained by eavesdropping on their targets, or they could get their hands dirty and perform some sabotage while everyone else was blind to their presence. The possibilities were limitless as long as they kept up their strange form of stealth. Damn it! He muttered softly to himself. He had to watch what he said aloud because Acolyte Villies was practically breathing behind his neck right now. Right now, he hated his position. Being the head designer of the task force sounded great on his resume, but it also warranted a personal spy from the worshippers of Hotomac. While VS couldn't pin down why these crazies assigned their invisible acolytes to the Vandals, he suspected they were up to no good. Soon enough, they would find out about the Starlight Megalodon. The cultists might even be following behind the heels of the flagrant Sword Maidens. Once they inadvertently led the Temple of Hotomac to the Starlight Megalodon, the cultists could easily cripple the flagrant Sword Maidens and take the prizes inside the Starlight Megalodon for themselves. And the worst thing about it was that VS couldn't warn Major Verl or anyone important about the potential threat that lingered behind their backs. Who knew what might happen if VS tipped them off about the presence of their stalkers? Before he composed a plan to deal with their uninvited guests, VS tried to remain calm and show as little apprehension as possible. He wasn't supposed to feel frightened in the familiar confines of the Shield of Hispania. This was his home for several months, so he tried hard not to act too jumpy, lest Acolyte Villiers suspected that he knew more. Unfortunately, he hadn't quite succeeded at suppressing his nervous impulses. It got so bad that Kedis frowned at him from her desk. "What's wrong, teacher? Ever since you got back from the Temple of Hotomac, you've been strange." "It's nothing for you to concern yourself about," VS quickly replied while leisurely waving his hand. "By the way, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to work on finishing your miniature?" "Ha! I just finished it yesterday," she boasted, and rummaged through a drawer in order to retrieve a fairly impressive-looking scale model of his Mark Antony Mark I design. "You can check the logs if you want, but I'm telling you I made this without blowing through my budget." "I'll take your word for it for now, but I'll be sure to check the logs as well as the security recordings." As VS received the hefty miniature that Kedis produced, he could tell it had come from her hand. The work looked fairly exquisite in some places, but he also spotted a lot of minute imperfections as Kedis assembled the tiny parts by hand. She obviously hadn't mastered the use of precision tools. He didn't spare her from her mistakes. "The way you put these parts together is too forced. I can tell you made some mistakes that cascaded in a slew of misalignments. If you fabricated a full-scale mech, the entire end product will be skewed because you're not respecting its tolerances." The tolerances of a full-scale mech were relatively generous. Mech designers took into account that they often endured a lot of damage during the course of their life cycle. Battle damage along with routine wear and tear eventually knocked some parts out of place. A mech had to be robust enough to keep functioning even if some parts moved by a couple of millimeters from their place. However, the tolerances of a mech mostly scaled according to their size. A mech that shrunk by 100 times featured tolerances that were also 100 times tighter. This massively increased the difficulty of assembling the parts, and hence served as a useful to Kedis who probably never had to worry too much about the tolerances of her own designs. Once he finished lecturing Kedis about her oversight, he soothed her bruised ego by handing out the praise she deserved. "At the very least, practicing with the 3D printer has improved your fabrication skills. I'm impressed by how fast you've become proficient in handling the machine, and I'm further impressed by how you tweaked the design of the Mark Antony Mark I to retain some of its functionality even if it shrunk to this size." VS placed the miniature on his desk and pulled up his comm. He executed a remote control program that allowed him to connect to the control module built in place of the cockpit. Within a minute, he remotely piloted the miniature and had it walk back and forth over his desk. Getting this little toy to walk is quite an accomplishment. As long as you are capable of getting this far with a miniature, then fabricating a full-sized mech by hand is just a step away. Hey! I can already do that, you know. You just haven't given me a chance. He disagreed, but he didn't feel like arguing the point right now. The issue of their uninvited guests weighed heavily on his mind even now, with that old crone proverbially eyeing him like a hawk. Acolyte Villiers wouldn't follow him to the shower, would she? What about the toilet? The answer he came up with made him glower. He had somewhat accepted that he would never enjoy any privacy in the presence of the flagrant vandals, but at least they possessed some integrity. It was impossible for the vandal security officers to peep on each and every person in the fleet. They likely left much of the actual watching to AIs that were programmed to watch out for suspicious activities. VS couldn't come up with such a reassuring excuse when it came to his personal stalker. As VS handed out a new assignment to Kedis to keep her busy and resumed handling his regular mech-related affairs, he mulled over Vilay's identity. She was far from a simple worshipper. That he knew after several days of interacting with her and seeing her interact with others. Every other acolyte flinched away from the old woman, though the priests still treated her like air. What was her true status? Why was she still an acolyte at her age? Most of all, why was she assigned to VS? He couldn't come with solid answers to his questions, but he could make a guess. Back at the temple, when VS worked on the evaporating spear, he always had the sense that acolyte Vilay's never became confounded at what he did. No matter how technical and complicated his work turned out to be, Vilay's kept staring intently at him. It was as if she understood Mech as deeply as any other mech designer. He couldn't help but frown even deeper. If Vilay's possessed a technical background, which was rare but not impossible in the frontier, then VS wouldn't be able to hide anything from her sight. The only reason why he hadn't erupted into a full-blown panic was because there was a minute chance that this was all a figment of his imagination. And even if they were not, he still managed to come up with a couple of plans to guard against any tricks the uninvited guests might pull off. I'll have to accelerate my side projects. I need to complete both of them to increase my odds of survival. Mercifully, once the priests of Hotamak finished blessing all of their ships, the flagrant sword maidens didn't stick around for long. They instantly moved towards the nearest Lagrange point and muscled every other independent pirate vessel aside in their haste to jump out of the Mortos system. During this time, VS struggled to pretend he was oblivious to the presence of outsiders aboard the ship. The best way for him to cope with the burden was to immerse himself into his research projects. He spent the majority of his time combing over the study materials provided by the Skull Architect. The materials on stealth tech remained as threadbare, as always, while the research papers on ultra-compact batteries always left him with a headache after an hour's worth of study. This isn't going to work. My progress is too slow. I'll never be able to digest this much knowledge within a single year, let alone a month or two. VS needed to come up with a better way to internalize the knowledge locked within the extracts and research papers. He already figured out that he processed the papers faster if he let his mentality become contaminated by the research philosophies locked within the pages. This was basically akin to cracking open a vacuum-sealed hazard suit in order to let in more toxic air. Sampling a bit of unfiltered toxic air wouldn't damage his body by much, but if he went too far, then he might have irreparably damaged his hazard suit to the point where he couldn't seal it up again. Obviously, such an approach came with an exceeding amount of risks. The only reason why he got away with it with nothing but a couple of vague impulses was because he never dove very deeply into this research field before. He might not be so lucky next time. At some point, he paused his study session and leaned back against his chair while nursing his forehead. What are the mechanics behind mental contamination? He decided to dive in deeper into this particular topic. The local database stored on the shield might not be as extensive as the central database of the Mech Core, but it stored a lot of basic documentation on the dangers surrounding this phenomenon. To teach is to impart knowledge or provide instruction to someone. The definition sounded simple, but when it came to knowledge taught from the heart of a strong-willed instructor, that knowledge became tinged with that person's personal feelings and biases. This possibility strayed into the definition of a related but more nefarious word. To indoctrinate is to teach a person or a group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. High-level researchers and mech designers always exhibited an extreme amount of passion and belief in their own work. Some of them disseminated their knowledge a little too enthusiastically, to the point where the line between fact and opinion started to blur. The more advanced and abstract the research topic, the more their own beliefs gained prominence. Since researchers always felt biased in favor of their own research, almost every time they disseminated their research, they couldn't help but push their own points of view. It didn't matter that their audience might not be mature enough to reflect critically on the knowledge they absorbed. Like sponges, the students absorbed the knowledge being force-fed to them by their teachers, no matter if it was water or blood. Chapter 709 Academic Battle Arena. A word that's closely related to indoctrination is brainwashing. The good thing about brainwashing was that it sounded so obviously nefarious that the people subjected to them knew to put on their guard. This was why brainwashing only worked these days when accompanied by force or sophisticated technology. Indoctrination, which was brainwashing's marginally more acceptable cousin, worked more insidiously because few students were sober enough to put up their guard when it happened. Teachers taught knowledge. Yet nobody said this knowledge consisted of pure, unbiased facts and widely accepted beliefs. Sometimes, even if the scientific community came to a consensus on those widely accepted beliefs, a deviant thinker might have come up with an even better theory, but failed to gain acceptance due to existing inertia. In fact, many researchers faced a lot of doubt and skepticism, especially when they came up with radically new or subversive beliefs. Once upon a time on old Earth, people believed their world was flat. A visionary known as Galileo came up with the theory that it was round, yet did the people and the established institutions believe him? No! They called him crazy! An uncountable amount of visionaries, scientists, and inventors faced the same storm of criticism whenever they advanced something new that was out of the scope of the public's imagination. Even the initial emergence of mechs almost flopped due to the universal ridicule their inventors received. If not for the heroic efforts of the pioneers along with the emergence of the MTA, mechs would have never become humanity's principal war machines of the age of mechs. The point was that almost every scrap of advanced knowledge was mired in some form of controversy or another. The advancement of cutting-edge knowledge at the forefront of the sciences resembled a chaotic battlefield where scientists ruthlessly fought to convince others of the validity of their beliefs. If the researchers managed to convince enough of their peers that their beliefs had merit, it transformed into accepted theory. However, these success stories became exceedingly rare at this day and age. Researchers had to climb over millions of failures and thousands of rivals in order to gain acknowledgement from the scientific community. The lucky ones spend as much time in converting others to their beliefs than performing actual research, V.S. observed. Those with worse luck have to spend the majority of their time on gaining new converts. Convincing intelligent, self-confident peers who held their own set of beliefs often turned out to be an uphill battle. Researchers looking to gain support for their beliefs either had to come up with something decisively convincing, or they could start with defenseless children. Young students attending universities and recent graduates looking to specialize even further became the favored suckers for these kinds of desperate researchers. They were smart enough to possess potential but lacked the accumulation to guard their minds and retain their original thoughts. People in my age group and life phase are prime targets for indoctrination, he uttered as his eyes widened in realization. Our foundation is deep enough, but our minds are still too shallow, leaving us ripe for the picking to any researcher who wants to build up support. By necessity, these researchers became proficient in indoctrinating students and the like with their complex, multi-layered research publications. Anyone who hadn't sufficiently kept up their guards became slowly more sympathetic to the viewpoints espoused by the researcher. They were being indoctrinated without knowing it because they forgot to think critically. It wasn't as if the more unscrupulous research publications prodded their readers to cast doubt on the beliefs espoused from within. Research findings along with statistics could be presented in a myriad of deceptive ways. Almost every researcher is taking part in this race. Modesty will get them nowhere, not in a galaxy filled with rivals who can catch up to them at any time. This pattern went on for thousands of years, spanning multiple ages and continuing to thrive so long as researchers continued to convert more followers. At this stage, the scientists have become incredibly skilled in the art of indoctrination. You could say that teaching has become indistinguishable from indoctrination at this height. V.S. felt sad when he came to this conclusion. When V.S. injected knowledge in his mind after purchasing various skills and sub-skills from the system, he never truly encountered something controversial. Now he realized that the system only dabbled in established theories and widely supported models. This enabled him to assimilate the purest branches of a given field, but cut him off from the most cutting edge of research. It also blocked him from immersing himself in more advanced applications of knowledge that had not yet gained acceptance. It's like I'm designing boring mechs. They're safe to pilot and come with rounded performance, but they're too bland for many people to like. Confining myself to established theories is as colorless as eating a nutrient pack each day. This is no way for me to excel. Mech designers were often attracted to extreme pieces of knowledge. They willingly embraced unsupported beliefs as long as they could use it to design better mechs. It all centered around their design philosophies. If they wanted it to bloom, then they were practically compelled to seek out unorthodox sources of knowledge. The reason why higher-ranking mech designers became eccentric was because their design philosophy was built on a foundation of beliefs. Every design philosophy is a house of cards. It only takes a single shock for all of it to collapse. V.S. understood now what he was dealing with and how reckless he approached the issue. He toyed with knowledge beyond his ken, unaware of how insidious they wormed their way into his mind. The main issue facing V.S. right now was that he lacked sufficient depth and understanding in the fields of stealth tech and ultra-compact energy storage tech. How could he maintain a critical mind if V.S. lacked the prerequisite knowledge to base his judgment of what he read? It's like I've mastered parts 1 to 3 of a book series, but now I'm saddled with someone's version of part 15. I'm missing too much in between to provide me with a good foundation on what is going on in part 15. The result was that V.S. had to take the latest author's word for what truly went on in part 15, because V.S. lacked the content to call out potential inaccuracies or cast doubt on dubious passages. This was what it was like for those below journeyman mech designers to access knowledge way above their limitations. For some reason, the mech industry treated journeymen as if they possessed much greater resistance against mental contamination. Was it merely a matter of accumulation, or had their design philosophy gained enough strength to withstand the demonic whispers of foreign research philosophies? Both are probably the case. Journeymen are just better at everything in almost every aspect compared to apprentices. I've got to find a way to advance as fast as possible. V.S. gained a lot of progress from his short period of study into this topic. He constructed a model of how mental contamination worked and became enlightened how much of the scientific community insidiously utilized indoctrination to gain now converts. While these insights didn't help him process the research papers faster, he could still formulate some means to cope with his sluggish progress. If I lack the prerequisite foundation to think critically on what I'm currently trying to learn, then why not draw from the opinions of another researcher? It would be great if I can gather the research papers of 2 opposing scientists. The Skull Architect hadn't passed too many research papers to V.S., but a lot of them came from different experts in the field. Each author possessed their own opinions, and now that he thought about it, they spent much of their time arguing for or against the assertions made by other experts. V.S. slapped his palm against his face. I should have figured this out. The research papers are interconnected. He turned his attention back to his console and summoned up a second projection alongside his primary one. He opened up a different research paper in both projections and laid them side by side. Just minutes after he scrolled through both documents, he leaned back and laughed. Ha ha! So this is it! This is the right approach! It's a shortcut! He would have never come up with such an idea if he hadn't taken a step back from his intensive study session. As someone who used to be a student, he was accustomed to reading a pile of literature by their order of publication. However, that was the wrong approach to take here, because another researcher's retort or follow-up to an older paper might be published several years or even decades later. Once VS sorted the research material by topic rather than date, and put together two contrasting papers written by bitter rivals in their field, his progress accelerated enormously. Putting the two research papers side by side and reading them concurrently made him feel as if he gained a front-row seat to an academic brawl of epic proportions. Subtle words as soft as silk addressed to other research turned out to be brutal kicks and punches. The academics basically tried to beat each other up in the academic arena in order to prove whose beliefs held up the longest against a sustained barrage of attacks. Deductions and extrapolations of empirical data became their weapons of choice, though they weren't above resorting to highly educated guesswork as dirty moves. The point for VS was that the battle between two diametrically opposed researchers revealed which pieces of knowledge he could trust and which he needed to treat with a grain of salt. He just needed to see what the researchers agreed on, and which beliefs they criticized intensely. Naturally, relying on the testimony of two different individuals didn't mean that the consensus was right. VS still needed to corroborate the specific theories with as many research papers in his possession. The more he cross-referenced the specific theory, the more he gained confidence in his ability to judge the amount of support each theory held. That didn't mean that each theory that VS encountered received corroboration from the other papers in his possession. A significant amount of them referenced papers that the Skull architect hadn't seen fit to pass on to him. This slowed him down somewhat, but with the support of the other theories he had already deciphered, he started to get the hang of looking at them with a critical eye. My progress will be 10 times faster with this method. Mental contamination still posed a significant threat to him. Putting two opposing beliefs side by side caused sparks that sometimes spilled over to VS, much to his pain. His headaches intensified, but he grit his teeth and bore through them all because he gained the most insights when the battle reached its climax. The feeling he got at the end of the day made all of his suffering worth the struggle. His understanding advanced by leaps and bounds, and the more he mastered the theories, the less strain he received from reading through the theories he hadn't touched as of yet. Like a snowball rolling down a snow-capped mountain, his accumulations ceaselessly grew larger and larger. The only detriment to his obsessive study sessions was that he began to neglect his other duties a little. Several times, Kedis had to shake him from his addictive preoccupation in order to receive a new assignment. You're not being a very good teacher, you know. She pouted as she rested her fists against her waist. Lately you've turned into a zombie, seeing how you spend all your time staring at those documents all day. Sorry. VS chuckled awkwardly as scratched his head and tried to shake the cobwebs from his mind. I've been preoccupied with the academic arena. It's a lot more violent and engaging than I thought. Really? You aren't yanking my chain, are you? You've only studied from widely read and well-edited textbooks so far, which spoon-feed you all of the knowledge in the most logical and reader-friendly fashion possible. At your level, the science is pretty much settled. Chapter 710 Mastering a Tech. The flagrant sword maiden fleet left the Mortos system behind and ventured deeper into the frontier. After completing a transaction with the Church of Hotamak, they held no more intentions of meeting any of the other local pirate factions in the frontier. From now on, the combined Allied fleet intended to avoid as many pirates as possible while they navigated towards the elusive Starlight Megalodon. They jumped from the quietest star systems possible in order to minimize the odds of encountering others. But while the fairest star system was nearly desolate, individual pirate vessels holed up nearly everywhere. A month flew by as the flagrant sword maidens settled into an uneasy routine. For some reason, many of them felt as if they were being watched. Most vandals aboard the Shield of Hispania thought that one or both of the major pirate blocks placed pirate scouts along their route to keep an eye on their course. Only VS knew where the feeling really came from. Having spent a month under near constant observation, he became extremely proficient in acting as if someone wasn't breathing behind his neck all this time. What could he say? He apparently possessed a talent in acting considering how many times he behaved duplicitously. The method he adopted worked best with the study materials related to ultra-compact batteries and energy storage. That was why he focused his efforts on gaining a rudimentary understanding of this topic first before he turned his intellectual prowess towards stealth tech. His progress with stealth tech proceeded slower because he possessed less diverse literature on it. His main gains came from his cooperative tinkering sessions with Chief Avenian. The chief engineer exhibited an impressive grasp of applied sciences that synergized well with VS. If other duties hadn't claimed the bulk of their schedules, they would have been able to spend more time with the stealth shuttle fragments. For now, their primary duties took precedence over their research into deciphering the workings of stealth tech. As VS walked back to his office from another collaborative session, he glanced at the Vandal Mech technicians and ship ratings go about their work. The mood among the rank-and-file started to become more depressed the further they flew from the bright Republic and civilized space in general. The isolation and the realization that they were cut off from all forms of help had truly set in at this point. As VS returned to his office, he nodded towards Kedys, who was tinkering with another miniature mech at this moment. After a lot of hands-on practice, she shook off her disdain towards so-called physical labor. It was too bad her relations with the mech technicians aboard the Shield of Hispania remained a bit too tense for them to work together. Compared to every other person on the combat carrier, Kedys held up the best against the creeping realization that they traversed an unimaginable distance from their homes. To Kedys, Lydia's Sworn Maidens was her home, and their fleet was always a single shuttle ride away whenever they dropped out of FTL. No matter how deep the Allied fleet ventured into uncharted space, the young woman always kept her spirits high. VS wished he could feel as unconcerned as her. Home was many light years away, and the awareness that uninvited guests made themselves at home in their fleet constantly burdened his mind. Fuel supply is sufficient for now, but a couple more months like this, and we won't have enough to return to civilized space. Other supplies remain ample considering we haven't fought any battles. Crew morale is declining, but hasn't tipped over into negative territory yet. Few still remember that our original mission is to find the Starlight Megalodon. VS switched from his log to status readouts of the entire mech complement of the Vandal fleet. The condition of our starships are improving as patchwork repairs on their damaged armor belts has been progressing. Our mech roster is looking healthier as the revised designs I've disseminated to the other combat carriers are being realized by the mech designers and mech technicians. Then he cast his mind on the cooperation shown so far between the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens. Our two forces are growing closer and more comfortable to each other. A clear separation still exists, but the passage of time has fostered the growth of mutual trust between the Vandals and the Sword Maidens. At this stage in our journey, the Sword Maidens have taken over complete primacy over our route and our interaction with the pirate outfits we meet along the way. We are firmly operating in their backyard, and the border back to civilized space is so far away that the flagrant Vandals are pretty much at their mercy. That last point served as a point of anxiety in some of the more paranoid Vandals. They feared an inevitable betrayal from the Sword Maidens once they achieved their objective. It would be all too easy for the all-female pirate gang to stab them in the back and leave them stranded deep within the frontier. VS knew for certain that Major Verl and his inner circle made precautions against that eventuality. The only problem was that they couldn't prepare for threats they hadn't foreseen. The continued presence of their uninvited guests from the Church of Hotamak continued to confound him over the last month. He tried various means to tip off the Vandal officers, but they were too thick-headed to understand his hints. They all thought that VS merely jumped at shadows. He wouldn't be the first one, as the frontier affected all of their nerves. For now, VS kept his suspicions to himself and tried to lay low. Instead, he allocated some time in experimenting with his spirituality. He knew that this attribute could be applied in versatile ways. The problem was finding the right means to unlock a new application. It turned out that his reckless experimentation with his eyes was a fluke. Every attempt to direct his spiritual energy to his nose, ears, tongue, and other body parts ended in failure. They simply didn't catch on and treated the rest of his body like air. Only his eyes reacted differently, but the exact reason why eluded him. His vision had never been anything special. With no other choice, VS experimented with injecting his eyes with his mental energy, alternating between each of them one at a time in case anything went wrong. He learned much from his attempts. While his entire vision from his enhanced eye became a little woozy, he became capable of seeing things that organic and electronic eyes could never see. He saw hints of lights within the minds of other people, though they resembled tiny, formless gray flames the size of a fingertip. If he wasn't watching closely for them, he would have never caught their presence. Some people possessed larger flames. All of the Mech officers as well as the Mech designers such as Keddy's burned a little brighter, but the difference was hardly dramatic. VS figured he'd only be able to see a larger difference when he met expert pilots or high-ranking Mech designers. One remarkable feature about his spiritual vision was that he could see the flames through flesh and blood as well as other solid objects. That meant within a certain range, he could detect any living people even through thick layers of bulkheads and hull structure. The other feature was that he was able to spot the entire forms of the invisible guests as they stalked behind the various officers. This clued him in that their particular brand of invisibility was likely based on spirituality rather than technology. He even suspected that his spiritual vision might not even work against conventional stealth technology at all if they weren't hiding any humans. This meant that bots covered in stealth plating would still be able to creep up to him despite his enhanced vision. The final useful feature about his vision was that it exposed the aura present on each mech. For most mechs down in the mech stables and workshop assembly bays, their auras didn't look very impressive. The blending of many different impressions and emotions caused them to take on a muddy quality that basically confirmed what he already perceived with his sixth sense. Only the mechs whose designs VS had personally worked on a little more appeared more coherent, but his imprint wore out over time as clumsy mech technicians polluted the spiritual identity of the mechs with their distracted thoughts. In short, the main benefit to his spiritual vision ability was to act as a radar against living entities. No matter what kind of stealth they used or how many layers of materials they put between VS and themselves, he could easily spot them if he looked out for their presence. That shouldn't be the end of it, though. VS suspected that there might be more applications to his spiritual vision that he hadn't figured out yet, especially with regards to mechs. It was vastly more interesting for him to leverage his alternate vision on mechs than on other human beings. That's something to consider for later. Right now, I'm almost done with my research. He grinned as he turned his attention to his terminal. His studies had borne fruit, and within a single month, he managed to digest enough of an understanding in the field of energy storage that he already made some strides towards designing an ultra-compact battery. Shaped like a fat medallion-like cylinder, it possessed the same dimensions as a slice of banana. In truth, an overwhelming portion of its structure consisted of compressed alloy. The actual energy storage parts took up a minute amount of space because they already featured an insane amount of energy density. If VS made them any larger, then he wouldn't be able to spend his 1 billion credits worth of rare exotics to fabricate 3 whole copies of the ultra-compact batteries. These material limitations prevented him from designing anything larger. Still, getting this much energy out of a battery that I can carry in my hand is more than enough to satisfy my needs. Besides, it's not as if all the shielding materials serve no purpose. Without it, it takes only one hard bump for all of it to discharge. Even if his design only produced the most rudimentary ultra-compact battery possible, it contained as much if not more energy than an entire full-sized energy cell for Mechs. If anything went wrong, all of that energy might erupt, causing more damage than a mech-sized laser cannon blast. Therefore, it was safe to say the structure of an ultra-compact battery actually consisted of a vault which attempted to contain an extremely dangerous concentration of energy. Carrying them around was like carrying nuclear reactors in his pockets. The only difference was that the latter posed less risk to his life. However, even if he called them rudimentary, his batteries differed from any other ultra-compact batteries in one important aspect. They were rechargeable. I'm not going to get stuck with a wonderful gadget but with no way to recharge them like with my shield generator. Even if single-use batteries have a lot more capacity than rechargeable ones, it's not worth it in the long run. The finite amount of power for his old shield generator that he left behind always caused him to sleep uneasy. He understood that most high-tech devices distributed in the Komodo Star sector utilized single-use ultra-compact batteries. This forced the users to come back to the sellers to purchase a replacement battery, earning the profiteers a lot more money than if they sold one that could be renewed for hundreds of times. The advantage of mastering this advanced knowledge was that VS could choose to work with single-use or rechargeable batteries himself. While the latter was a lot more expensive to produce than the former, VS considered the expense to be well worth the effort. The only problem with his primitive version of the ultra-compact batteries could only be recharged for a limited amount of times before the exotic materials degraded and broke apart. He couldn't do anything about this phenomenon besides increasing his understanding of the underlying technology further and utilizing much higher quality exotics for his next attempts. Well, they can endure around 20 whole recharge cycles, so it's not like I've wasted the money. Let's see what devices I can power with these batteries. VS pulled up the designs of his revised gadgets at the sides. He redesigned his stealth detector and signal jammer into souped-up versions capable of running on at least 100 times of power than before. This came at the cost of expending a small but expensive amount of exotics that VS had to borrow from the shield of Hispania's material reserves. Stealing from his own employers aside, the increased capabilities enabled him to enhance the two devices with several high-powered functions that would have drained a normal battery within seconds. With the help of these two devices, VS gained some confidence in dealing with the uninvited guests when the time came for him to make his move. Chapter 711 Pirate's Honor. During his frequent study sessions, VS noted something remarkable when he intermittently activated his spiritual vision. Whenever he perused the headache-inducing research papers, his invisible eavesdropper always flinched and stepped away from VS. Acolyte Villies proved to be incapable of tolerating the mental contamination that came with reading the highly abstruse texts. The behavior his spy exhibited confirmed his guess that Acolyte Villies indeed possessed a technical background, and not at a low level at all. She needed to be at least a proper engineer or mech designer to be able to understand some of the profoundness in his reading material. However, even if she possessed as much knowledge as an experienced novice or an average apprentice, she had no way of matching his unique set of advantages. His high mental attributes accelerated his learning speed to inhuman levels. His intelligence score of 2.1 alone improved his memorization and mental calculation abilities to the point where the functioning of some of his brains resembled a computer. Some old lady from a freaky cult in the frontier shouldn't be able to match his learning prowess. If she somehow possessed the capabilities to do so, then she wouldn't be sent out as a spy, but would instead work directly alongside the soulless priest. Finding out this weakness of her gave VS a lot more confidence in his plan to deal with her. Any designs, devices, and notes that incorporated high-level knowledge became practically inaccessible to the uninvited guest. He felt at ease when he worked on the designs of his new gadgets, and the battery that powered it all. He even began to work out a third gadget that could make use of the abundance of power. The plans for his third gadget only remained sketches so far, and VS doubted whether he had enough time to finish it before the critical moment arrived. Still, this observation gave him hope of stopping whatever intentions the saboteurs from the Church of Hotamak had in mind. Their presence among the fleet could have been benign, but if there was one lesson that VS learned from the frontier, it was to expect the worst from strangers. He looked up from his designs. "Keddies?" "Yes, teacher?" she asked in an exasperated tone while looking up from her latest homework assignment. The woman came far in shoring up her fabrication skills. After VS became satisfied that she picked up enough habits to avoid becoming a disaster in a mech workshop, he switched her learning focus to passing on the proper principles of a mech designer. It was fine if she wanted to stick her thumb at the MTA, but she at least needed to know what she opposed, and why it would be a good idea in her case to stick to them or discard them. This was why he foisted her with a bunch of textbooks about the MTA, its history, its basic principles, and what they offered to society. Unfortunately, she hated reading through her assigned reading list. VS only managed to force her to read through the literature after resorting to mild coercion. In any case, VS still had a question that needed answering. "Tell me about the friend structure of Lydia's sword maidens. How does it work exactly? I take it that your gang's relationship with the Omen of Misfortune is close enough to come to each other's aid when one of you needs help, but what about other forces like the Church of Hotamak?" "Why do you ask?" she asked while looking at him with a confused expression. The question came out of the blue. "Just answer it. I'd like to know who we can trust and who we can't if our combined fleet ever gets separated." "Oh, we have lots of friends, but some of them will only help out reluctantly while others won't hesitate to bring their entire fleet to come to our aid. Mind you, most of the times help comes too late if you are already caught in a battle, but most of the time you call upon as many friends as you can while you're being chased by a hostile force. Once you rendezvous at a particular star system, you can usually scare away your pursuers when you gather up an entire bunch of friends." "So it rarely comes down to an actual fight?" "Yup. That's what our friend network is actually for. It would have been too costly if every demand for help is followed by a costly battle. It's much less risky to just put up a scary front by outnumbering your enemies by at least 3-1. And if they're stupid enough to pick a fight while outnumbered, well, all of us will get away with a lot of slaves and salvage." "So how do you determine which friends will answer your call or not? I've already mentioned the Omen of Misfortune and the Church of Hotamak as examples. How would they respond?" Keddies pushed her finger against her lips. "I'm not sure about the Omen of Misfortune, but they owe us big from last time. They're bound by honor to come to our help when we ask." "Does honor even exist in the frontier?" "Sure," Keddies firmly asserted, though she noticed his skepticism. Pirates weren't known to possess integrity. "It's complicated. Pirates' honor exists, but they apply to very special cases. If we didn't have a code among ourselves, then independent pirates wouldn't be able to exist in the first place. Still, we only make friends with the one we can trust. Those Hotamak worshippers, for example. I don't know anyone who trusts them. They're wealthy, though, and they offer a valuable service to anyone that pays, so they trade a lot but mostly stay out of fights." VS nodded in understanding. "So the main way they interact with other pirates is through transactions. Do they have any allies at all?" They don't as far as we know. If they suddenly went broke and their anti-Sandman blessing stops working, their escorts would abandon them in a heartbeat. They're far too creepy to make any real friends. This only underscored their possible threat to the flagrant sword maidens. The problem was that VS couldn't figure out a way to eliminate them completely from their entire fleet. Part of what made them so threatening was that their unique means of stealth left them completely hidden from everyone's perception. VS didn't have any other means of exposing them except for resorting to his spiritual vision. At most, he'd be able to eliminate the parasites aboard the Shield of Hispania, but where did that leave them with the rest of the combined fleet? He knew for certain that there was a bunch of hidden acolytes aboard the Jaded Sword, the flagship of the Sword Maidens, and possibly many other ships as well. If worse came to worst, VS would only have the opportunity to save himself, and possibly the Shield of Hispania if he acted quickly enough. If the other hidden acolytes had orders to be ruthless, then they could possibly massacre the entire crew of the ship they were hiding aboard. The fear of this possibility constantly weighed on his mind, especially once the acolytes found out what kind of treasures they could delve from the wreck of the Starlight Megalodon. Instead of fretting over the issue, VS channeled his fear into accelerating his work and studies. Fear was a powerful motivator in the right circumstances, but it took a formidable will and an intense amount of discipline in order to harness it without getting overwhelmed. The last thing VS could afford was to lose control. Therefore, he diligently studied and performed his duties until he rushed through the design of his future gadgets. At this stage, his design had reached a point where further improvements required diving into far more complicated theories that simply wasn't worth his time at this time. He faced the perennial problem of diminishing returns where achieving his next goal was more trouble than it was worth. If he wanted to increase the maximum capacity of his batteries by a single %, he'd have to pour in thousands of hours in studying extremely dizzying research papers that only genuine experts in the field. These designs are as good as they can get. That meant he was ready to fabricate them and piece them together. A thrill of excitement ran through his spine at the thought of realizing these ambitious designs. The amount of tech poured into the ultra-compact batteries and the accompanying signal jammer and stealth detector, as well as the use of expensive exotics, made them worth at least several billions of credits. I can earn a fortune in money just by selling them on the black market. It's even better if I can find a reliable supplier of selenium, beta-otracin, and flesh's tears. Despite the awesome money-making potential in selling his batteries, VS did not even think of setting up a clandestine production operation. Not only would it distract him from his main occupation of designing mechs, it also put him at an incredibly amount of risk. All of those powerful suppliers of single-use ultra-compact batteries won't be happy if I crash into their exclusive market. With the amount of money they're earning from their current trade activities, they can easily stomp me out regardless of how careful I act. VS already learned a bit on how the black market operated. The suppliers mostly consisted of cartels and other powerful organizations that didn't hesitate to kill in order to preserve their market share. It was best for him to avoid rocking the boat. Besides, he should already be glad of his gains. He became completely independent from those suppliers. And because he mastered the underlying theories and some of the well-supported beliefs instead of a single ready-made blueprint, VS possessed the capability to design many different kinds of batteries that excelled in different applications. As long as VS gained enough exotics, he could even fabricate a monstrous energy cell that could power a mech for weeks or months by itself. Such mechs are probably prevalent in the galactic heartland, but extremely rare in the galactic rim. That also made it troublesome for him to actually produce such an energy cell. Not only would he have to spend hundreds of billions of credits to pay for all of the raw materials, the finished product simply attracted too much attention to be used on the field. All of these burdens and caveats restricted him from employing his unique and extremely valuable gains for commercial ends. It also explained why senior and master mech designers such as the Skull Architect might have access to this knowledge but didn't actually do anything public with them. They faced too much pressure and too many restrictions to commercialize this kind of knowledge. Still, just because they can't apply their knowledge to their sellable products doesn't mean they can't use it for themselves. I bet the Skull Architect is armed to the teeth with high-powered weapons and gadgets he crafted for his own ends. Bursting with enthusiasm, VS invited Keddies to go accompany him down to the workshop deck. The Sword Maiden mech designer followed him with a confused expression. What kind of torturous assignment did VS cook up for her this time? Once they reached a private workshop enclosure that VS had cleared in the schedule before, he explained his intentions to Keddies. Today I'm not expecting you to do anything. You've seen me puzzling over a couple of extremely advanced gadget designs, right? Yeah. What are you trying to make, teacher? I took a long look at them and don't understand anything at all no matter how much I stare. VS found that to be interesting. As a novice mech designer who barely reached the threshold to call herself that, her knowledge base was far too shallow to touch upon the tech he worked on. She was no different from a cavewoman staring at a blueprint of a trebuchet. The technological gap was so wide that she wasn't at risk of suffering from mental contamination. Sometimes stupidity is a blessing. What did you say? Her eyes grew heated and her nostrils fumed. Say that to my face if you dare. Chapter 7:12 New Gadge. After belatedly calming down his student after uttering his faux pas, VS proceeded to prepare for one of the most advanced fabrication sessions he had ever started in his life. The difficulty surrounding this fabrication run exceeded the time where he initially fabricated the first production copies of the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. It exceeded the frantic, time-constrained rush jobs of putting together functional competition mechs within a matter of hours or days. If VS had to quantify the difference, then he'd estimate the difficulty of fabricating his new gadgets at 6 times the difficulty of fabricating his first Crystal Lord. It sounded ridiculous to say that a full-scale mech was much easier to make than a couple of tiny electronic doodads, but the scale made a big difference. VS trained a lot with handling big machinery and huge components that weighed several tons. He hadn't trained as much with piecing together fine, minuscule components that all needed to be assembled into place with razor-thin precision. He recently forced Keddies to become accustomed with working with small-scale machinery by hand to make up for her shortfall, but VS suffered from the same problem. Of course, Keddies only needed to craft together some cheap miniature mechs with no practical value. VS, on the other hand, planned to create batteries and gadgets with an estimated market value of at least several billion bright credits. He could still botch the fabrication of his improved high-powered gadgets because he could always raid the shield of Hispaina's inventory for replacement materials. Even if he failed 10 times in a row, all he would suffer was another rebuke from Major Verl or Lieutenant Commander Soapstone. As for the ultra-compact batteries, VS killed his way out of the Mancroft Independent Harbor to secure up to 1 billion credits worth of exotics to secure the 3 key materials. Once he processed them, they became virtually impossible to recover without advanced lab equipment. It was a good thing he obtained enough batches of materials to leave him with an extra opportunity. He had 3 tries to fabricate an ultra-compact battery. At a minimum, he needed to succeed at least 2 times, but his future plans would go a lot smoother if he had a spare. Keddies. Yes, teacher? What I'm about to craft is some of the most advanced piece of tech in the entire combined fleet. I don't think there is anything on our vessels, including the FTL drives, that matches the complexity of what I'm about to make. The only exception to this rule is the Parallax Star, the custom Lancer mech of our useless expert pilot. So that's why I can't understand those design schematics. Keddies muttered while looking at VS like he was a god. Is it all right for me to stay here? I'm not disturbing you, am I? That's not the case. In fact, it's the opposite. I trust you to watch my back. And he meant that, literally. I'd like to you unsheath your sword and be ready to chop up any intruders. What I'm about to make is so delicate that I can't afford to be distracted by any disturbance. I want you to be the person who ensures I can work uninterrupted for hours on end. How long do I have to stand guard? Not too long, kiddies. 12 hours, maybe. Sounds doable. I've been through worse training exercises. She did as instructed. With both of her hands resting on her great sword, she looked ready to snap to her feet and attack anything that intruded upon them. Nobody should enter. VS already reserved the entire enclosure and warned Chief Hain to not let anybody pass through the solid barriers that VS ordered the mech technicians to erect. The fabrication job he was about to run was so sensitive and critical that VS not only reserved the best 3D printer on the shield of Hispania, he also fabricated a custom set of precision gear. The standard issue precision tools that Kedis used to put together her miniatures failed to satisfy him. They left too much room for error, and their vaunted precision only counted for so much. That was why he pulled the blueprints from the ship's database and spent some time in the workshop to fabricate them one by one, making sure that each of them were perfect. That he went through all of this effort just to prepare for the main fabrication run illustrated the immense challenge of what he intended to create. He also timed the occasion right. The fleet had recently transitioned into FTL and several hours passed by without incident. If everything went as planned, it took at least 2 days to reach the destination star system. Practically the only measure that VS hadn't utilized was to make full use of his spirituality. He thought about it, but lacked the confidence to employ it correctly on a tiny gadget as opposed to a full-sized mech. The X factor worked by enhancing some kind of intangible quality of mechs whenever a mech pilot interfaced with them. Without this man-machine connection, what was the point of the X factor? Therefore, VS did not think it would be appropriate to instill an image in his gadgets. At best, it did nothing substantial, but at worst it screwed up its workings in unpredictable ways. He should have experimented with such outcomes beforehand, but he lacked the time to do so. Still, while he considering employing his spirituality in an active way to be too risky, there shouldn't be too many risks if he employed them passively. Merely affixing a faint notion of reliability or some other attribute that reinforced their workings might have a tiny influence in their effectiveness. VS presumed that this might be the way to go with employing his spirituality on non-mech machines, but he needed to experiment with it later to be sure. I've already pushed so many priorities to later, so adding one more item on my to-do list won't hurt. The more he saw the galaxy, the more he saw that mech designers needed protection. Besides hiring bodyguards, their best means of protecting themselves was to leverage their considerable engineering abilities to design and fabricate their own personal gear. Why enter a gun store to purchase a shiny new weapon when mech designers possessed more than enough skills to make their own? Why hire armorers to fashion custom sets of armor when mech designers could easily fabricate a suit of armor themselves? Certainly, a mech designer wouldn't be able to match genuine gunsmiths and armorers in their degree of specialization and mastery in the craft. If a mech designer wanted the best, they hired an expert. Yet if they wanted something they could entrust their lives to, they crafted it themselves. There was enough overlap between their professions that mech designers only needed to study some supplementary textbooks in order to become adequate enough in fashioning personal equipment for themselves and their closest confidants. Do you really think anyone will be stupid enough to interrupt you? Kedis suddenly asked. Back at the Jaded Sword, no one messes with Myra when she's closing up to complete a sensitive project. It's just a precaution. He waved his hand in a casual manner, belying the amount of care he truly put on this issue. After seeing how stupid pirates can be at Mancroft, I don't dare to underestimate anyone's lack of common sense. Even if my fellow vandals are better than that, in a project like this it's prudent to pull out all the stops. What he couldn't mention to Kedis was that he did not employ her to guard against his fellow vandals. Chief Haynes should have been smart enough to prevent anyone from coming close, let alone intrude in his workplace. VS suppressed the impulse to glance at his back. In truth, he wanted to guard against the entity stalking behind his back. According to his other senses, VS vaguely estimated that Acolyte Villies had already taken a few steps back. Since VS was about to embark on realizing his gadget designs, it was too dangerous for her to observe his work directly. She possessed just enough knowledge to understand the profoundness hidden within. He grinned. Stand closer to me. You can follow my actions more closely then. Just don't get in my way if I move. Once everything fell into place exactly the way he wanted it, VS began his fabrication run. Because he intended to fashion a series of small, handheld devices and parts, he still needed to become accustomed to working at this scale. Rather than start with the batteries which he really couldn't afford to mess up, he instead began to fashion his revised versions of his stealth detector and the signal jammer. The stealth detector came first. VS derived the tech for this device from the central database some time ago, and since then he spent a few hours brushing up on the literature and blueprints. In simple terms, the device transmitted a bunch of unusual waves and vibrations and hoped at least one of them echoed back, preferably something invisible. Regular stealth tech countered many different detection methods, but it was impossible for it to counteract every possible method. Therefore, what VS had built was just a fancy radar-like device. Most of the complexity involving the stealth detector came from the delicate sensor arrays that needed lots of shielding and the sheer amount of power running through its circuits. Besides that, the design really wasn't complicated at all. VS worked quickly. Within 2 hours, he worked briskly and with confidence. It didn't take too much time to piece the device together because it was small and made out of very few parts. The biggest issue he encountered was that he still needed to become accustomed to his new tools. Complete! The device hardly different from his old stealth detector. He deliberately kept its cheap, makeshift appearance the same in order to camouflage its actual worth. VS took out his old stealth detector and placed it side by side to his new one. They look exactly the same. Kedis pointed out the obvious. That's only their outward appearance. Their insides are completely different. He took out the standard issue battery from his old gadget and placed it into his new one. VS still stuck to the same socket standard so that VS could make use of both his ultra-compact batteries or his regular batteries if needed. Once he slotted in the battery, he turned on the device. The stealth detector booted up normally and its internal diagnostics found very few issues that he needed to take note of. It worked. After carefully checking over its performance, VS shut it off and returned the standard battery back to his old device. He placed them aside and began to work on his next gadget. Fabricating the signal jammer turned out to be a lot more complicated than his previous gadget. He outright failed in fabricating some of the most delicate parts. Even then, he also botched the assembly a few times, breaking a couple of critical parts. Fortunately, VS brought some spare materials along, so he fabricated some new parts to make up for his failures. He'd rather fail now than later when he finally tackled the ultra-compact batteries. Besides these potentially devastating snags, the signal jammer came out fairly well at the end. Though its quality hadn't exactly met his standards, once he activated it and ran through some tests, he became satisfied that every function at least performed somewhat according to his expectations. The important point was that the gadget came out in working condition and that he made a fair number of mistakes that he definitely wouldn't be repeating for his next and most important job. He took an hour-long break to regain his energy and his spirits. He spent the time productively by explaining some of the methods he made use of today. Once an hour had passed, VS retrieved a secure alloy cube. Contained within were his 3 key materials. All this time, he never once touched its contents, afraid that he would ruin them somehow. No longer. This was the time he put 1 billion credits worth of exotics to good use. Watch closely, kiddies. I'm going to show you how to create a tiny component that's worth as much as a dozen mechs. Chapter 713 Godly Batteries. The jump in difficulty from fabricating a couple of gadgets to fabricating a handful of batteries was immense. These weren't regular batteries, but ones that stuffed an incredible amount of energy in a package around the size of a couple of K-coins. VS respected the intricacy of the tech. He only gained a rudimentary mastery from a fragmentary collection of research papers. He suspected that the skull architect who provided them to him likely never expected him to come so far after only a single month of intensive studying. Everything the senior handed over to VS consisted of a treasure hiding behind a trap. It must have been some sick game to the skull architect to witness greedy mech designers become ruined after they sought to master knowledge beyond their ken. However, once VS succeeded in avoiding the many pitfalls hidden within the gifts, the merits became evident. His gains in the field related to ultra-compact batteries and energy storage enabled him to design the most suitable battery of this nature that fit his exact circumstances. Taking into account his relative lack of experience with working with this tech, he designed the battery with as much room for error as possible. Even if a single part went a little askew, it wouldn't ruin the entire component and send over 300 million credits worth of exotics out of the airlock. Naturally, the increased tolerances came at a hefty cost. Its maximum capacity received a severe hit. This in turn lessened its overall longevity as the battery ran out faster, forcing VS to recharge it more often. VS willingly accepted this trade-off. He would rather increase his chance of succeeding with an inferior product than risk ending up with an expensive pile of scrap in a race for perfection. Right now, he did not qualify for perfection. Getting them barely to work was the best he could hope for. In fact, if he wasn't in such a hurry, he would have wanted to spend an entire year before embarking on this project. Too bad time was one of a mech designer's scarcest resources. There was always work to be done, but so little time to complete any. Fortunately, VS already became accustomed to compromising on his standards and principles. Putting together an abomination of an ultra-compact battery that barely deserved to be called as such offended his sensibilities but met his needs. If VS had to choose between pride and necessity, he'd always go for the latter. His circumstances were far from ideal, yet what other choice did he have than to play with the cards he'd been dealt? Powering his gadgets with anemic standard-issue batteries was as effective as stabbing someone with a fork. If he really wanted to kill someone, he needed to create the right tools and forge something like Ketty's great sword. A supercharged stealth detector enabled him to overpower weaker applications of stealth or enhance its effective detection range by up to 100 meters. A supercharged signal jammer would be able to block nearly anything except quantum entanglement nodes within a similar effective range. And if VS succeeded in producing a spare battery, then he already had a very nasty gadget in mind to make use of its considerable power. Let's begin. After crafting together 2 gadgets in a row, he recalibrated his precision gear, both to offset anything that went out of alignment, and to correct a faulty setting that he hadn't noticed beforehand until he made use of it. 30 minutes later, he began to work. The actual energy storage components were so tiny that they could easily rest on top of his fingernail. Even then, the actual subcomponents that held all of that energy was even smaller. However, because it was so small, it needed to be reproduced in a near-perfect condition. Any single error might very well result into a catastrophic discharge that would unleash so much energy that it could easily fry him to a crisp, armor or not. Therefore, The housing basically consisted of various safeguards that mitigated all the potential risks that such a disaster might occur. Many batteries and energy cells adopted similar structures due to the amount of energy they carried. In order to warm himself up and to verify whether he calibrated his tools correctly, he fabricated and partially assembled the housing first. All of his progress so far enabled him to pick up a few more tiny faults that he subsequently corrected midway. It didn't take too much time to finish the housing. He set the semi-assembled shell aside and began to work on the most critical portion of this job. Here goes. VS started with a couple of 100 grams of selenium. This was the main ingredient of the chemical substance that stored all of the electrical energy. He treated the selenium and blended it with precisely weighed samples of junk exotics and mundane elements, taking care to verify he performed each step correctly. He ended up with something the size of his fingernail that could potentially store as much energy to power a mech for a minute or more. However, in this state, if VS started to charge it with electrical energy, it would instantly become volatile and blow up in his face, potentially melting everything in a radius of a couple of meters. I'm only a third of the way done. This was where beta-ultrason came in. Beta-ultrason saw frequent use in all kinds of components that depended on large amounts of energy because it exhibited the rare and vital property of reducing its volatility. In the right circumstances, it could even tame a lightning bolt and turn it into a static entity. VS blended in the beta-ultrason into his product, which reduced its restlessness when charged. An added benefit to introducing the beta-ultrason was that it also reduced the scope of a catastrophic discharge if something went wrong. However, rather than stabilizing the chemical substance, it grew increasingly more agitated. That was because selenium and beta-ultrason did not get along with each other. VS had a limited window of opportunity to apply a stabilizing agent that forced these two incompatible exotics to accept each other's presence, or at least pretend they didn't exist. Flesh is tears. This exotic easy turned into a liquid form when treated, which VS subsequently added to the agitated substance. Instantly, the mixture ceased to stir around, becoming an ocean of calm where the three different key materials all got along with each other like three unfamiliar roommates sharing a single apartment. As VS carefully studied the finished substance under a powerful scanner, he observed that the roommates didn't entirely get along with each other, but they hadn't resorted to violence at least. Barely successful. I made a mistake in the design. The proportions are slightly off. He made a mistake, but not a major one. He already took note of it, and figured out he needed to apply a little less selenium next time in order to increase the overall stability of the end product. But first, he finished what he started. He housed the substance along with a number of other important subcomponents into a multi-layer housing tough enough to withstand a small number of rifle rounds. The battery was so dense that it could easily cave in someone's skull when thrown. A sense of accomplishment ran through his body once he realized he actually completed a battery that others would kill to obtain. The magnitude of this success couldn't be overstated. Just this invention alone propelled him over the heads of nearly every apprentice and journeyman mech designers in existence. Is that it? Kedis asked once she noticed that VS started to relax while staring at his finished product. That's the fancy battery you've been obsessing over ever since we left Mancroft? Yup. Don't underestimate this little puck. If I slot it into a laser pistol, I can shoot all day with it as long as it doesn't overheat. This is the real deal. If they weren't so expensive to make, I'd incorporate them in every mech I sell. You haven't tried it, right? Let's see if it works. I was just about to do that. Testing the battery took some time. First, he needed to charge it. VS hooked it up with a power source but charged it extremely slowly, monitoring the telemetry every second of the way. He slowly cranked up the charging rate, but never dared to surpass a certain rate. The longevity of the battery suffered if too much power transferred back and forth. When VS slotted the minutely charged battery into a testing device, he stepped far away and proceeded to see whether the battery discharged its energy at a controlled rate. The testing device set off a number of lights. It works! The battery behaved as he intended to. No significant problems popped up during its operation, and while that didn't mean that it was completely safe, VS settled for the results. Further testing would likely prove redundant while taking up too much time that he still needed to spend on his other side project. Since I'm on a roll, I'd better finish the other 2 batteries. The first time was always the most difficult attempt. That he succeeded on the first try should be a good sign for his subsequent success. Still, he almost botched the job on his second try. As soon as VS added the beta-utracin to the selenium-based substance, the entire mixture started to shake and bubble like a witch's brew gone berserk. VS hastily recovered by dumping in the flesh's tears after he hastily processed it, which barely managed to rescue over 300 million credits worth of exotics. Damn, what went wrong this time? He waved around his multi-scanner in every direction and employed the larger scanner as well. The answer turned out to be a phenomenon that he had never foreseen. For some reason, the entire vicinity came under influence to some kind of energy field that had built up during the course of his first attempt at crafting the battery. The reaction that resulted from putting selenium and beta-utracin together evidently generated strange forms of energy that lingered in the surrounding air. The energy field of remnant energies might not have affected his first try, but it definitely exacerbated the agitation that resulted from his second attempt. VS fumbled around a bit to get rid of the remnant energy field. He finally found a solution by waving a plain rod of metal back and forth. It somehow sucked up the unidentified energy in the air and turned his workspace back to normal. After chucking the rod into a chute that brought it to a junk pile, he resumed the assembly of his second battery and completed it without further incident. Several hours later, he completed his third battery in its best state yet. He repeated none of the mistakes he made in the previous attempts, and nothing unforeseen popped up this time. After using up his entire stock of selenium, beta-utracin, and flesh's tears, he finally succeeded in achieving his greatest goal: completing 3 completely functional ultra-compact batteries. Wow! Kedis admired the batteries from a distance. She didn't dare touch the objects, or get close to them in fear of ruining them for some reason. From the way you fussed over this project all this time, I would have expected you to fail at least once. He chuckled a bit. Looking back on his behavior, he certainly went overboard in terms of his preparations. You can never be too careful when you are working with components that have the potential to carve out a hole in the hull of our ship. Besides, I really don't want to waste my hard-earned cash. Putting together the batteries demanded the utmost of his concentration and skill. However, because it was so small and simple, VS only needed to focus on successfully completing a small number of critical steps. If VS attempted to craft something more complex like an expert mech, then he might have to accomplish a perfect result for over 1,000 steps. Even he wouldn't be able to accomplish a perfect track record in such conditions. Well, this should be the end of it, he sighed, feeling incredibly drained now that he relaxed his mind. Let's pack everything up and get something to eat. I hope you haven't been staring for nothing, because I'm going to quiz you on some of the methods I've demonstrated. No! Chapter 7:14 Why Does It Matter? In the preceding day, VS carefully tested out his supercharged stealth detector and signal jammer. Well, he merely tried them out in combination with his new ultra-compact batteries. Because he couldn't flood the ship with potentially damaging energy fields, VS merely the output of his supercharged gadgets to a fraction of their potential. For the stealth detector, VS didn't have any working samples of stealth tech available to test its functioning. However, The readings all looked promising. The high-quality materials that VS had utilized in its second iteration ensured the entire device didn't blow up when subjected to so much power. One outcome that VS had predicted despite his hopes was that the stealth detector didn't work at all on his uninvited guests. He started testing the stealth detector well outside its effective range, but slowly moved within its area of effect, ostensibly to confirm that it posed no threat to human bodies. But what he really wanted to do was to drag in his persistent stalker. No dice. The invisible and perhaps intangible form of Acolyte Villies proved that his stealth detector didn't do squat against the Church of Hotamac's form of stealth. Interestingly enough, when VS activated his spiritual vision, he observed nothing visible emanating from his device. It didn't possess the capacity to affect anything on a spiritual level. He needed to correct this deficiency in the future, though he had no clue where he could obtain the relevant knowledge to achieve such an exotic effect. Testing out his signal jammer proved the same. It interfered with the working of every kind of sensor or transmission device in range, exactly like the device that Calabast once used on Harkinson I. VS predicted that this newly created gadget might even save his life if the current mission went awry. There was no better way to escape a hunt than to block every form of electronic observation in his vicinity. People tended to trust in their machines more than their own eyes when hunting for distant targets. This meant that as long as VS ran far enough away, he'd be safe from pursuit. In fact, these effects are remarkably similar to something that I used to own and make use of quite frequently. He recalled the times when he activated his system-bought privacy shield and stealth augment. It cost him a significant amount of DP to obtain the most preliminary versions of these functions, but they worked like a charm. While the system-bought upgrades to his personal comm worked best, VS enjoyed crafting his own versions that copied some of their functions. VS realized that this might be a better strategy going forward. Instead of purchasing expensive but powerful functions at rip-off prices from the system, he could instead spend his DP on purchasing the requisite skills that were necessary to design and reproduce the functions on his own. TCH. I'd be ideal if I can make that work, but my mind is not an endless repository for knowledge. VS couldn't endlessly accumulate knowledge without end. Spreading himself too broadly into too many unrelated fields would strain his design philosophy and generally muddle up his cognitive functioning. Besides the polymath and her protégés who somehow made it work, no other mech designer dared to accumulate an endless amount of knowledge. In any case, now that he finished upgrading some of his gear, he felt a lot more secure against any surprises that might pop up one day. As he strapped his deceptively simple-looking gadgets to his tool belt, he glanced at the Mark I versions of his toys. He may not have a use for them anymore, but he might as well cheer up someone else. He shoved them towards Keddies. You can have these. Really? Yep. Just don't break them or throw them around. They're more fragile than you think. Keddies had been watched with jealous eyes as VS increased his personal capabilities. As a sore maiden, she cared a lot about increasing her personal prowess. VS must have been infected by her compulsion because he took over her habit wholesale. The sore maiden eagerly gasped the two gadgets and toyed with them as if she was a kitten. She quickly passed over the stealth detector, figuring that her chances of encountering something under stealth was low, and directed most of her attention to the signal jammer. Despite its short range, it proved to be effective at blocking many kinds of signals and sensors. Any woman yearned for moments of privacy in their lives. I finally get to block out all those nasty monitoring devices, she muttered with a grin. All right, we're finished here. Let's go back to the office. I've got another lesson in store for you. No! Now that he completed his first important side project, he directed his spare attention to his second side project, and arguably his most important. In his obsessive rush to design and fabricate his ultra-compact batteries, he left his original goal of figuring out stealth tech in the corner like a neglected child. VS felt a little guilty for being unable to treat this important project with the respect it deserved, but now should be different. Of course, he still needed to work away at the backlog of work that slowly piled up while he chased after his latest toys. Fortunately, he hadn't been too neglectful, so it didn't take too long for him to address the most pertinent issues. He also needed to spend some necessary time to shape his students' perspective. Under his direction in the last month, Kedis not only gained a new respect for hands-on work, she also became accustomed to a more productive work ethic, though the latter was mostly due to his hounding and threats of handing her over to Chief Hain more than anything else. After she familiarized herself with the principles of an orthodox mech designer, VS considered his work to be half done. He instilled her with the bare essentials of everything she needed to know as a mech designer besides actual science and engineering knowledge. She could always increase her knowledge in her own time, but immersing her with some of the institutional customs of a classically educated mech designer was impossible by herself. VS did her a huge favor that increased her overall qualities as a mech designer by a huge leap compared to other pirate designers native to the frontier. However, subjecting her to an abundance of dry information left some gaps in her imagination. VS tried his best to shore up her shortcomings that she missed due to being homeschooled, but she experienced a lot of difficulty in understanding the context of what she gained. "Why does all of this matter?" she burst out one day. "All of this dry reading makes me want to pull out my horns. Why does all of this stupid stuff matter when I'm never going to settle down in civilized space? Who cares about what the MTA wants? And what does it mean when I have to find my own way? This is too confusing." VS turned to Kedis while crossing his arms. "Some of the reading material I gave you is a bit boring, but they are laying the foundation for you to formulate your own design philosophy and thereby define a goal for yourself to pursue for the rest of your life. You bandy about that phrase a lot. Design philosophy. Design philosophy. Design philosophy. What does that even mean? Why are you so obsessed with it? Myra only mentioned it once or twice while I studied under her, but she never hit me over the head with those words. What do you think the word means? Don't worry about trying to sound sophisticated. Just say what your heart is telling you." That caused Kedis to pause. Her irritation melted away as she put serious thought on his question. Answering it wasn't easy because it encompassed many aspects. To a mech designer who hadn't even reached the threshold of formulating a design philosophy, they treated it as something alien. Eventually, she ventured out a guess. "A design philosophy is a dream, I guess? The way Myra and you talk about it is as if it's an ideal that you can never reach, but chase after it anyway. Is that about right?" "It's more than an unattainable dream," VS answered seriously. "A design philosophy is a dream we'd like to come true, but the difference is that some mech designers have achieved that goal. Why do you think master mech designers are so respected? They've been chasing after a dream that everyone else thinks is impossible to achieve, but they somehow made it possible through a combination of innovative research and a lot of hard work. What's the point of holding such a dream when a nobody like me doesn't have a chance of reaching that height?" "Never think like that," VS barked sharply. "I've seen so many mech designers who thought that way and simply gave up. Don't ever fall into the negative feedback loop where you lose confidence because your designs are disappointing, which makes you lose more confidence, which only further drags down your design work. Every mech designer has an opportunity to climb to fortune. You just have to keep working hard despite the obstacles in your way. I see a lot of potential in you, you know." "Really? You're not just yanking my chain, are you?" "I'm not the kind of person who's in the habit of lying." That was a big fat lie, but Kedis didn't need to know that. VS continued without blinking his eyes. Your learning ability is a lot better than half of my subordinates within the Vandal fleet. If you weren't splitting your attention all the time, you would have gone a lot farther, perhaps even matching my own prowess. Kedis had the grounds to be somewhat proud to herself. She succeeded under Myra's tutelage where many lesser sisters failed. Still, perhaps due to how easy she became a novice, she didn't quite appreciate the depth of her accomplishments. She took too many aspects about mech design for granted. Look, I'm glad you're telling me I'm awesome, but even my awesome self can't quite figure out the fuss about design philosophy. Then again, I never saw someone else's design philosophy except Myra's. What's your design philosophy anyway? VS guessed that she needed to hear an example, so he generously obliged. He made sure to keep the secret parts to himself, not just to protect against Kedis, but also against the uninvited guests that must be eavesdropping on them right behind his shoulder. My design philosophy is a little unusual, and it came about in unusual circumstances. You see, I'm pursuing a particular dream of mine, something that I'm fairly confident that no other mech designer shares in the entire galaxy. Even I know there's a lot of mech designers in the galaxy. Do you really think you're special? I know I am, because you want to know what I want to achieve? I want to bring Mech to life. The look Kedis threw at VS showed that her entire mind had crashed. For a second, she just couldn't process the absurdity she just heard from someone she looked up to. Did she just hear something stupid? VS chuckled. I expected a reaction like that. It sounds crazy, but I'm not grasping at straws here. It's a design philosophy that's dear to my heart because it's rooted in my still formulating beliefs on how reality works. This is why, despite sounding so outlandish, I'm confident that I can achieve my dreams someday. No wonder you have to become a master to fulfill your design philosophy, she muttered. You guys are absolutely bonkers. I don't deny that. Call us crazy if you want. The more important fact is that we're ambitious. Chasing after an impossibility centers us to a goal and guides our design ability in a direction that may ultimately lead to some of the most innovative mechs in mech history. Even if we fall short to our eventual goal, for most of us the journey is more important than the destination. It's not too bad if we fall short halfway because you'll at least be a journeyman or senior by the time you've reached the end of your career. She understood the underlying sentiment of what he tried to convey. I see. So the design philosophy keeps you preoccupied with improving yourself? Even if you've reached a dead end, you're a lot better off than if you don't have a goal in mind at all. A design philosophy is more than a goal. That is merely one of its functions. It also has a measurable influence on the mechs that you design. At the higher end of the mech industry, your design philosophy distinguishes your work from your rivals. Now that you've heard me describe my own design philosophy, if a bit briefly, you should be capable of formulating your own one. Why don't you make an attempt right now? Now? Chapter 7:15 for Family. I'm not ready yet, Kedis strenuously objected. I don't think that's true, he firmly pushed back. You reflexively shy away from such a momentous decision, but you can't keep putting it off forever. At some point, that will turn into an ingrained instinct that will permanently stall your ambitions in your career. If you have any desire to achieve something greater, then you have to keep moving forward. You're not getting any nearer to your destination if you don't start working your metaphorical feet. He concluded this after a lot of thought about the circumstances of other mech designers. The flood of so many mech designers in the industry forced a lot of them out of the market, but the defining factor whether someone bowed out early or survived at the end depended on willpower. Without the mental fortitude to work towards a goal, how would mech designers get anywhere? VS figured out that if he hadn't obtained the system, he would still be able to make his career lift off as long as he worked hard enough. Even if he went bankrupt after his first business venture failed, he could always study hard and try again with better designs and an improved business plan in mind. The main challenge in such a situation was trying to raise capital, but even that could be surmounted as long as he attracted someone stupid enough to invest in his business. Even if a mech designer's situation seemed hopeless, there was always a way out. Unfortunately, Kitty's hadn't learned this lesson yet, so VS had to guide her on the right track. "I feel like you're asking the impossible out of me," she pouted at him. "I thought I knew everything about mech design, but then I met you. Your standards are so ridiculously high that I bet that even master mech designers aren't so tough." "That's impossible," he laughed. "A genuine master will drive me up the wall just like how I'm supposedly driving you crazy. You haven't seen anything of how a true talent is brought up." She turned to another question that had been weighing on her mind for a while. "Why are you working so hard to reach such an impossible goal?" That was an important question, and one that made him pause. He understood that she didn't wish to hear an answer related to his aspirations about Mechs. Instead, the question was more about his personal motivations. What drove him to pursue an impossible dream? "I think it's largely for myself. I want to make my life better. I want my life to have meaning. Leaving behind a legacy that will transform the entire fabric of the mech industry is one of the greatest accomplishments I can ever achieve. If I can't achieve immortality, then I want the next best thing and be mentioned in every history book." "That sounds really selfish, you know." She frowned. "What about your family?" "The Larkin sons? I do care about them, but my extended family can take care of themselves. If there is anyone in my family that I want to help, it's my parents. Both of them. They're not in a good spot, especially my father. As for my mother, I don't know. In any case, I'm so weak and small right now that I can't even save my own father." This issue continued to weigh on him in the back of his mind because it took far too long to become strong enough to gain enough power to help his father. Even though he had become an apprentice mech designer who was at the cusp of advancing into journeyman, he was still being jerked around like a pawn by hidden players in a sprawling game that already killed millions of people. Taking stock at his progress so far, VS became despondent at the thought that he'd still be a powerless nobody in the eyes of the true movers and shakers of the Komodo Star sector. Even masters dreaded at the thought of fighting back against a behemoth like the Five Scrolls Compact. "It's that bad, huh?" Kedys asked, though she already knew the answer. "Hey, at least you still have decent parents to look forward to seeing again. Mine are total scumbags. Growing up in the settlements is not a good life for anyone. It's so backwards and dirty at the place where I grew up that I won't shed a tear if someone chucked a meteorite at it. The frontier is better off without that cesspool. As far as I'm concerned, the Sword Maidens are my family now." The two commiserated a bit about family. They both felt strongly about their missing or adopted relatives. Suddenly, Kedys adopted a mischievous grin and bumped him with her elbow. "Say, what about the missus? Do you have a girlfriend waiting back at home?" His cheeks would have flushed if she asked that question a couple of years ago, but his rough experiences in the last couple of years had matured him a bit. He knew just how to answer that question. "I don't have a girlfriend. I haven't met the right woman yet." "Not even me?" He laughed. "Don't think too highly of yourself. If nothing else, I respect the boundaries between a teacher and their students. I don't want to take advantage of my authority." "PFFF. Since when do pirates care about the rules? Live a little. Have some fun." "This is exactly why I forced you to familiarize yourself with the MTA's rules and principles. You can't just say no to every rule just because. Some of them are genuinely good ideas that you should think about adopting for yourself. Establishing a proper teacher-student relationship is one of them. Besides, I don't think we're compatible people." "Oh? I think we're getting along just fine," she said in a tone that VS couldn't place. She sidled a little closer against his body. "You know what they say in the dramas? Opposites attract. Who's to say that you need to be compatible to make a good couple? Look at us. We're made for each other. You're the brains while I can act as the muscle. That's a classic combination. His brows began to furrow. Kitty's took this joke a bit too far, and began to enter uncertain territory. He turned towards the clingy sword maiden and placed his hands around her, only to gently push her away. I'm flattered you say that about me, but you're still a bit young and you probably haven't hung around a lot of boys your age. They. Those pirate dweebs? She sneered. Their breaths stink and they're as smart as a piece of rock. What I wanted to say is that I guess I'm attracted to a different kind of woman. Oh? What's your type? I don't know. Gentle? Refined? He frowned. I'd love to be someone who can be composed. She has to be intelligent as well. It would help a lot if she's a mech designer. That way she can keep up with me. There's nothing better in my life if I can share my dreams with someone else. They don't have to adopt the same design philosophy as mine, but it helps if they can understand my difficulties and cheer me on. Oh, and she has to be pretty as well, but since any woman can change her looks these days, that doesn't need to be said. VS felt kind of stupid saying that last bit, but he didn't want Keddies to think he had a fetish for weird stuff. Luckily, she didn't focus on that part at all. Instead, her eyes grew a little cross when she took in his list of demands. So, if I understand this right, if I become a really good mech designer, like just as good as you, I'm your ideal type? He chuckled again. That's only one of my criteria. To be honest, I don't really know what to look for in a girlfriend. I guess I'm fine with whatever so long as they aren't completely illiterate. I'm not that good with women in the first place, and since advancing my career has already taken up my time, I never really have the time to chase after someone I like. Oh? Do you already have a girl in mind? The shadow of a single woman came to mind. She mesmerized him ever since he glanced at her at a distance at the start of his studies at Rittersberg. Meeting her again in Limar had been a pleasant surprise, though he always knew she was worthy enough to be selected by a master. VS yearned to meet someone like her again, but they lived very different lives right now. At this stage in their lives, their careers mattered more than their love lives. While VS recalled a woman from his past that he never quite figured out, Keddies watched his expression carefully. So you do have a girl in your dreams? You dog! He shook his head. We're so far apart that I don't think I'll ever have the opportunity to be in the same room as her. Besides her, no one else has intrigued me as much. And before you ask, I'm not interested in swinging the other way. They both laughed, and the strange tension in the air lifted away. Let's get back to the topic at hand, he said when they calmed down. We both have family we want to help. Neither of us can do anything in our current state. We're basically the mech industry's equivalent to cannon fodder. If I ever want to get my parents out of a fix, I need to become someone comparable to the Skull Architect before he got exiled to the frontier. As for you, if you want to pick up where Myra left off, you will have to find a way to advance to journeyman within the next 20 years. Why 20 years? That's way too fast. I don't think so. He shook his head. Many promising mech designers have advanced to journeyman within 20 years of graduating to become a novice. Myra actually looks like someone who managed to do so. If she can do it, so can you. But she studied under the Skull Architect. So what, Keddies? That doesn't stop you from seeking out another teacher. I'm helping you right now, and so long as you can find another senior to study under, there won't be any difference between you and your mentor. You have to believe in yourself. Trust me, I've seen a lot of pathetic mech designers who barely deserve the title, but you're not one of them. Myra believes in you. The Sword Maidens believe in you. I believe in you. That affected her more than VS had anticipated. She looked genuinely touched by his encouragement. I don't know what I can say. I never felt so confident about my mech design stuff. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am good at this stuff. After so many interactions, VS finally felt vindicated. He succeeded in getting through her thick skull. That's the spirit, he encouraged. It's okay to feel good for yourself. As a mech designer, you should be proud of yourself, but more importantly, realize that you are capable of reaching greater heights as long as you work towards them. If you need a reminder why you should work so hard, think back on your family. Your sisters are relying on you. 20 years. Set that as a goal. Try and advance to journeyman within 20 years. Most talented mech designers that have eventually gone on to become seniors and masters usually reach journeyman within the first 2 decades of their career. He set a bold goalpost for Kedis, but he figured that a naturally competitive woman like her would relish the challenge rather than shy away from it. If there was one good trait about the Soar Maidens, it was that they were naturally accustomed to swimming against the current. Their harsh training regimes instilled a rare sense of discipline that pirates often lacked. The problem with Kedis was that she needed to apply her discipline in a better way and set her priorities straight. Eventually, she emerged from her internal deliberation with a spark in her eyes. VS had been waiting for her passion to ignite. She grinned at him. You know what? I'm going to give that a try. If nothing else, becoming a journeyman in less than 2 decades will make me your girlfriend. He flicked her in the head. Some dreams are never meant to be fulfilled. Didn't you say the exact opposite earlier? Nothing is impossible. Chapter 716 Influence Game. All jokes aside, she at least appeared fired up. Having lit a fire in her mind, VS knew that he had just moved past the hardest part to guiding her on the right part. She cared about her family. She would do anything for the Sword Maidens, and hammering home the assertion that she'd be a lot more helpful to them as a journeyman rather than a novice should be enough to set her on the right path. As for her idle boast of becoming his girlfriend if she managed to advance to journeyman within 2 decades, VS simply treated it as nonsense. After fobbing her off by throwing another assignment at her, VS reflected on his progress with the excitable young woman. His trial to see if he made a good mech designer started to bear some promising results. Kedis finally started to shape up to become a proper mech designer, and it only took near constant hand-holding to get to that point. He frowned at that. It's fine to spend so much time and effort on a single mech designer if I want to bring up a protege, but I can't keep repeating these one-on-one tutoring sessions all the time. It eats way too much of my time. Then he thought back to Master Olson and how her assistant Horatio took care of the trivial matters in her stead. That's it. Why do I have to do everything myself? I can implement a hierarchy. VS already intended to establish a design team for his company once the Mech Corps booted him back to civilian life. He'd be willing to guide, shape, and design his first couple of mech designers, but at some point it became a waste of his precious time. In such situations, he'd be better off if he designed a set of principles he expected his mech designers to adhere to. In the meantime, he could foist the actual responsibility of indoctrinating his new recruit to a capable second of his own. He frowned again. Indoctrination is such a nasty word, yet it has its uses. I always knew the line between teaching and indoctrination is blurred. To think I've become guilty of the very behavior I've condemned. Wrestling with the research papers written by self-important academics who believed they understood the ultimate truths of reality left him with a very foul taste to their pervasive manipulative tricks. Yet, suddenly he realized that VS had actually taken a page out of their books and applied some of those insidious tricks on his innocent student. It turned out he learned much more than scientific knowledge from studying those research papers. Damn it! He cursed to himself. The mental contamination must have gotten to me. I've become just like them despite my confidence in my methods. He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster. If you gaze into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. He knew the risks. He always expected to be marked by what he experienced. Was it no surprise that VS took note of the best practices among the lead authors of the research papers he read and applied them to his own needs? What was wrong about borrowing some dirty tricks when he benefited from them? Besides, he harbored no harmful intentions to Kedis. He merely wanted to accelerate her learning process and skip over all of the boring stuff that would force her to lose her interest. Okay, he admitted it. His teaching approach to Kedis basically consisted of indoctrinating her to his views on mech design. Not all of it, but enough to pull her into his camp. At a proper university or institution, they could afford to let the students become familiar with the issues slowly enough for them to make their own judgment about their values and principles. Debates, self-reflection, and witnessing many examples allowed every mech designer to shape their perspective on mech design on their own terms with only a varying amount of bias for the predominant viewpoint of their schools. Yet VS did not have the luxury to wait for Kedis to crawl forward one shuffle at a time. He basically picked her up and threw her into a path he had already chosen out for her without her say-so. Of course, even if he received Myra's implicit consent that he could shape Kedis' view of the profession, he did the young woman a major disservice by stripping her of the right to choose her own future. Something like that rankled the MTA, who generally aimed to foster a diverse and eclectic community of mech designers, within limits of course. VS rationalized his actions as something that at least benefited Kedis compared to the old status quo. If I didn't indoctrinate her, she would have continued to be a confused little girl who doesn't know a thing about what she wants to do in the future. At least I've lit up a fire in her drive. What path she treads shouldn't matter as long as she keeps going forward. Teaching turned out to be harder than he thought. Being responsible for designing a mech designer meant that VS could either take the time to allow his students to make up their own mind, or force them forward in his chosen direction to speed up their maturation process. Again, it came down to time, and how valuable it was the less he had at his disposal. I guess that's why the MTA is so adamant about schools. A minimum of 4 years of dedicated study in an environment that's uniquely suitable to foster mech designers is the best environment to raise a rounded mech designer that can think for themselves. However, the abundant freedom of thought at those institutions also led to a lot of indecision. Mech designers surrounded by different perspectives couldn't make up their minds on which paths they should follow. This left them stranded at the starting line for so long that inertia solidified them in place, ending their careers after an extensive period of stagnation. If only they enjoyed more guidance. Even if it came in the form of indoctrination, it was better than nothing. In short, the act of teaching left the student at the mercy to the teacher. This is why the student-teacher relationships are so strictly defined in the mech industry. He realized, and on this, VS agreed with the MTA. It's too easy to abuse this relationship. I can make or break a mech designer. I can turn them into a self-sufficient machine or an unknown slave who is highly dependent on me. It all depends on my approach and my methods. Kedis should thank herself that VS still possessed some principles on this matter. Not only did he aspire to become a serious teacher, he also made a deal with Myra that he didn't intend to renege. He understood now on a practical level why so many seniors and masters became teachers and professors at various institutions. It allowed them to come into touch with a large amount of rough gems that they could gently shape into their future supporters. It's an influence game. Even if the graduates don't come and work for you, they'll still be acting as an extension of your ideology. This might be one of the ways in which a teacher propagated an unpopular or controversial design philosophy. He saw something similar in the research papers related to ultra-compact energy storage. Former students and protégés to older authors published their own papers in support of their teachers. VS recognized their connection because the former students came from the same institutions, or roped in their old teachers as contributors. VS even encountered a research paper that involved up to 4 generations of teachers and students. Some old geezer who was several hundred years old taught another geezer who was a couple hundred years old, who taught a genius who just reached 100 years old, who taught another prodigy who recently became 50 years old. That old man at the start sits at the head of his own school of thought. These apex figures played the long game. Even Master Olson, who was practically a newborn in the mech industry, already instituted a formal hierarchy of subordinate mech designers. Though masters already realized their ambitious design philosophies by themselves, VS guessed that the next step would be to popularize it and add their methods to the galactic standard on mech design. I don't know what that has to do with advancing to become a star designer, though. He scratched his head. From what I can tell, a star designer is someone who transcends every previous boundary. They are such capable designers that their expertise is no longer limited to mechs. They can design practically anything. A star designer excelled in designing mechs, but they could easily branch out to designing starships and space stations even if they bore no relation to their design philosophy. That's still too far for me to consider. I need to look back on my own situation. Everyone who heard his design philosophy plainly believed he talked nonsense. VS didn't blame them. You had to be really stupid or delusional to think mechs possessed an intrinsic quality of life. Due to his secretive methods, he held no attraction to taking part in the influence game. Building up supporters would help him, but keeping them too close risked exposing his secrets. For better or worse, VS needed to withhold a large amount of secrets related to his design philosophy to himself. Yet where did that leave him in the future? I'll probably have a harder time than others when I become a senior. Yet that should change once I become a master and prove my supposed crackpot theories are viable. Even before that point, VS should already prove himself to be capable of strengthening mechs beyond what their design and material composition suggested. If everything went according to plan, mech designers would beg to become his student or subordinate. VS briefly indulged in fantasy, but such a future took decades or centuries to accomplish. Right now, he needed to focus on his more immediate priorities. Since I have a lot of free time on my hands, I should get to work on finishing my research on stealth tech. He turned his attention back to his own preoccupations and left Kedis to stew on her own. VS didn't wish to rush her forward now that she finally developed an inkling of passion. Having ignited the tinder, it still needed time for her fire to grow bigger. Right now, a single gust of wind could easily snuff out the smoldering flames. As VS poured himself into his other side project, the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet journeyed on through FTL. Once they emerged into an inconsequential star system far away from the border to civilized space, they immediately encountered a possible threat in the system. An alarm rang throughout every ship in the fleet. Yellow alert! Minor Sandmen fleet detected in the inner system. VS and Kedis already donned their full ensemble of armor and sat at their stations in the combat carrier's command center. This deep into the frontier, not a single Vandal or Sword Maiden took an FTL emergence lightly. A crisis could hit them at any moment, and the presence of a Sandmen fleet within the system only vindicated their caution despite its distance from the flagrant Sword Maidens. Their hearts raced when they heard about the Sandmen presence. Their fears only started to subside once the announcement informed them that the aliens were far from the inner system. Nevertheless, they maintained their vigilance and remained at their action stations. The sensor officer quickly looked up from his console. "Sir, our long-range sensors have detected a debris field in the vicinity of an asteroid belt. The Sandmen fleet is scouring through the debris field right now. 2 unknown human fleets are also present at the debris field, and one seems to be chasing the other." Which outfits do they come from? Unknown, sir. Their transponders are silent. Then find it out as soon as possible. Minutes passed by as the long-range sensors resolved more data. Soon, a tentative picture emerged. A three-way battle had occurred. The two unknown human fleets first bumped into each other. A fierce battle erupted that downed multiple ships and several mech companies worth of space-borne mechs. At some point, a Sandman fleet set upon the combatants, scaring them off and forcing them to flee the valuable debris field and its untouched salvage. The big question that hung on everyone's minds right now was whether the flagrant sword maidens intended to intervene. Chapter 7:17 Deep Frontier Encounter. VS saw no reason why the flagrant vandals should involve themselves into a dispute between two fairly strong outfits in the middle of nowhere. The Sandman presence further added to the danger. While it appeared that none of the three forces possessed the strength to defeat the flagrant sword maidens, they could still inflict a significant amount of damage if they fought to the death. As far as VS and most vandals were concerned, they were merely bystanders on their way to another destination. The incidents that happened along their route shouldn't concern them at all. Yet curiosity tickled at them. What made these two forces venture so far out into the frontier? They had long reached past the point where regular pirate outfits roamed. This was because pirates earned their living by robbing other ships or settlements, and those mostly popped up in civilized space or just beyond its borders. The further someone ventured into the frontier, the fewer signs of human presence they encountered. How could pirates ever earn a living in such a desolate place? Therefore, those who tended to venture this far out either sought out a specific treasure or attempted to flee from some pervasive threat. The odds were high that the two warring outfits in the interior of the so-called Ermighast system possessed peculiar backgrounds. The possibility that the two outfits might be hunting for the same objective as the flagrant sword maidens hadn't been lost on their commanding officers. Both Commander Lydia and Major Vro grew suspicious at encountering two strong forces on their route towards the Starlight Megalodon. While the sensor operators busied themselves with figuring out the provenance of the two separate outfits in the inner system, the tactical officer provided a preliminary report on the composition of the Sandman fleet. The flagrant vandals didn't know much about the Sandmen. To be honest, the tactical officer borrowed heavily from the intelligence provided by Lydia's sword maidens. As a pirate gang that roamed the frontier for decades, they had their fair share of encounters against the sentient sand-like race. Sir, our preliminary estimates suggest that the medium-sized Sandmen fleet is led by an inexperienced Sand Admiral. The leading Sandman doesn't show a lot of imagination in the deployment of its fleet elements. What is their concrete fleet strength? If they aren't hiding any other assets, then we've pegged their fleet composition at 1 Sandman mothership and 12 Sandmen escort ships, sir. After analyzing their sizes and comparing them to historical data, we've also estimated the effective strengths of their ships. The effective combat strength of the Sandman mothership is analogous to a combat carrier with a full complement of space-borne mechs, while the strength of the escort ships is comparable to a converted carrier and its complement. This sounded formidable to any medium-sized mech outfit, but the flagrant sword maidens had little to fear from such a force. Due to the decentralized leadership structure of the Sandman race, every Sandman leader expressed themselves differently. However, almost all of the Sandmen leaders who brought their forces into space tended to start from the same default template. The template of a Sandman fleet always consisted of a mothership housing the Sandman Admiral, and a number of uniform escort ships in multiples of 6. Some exoanthropologists asserted that the Sandmen operated on a base 6 numeral system. Put simply, it was as if the Sandmen counted with the help of a pair of hands with 3 fingers each. A handful of conspiracy theorists even speculated whether the Sandmen and the hexadric hegemony were one and the same. After all, they both worshipped the number 6. Of course, The hegemony always lashed out violently when somebody tied them to an alien race that just happened to share a love for the same number. In any case, calling the clumps of sand-like agglomerations of semi-sentient materials a ship was something of a human misnomer. The Sandmen might not consider them ships at all. They could be their homes, their hives, their slave pens, or whatever else. The point was that treating Sandmen's ships as ships imposed human qualities on them that didn't exist. Case in point, one of the favored ways a Sandman ship employed against a human ship was the sandstorm attack. A Sandman escort vessel broke apart into streams of sand and attempted to engulf or run through a vulnerable enemy ship in a cataclysmic flood of living particles. The best way to fight against the Sandman fleet was to bombard it at long range, preferably with kinetic or explosive weapons. Energy weapons such as lasers hardly scratched them, and in certain cases even replenished their energy reserves. Naturally, melee mechs only brought themselves to their deaths if they approached a Sandman ship. The living sand would instantly turn into a huge mouth that engulfed these metallic morsels as soon as they got close. Everyone in the command center had already been briefed in basic Sandmen naval doctrine. They also knew that the Sandmen tended to become smarter in larger groups. A single fleet composed of a mothership and 12 escorts should be capable of some imagination, but more often than not made a couple of dumb decisions. Sir, the Sandmen are currently prioritizing energy capture. They have chosen to sit on the debris field near the asteroid belt rather than to chase after the two human fleets. This indicates that they are rather starved and desperate to gain more energy. Major Vol nodded in acknowledgement. This far out in the frontier aren't very good hunting grounds for Sandmen. All of the Sandmen governors have already laid claim to promising colony sites, so they're forced to roam the stars in search of prey or to passively absorb heat from the local stars. Sandmen didn't fare very well when exposed to the direct radiation of a star. While stars outputted an enormous amount of energy, it came in the form of extremely destructive radiation that posed a threat not only to humans, but also to Sandmen. Therefore, they preferred to obtain their energy by other means, such as stealing them from humans or by absorbing them on certain planets that shielded them from the most harmful aspects of radiation. More information poured in, but this time about the human presence in the Ermighast system. The flagrant sword maidens didn't possess any direct quantum connection to the battle that took place in the inner system. The light that emanated from the battle took a long time to arrive at their emergence point. Therefore, everything they saw right now was like a security recording of something that had already happened. The combatants might have already left the system at this point. Sir, the Sword Maidens have identified the identity of the two human forces. The ships being chased by the other human force are remnants of the Shining Stars colonization fleet, which is composed of exiles from the Dark Plasma Star sector. At the time the light of this event has reached our location, they are actively pursued by the Fire Treaders, an aggressive pirate gang that hails from the Ravian Alliance. The information provided by the Sword Maidens stunned the Vandals. Shining Stars colonization fleet? Dark Plasma Star sector? Fire Treaders? Ravian Alliance? None of those names sounded simple. Just the mention of the Ravian Alliance alone sent shivers through their back. Headed by Ravian's Ravagers, this pirate bloc was one of the two most powerful pirate alliances in the Ferris Star region. Compared to the insidious Dragon Alliance, the adherents of Ravian were all a bunch of violent anarchists that wanted to set the galaxy alight for their own amusement. What intelligence have they shared on this gang? No, wait, let me connect to Commander Lydia directly. I want to hear from her own mouth how much of a threat these Ravian Alliance pirates represent. Commander Lydia's bust quickly popped up in a projection in front of Major Vol's command chair. Vrl. Commander, what can you tell me about the Fire Treaders? The Fire Treaders are bad news. They're pyromaniacs and they love to set everything on fire. They employ both space-borne and land-bound mechs, but they're mostly known for the latter because ships in space don't tend to burn very well. As far as we know, they aren't after money and they don't fulfill any missions for their alliance. They're just a bunch of mad dogs who go on random burning sprees and keep themselves afloat by salvaging what's left among the ashes. If we happen to come into conflict with the Fire Treaders, will we land ourselves in trouble against the Ravian Alliance? It depends. The commander pressed her lips against each other as she contemplated the potential consequences. Ravian hardly cares about the cannon fodder that comprises the bottom of their organization. If we come to blows for some reason, we won't be welcome on their space stations, but they won't go sending hunting fleets after us. That sounds rather mild. The Ravian Alliance are a bunch of crazies, but even they'll get tired if they constantly chase after small fry that provoke them for some reason. Also, you have to know that most gangs that make up the Ravian Alliance are crazy themselves, so they constantly get into fights without a reason. Generally, as long as you kill only half of them and let the other half go, the Alliance won't make a big fuss. It only becomes an affront to Ravian if you wipe them all out. This sounded as if being a member of their alliance provided almost no protection, which defeated the main point of joining such an organization in the first place. How can the Ravian Alliance even work with a structure like this? Oh, the alliance is split up into several tiers, she explained. There are a lot of peripheral outfits who are competing hard against each other to become a part of their core. Once an outfit reaches that point, they become part of the leadership structure. A peripheral outfit that's too weak and stupid to survive on their own isn't worthy to be part of the alliance's core. Ravian sure knew her stuff when she instituted such a promotion structure. It sounded like a great way to weed out the idiotic, the suicidal, and the overconfident among her organization. Commander Lydia frowned through the projection. Why do you ask? There's something about the so-called Shining Stars colonization fleet that interests me, Major Vole replied. Look at that debris field. The majority of the shipwrecks likely came from the colonists. Who knows why they came all the way to this remote section of the frontier from the dark plasma star sector. But if they're so desperate to flee this far, there is bound to be a story behind their desperation. Both of them nodded at each other, as they shared similar suspicions. A colony fleet of this size wouldn't randomly traverse so deep in the frontier for no reason. The chance of getting caught by the Sandmen grew further and further the more they traveled into territory untouched by human civilization. Still, the three-way battle also threatened to be a distraction from their main mission. Nothing that happened in the Ermighast system should concern them. The Starlight Megalodon awaited further up ahead in their journey. Even if the Vandals harbored some sympathy for the colonists, they only had themselves to blame for their demise. We should hail the lead ship of the Shining Stars colonization fleet, Major Vril suggested. Much of their fleet is in ruins and only remnants are left. It's safe to say their colonization effort has died in this star system. I don't oppose this course of action. If we can gain some advantages from this tragedy, then I don't mind a small detour. Both of their commanding officers had the same idea in mind. The ships who survived the destruction of their colonization fleet likely carried some of the most valuable goods and supplies. If the flagrant Sore Maidens played their cards ripe, these goods and supplies would be ripe for the taking. Chapter 7:18 Naive Colonists. To hail a vessel more than a light hour away from the flagrant Sore Maidens required the use of their quantum entanglement node. Among their entire combined fleet, only the Jaded Sword and the Shield of Hispania still possessed an intact node. Contacting a stranger you met in a desolate star system in the middle of nowhere posed a risk. The transmission attempt alone exposed the combined fleet's whereabouts. However, emerging in the same system already exposed them, considering the light of their arrival would arrive at the occupants more than an hour later anyway. The Ermighast system centered around an orange dwarf star, and a fairly small one at that. An orange dwarf was like the middle child between the bright and promising yellow dwarf, and the total good-for-nothing waste of space of a red dwarf. Like all dwarf stars, they lived a long time, but they had the benefit of being a lot less volatile and pumping out masses of radiation in its own star system. This made them prime spots for developing life-bearing planets. Human colonists favored them because they could easily convert an untamed planet to an ecosystem more favorable to humankind. The Sandmen favored them as well because the relatively gentle nature of an orange dwarf allowed them to absorb its energy without severely damaging their unique biology. It was too bad that the Shining Star's colonization fleet hadn't respected the threat of Sandmen and pirates. They were fools to begin with to believe they could colonize a star system outside the protective umbrella of the MTA and CFA. Whoever conceived of this idea was a massive idiot who took the stewardship of the Big Two for granted. VS had browsed the location of the dark plasma star sector a minute ago, and saw that it was situated well within the Corward section of the galactic rim. In other words, they were closer to the galactic heartland than the frontier. It didn't surprise anyone that someone who grew up in such a cozy little star sector to underestimate the naked threat that could come from every direction once they entered the frontier. Still, only a couple of vandals called them idiots out loud. Most people from the Komodo star sector descended from brave but foolhardy colonists themselves. The only difference was that they got into the colonization rush when the MTA and CFA officially opened up a new star sector for them to build their new homes. "Obviously, these exiles haven't gotten the message," he muttered. Keddies looked confused at him. "Hey, don't call them idiots. Without all those colonists pouring into the frontier, how are we able to obtain some easy salvage? Picking up treasures from fallen and destroyed colonization fleets is one of the most lucrative finds you can score." Looking at the sprawling debris field displayed on the local plot, VS knew that the Sandmen would be benefiting the most this time. Some time passed until the communications officer managed to find the right hailing address for the lead ship of the colonization fleet from the galactic net. The Shield of Hispania sent a transmission request to the flagship and hoped whether she wasn't one of the broken wrecks that littered the Ermighast system. "Our hailing attempt is successful, Major. We have established a channel with the Rovista Splendor, the flagship of the Shining Stars." A bald man in his early 30s appeared in the main projector. Immediately, VS got struck by how pretentiously highborn the man appeared. With his rich light green military-esque uniform encrusted with silver-white filigree, the man screamed attention in an even more obnoxious way than how pirates puffed themselves up. "I am Major Quinlis Verl, commander of the Verl Task Force detached from the 6th Flagrant Vandals, 3rd Tari Division, Southern Mech Army of the Bright Republic Mech Corps. On behalf of the Flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens, our local allies, we'd like to know who you are and what you are doing in this neck of the galactic woods. Our combined fleet has recently arrived at the Outer Star System and we've noticed your fleet's distress. Finally! I've finally met someone other than the uncouth yokels that litter this backwater," the aristocratic figure cried out in relief. The man practically bent forward and pressed his face closer to the projector, causing his head to balloon in an exaggerated manner. "I don't know who you flagrant vandals are, but if you are part of a formal military, then in the name of common civility, save US." Major Verl tried hard not to frown. His face automatically jerked away from the projection of the man's amplified head. "Please answer the question, good sir." "Ah, yes. Weeks and months of crawling around like a beggar on the streets has made me forget my manner. You have the august privilege of greeting Hicks Claster. I am the 4th Prince of the Royal House of Talk, which reigns over the Palace Kingdom in the Dark Plasma Star Sector. For a prince of a royal house, you are far away from home." To his credit, Prince Hicks Glaster pushed through his embarrassment, and plainly admitted the facts which the Vandals could easily find out on the galactic net. "A dynastic struggle broke out between my siblings and I. The Palace Kingdom required a new heir and I threw my hat into the ring. In the end, my siblings have proved the better of me, and they strongly urged me to take my ambitions elsewhere. I decided to raise a colonization fleet with my remaining resources and brought my closest supporters and loyalists out to the great beyond to start anew, as they say. The results is as you can see. The prince looked tired with his bloodshot eyes and his wrinkling skin. His uniform, on the other hand, remained gleaming and spotless, likely due to the sophisticated cleaning tech integrated within the smart clothing. Beyond the man's huge head, VS was faintly able to get an impression on the rest of the bridge or command center of the flagship. The officers and operators manning the consoles all looked equally as tired, but unlike the bald prince, they didn't benefit from self-cleaning clothes. Debris in broken sections indicated that the Rovista Splendor suffered serious battle damage. By all accounts, you've raised a sizable colonization fleet. One that would be sufficient to populate a decent terrestrial planet and accelerate its development by several decades. Major Vo praised, but then he hammered home the reality. However, my analysts have pored over the light that has reached our location and informed me that you are left with only a single combat carrier, a heavily damaged light carrier, 2 cargo haulers, and 1 medium colony ship. That is only a fraction of what you started out with, is that right? Your information is outdated. The prince sighed. We have lost our light carrier and our colony ship to the fire treaders. Do you know how significant losing the latter means? 200,000 loyal men and women frozen in cry-sleep are fated to be their slaves. Some of the vandals winced, including VS. Strangely enough, Kedis merely rolled her eyes at the prince's melodramatic display. Look at the eyes of that Ponce, she whispered to VS. He doesn't care a single bone about his own people. He just wants to save his own skin. Major Vrol looked remorseful. We are sorry for your loss. However, we can do nothing to save you from your predicament. We have our own mission to pursue. Once our FTL drives finish cycling, the flagrant vandals and Lydia's sword maidens will be departing this system post-haste. No! You can't go! Save US! Please save US from the pirates and the aliens! Vro coughed awkwardly into his fist. Ahem, I sympathize with your plight, but as a loyal Mech officer of the Mech Corps, I am bound to do my duties. I am sorry to inform you that I am compelled to leave you to your fate. No, no, no! The bald prince screamed as his eyes shook erratically. I have money! I have ships! I have Mech pilots! I have supplies! All of that can be yours! Who do you think we are, Your Highness? We are not mercenaries to be bought off with coins and sheep. We are not lacking in any of the assets you've mentioned. I suggest you focus on getting the remainder of your forces out of this star system alive, though it seems that none of your ships are fast enough to outrun the fire treaders. In that case, I will light a candle for your inevitable passing or enslavement. I hear that pedigree royal princes are a favored type of slaves among the savages that make up the Ravian Pirate Alliance. They love to strip princes naked, tie them up above a pit in a public space station, roast them over some flames, and prepare some pointy rods to. Wait! Hicks Glaster shrieked. I can still offer one more asset. I command the loyalty of an expert pilot. He is a good and loyal Mech pilot that has served in my personal guard for decades. He is cross-trained in many different Mech piloting disciplines and is specialized in piloting both land-bound and space-borne rifleman Mechs. However, I have just been informed that we might still be able to come to your assistance if we move immediately. Verl smoothly changed his tack. While we are glad to be of assistance to you, mind you that we are taking a considerable risk by deviating from our mission. The fourth prince of some kingdom far away from the frontier looked defeated. I understand. We shall be awaiting your timely rescue. I pledge to you now that I will recompense you more than generously should you ensure my continued survival. While my circumstances are dire, the Palace Kingdom has never revoked my royal title. I am still a legitimate prince of the royal house of Talk. My word is gold and my promises are ironclad. That sounds good and all, but I am more interested in hearing the details of your talented personal guard. A dual specialist in both land-bound and space-borne combat, you say? If you have such an expert at your disposal, how come your fleet is in such a poor condition? The prince hastily commanded one of his communications officers to send out an information packet on their expert pilot before turning back to the projector. Venerable Carolsia is versatile and is trained to operate many types of ranged and melee mechs on land and in space. My elite personal guards are selected from the beginning to be versatile, as you never know when an emergency occurs. Venerable Sia has later specialized in piloting rifleman mechs. He excels with all forms of kinetic weaponry, particularly rail guns. A few moments later, Major Vrol received the data packet, which he wordlessly shared with VS. The shared files came with a note from the commanding officer calling him to evaluate the expert pilot. He could do that. As VS dove into the brief and seemingly redacted record of Venerable Sia, he noted that the man appeared to be in his mid-50s, which left him with plenty of decades of active service, unlike the Vandal's own deadbeat expert pilot. Well, on age alone, he qualifies as a treasure. Still, as VS dove deeper into Carolsia's profile, he encountered some disturbing details. First, Sia's cross-training in so many different types of mechs had left the expert pilot without a strong focus. Even though he belatedly specialized in rifleman mechs armed with kinetic weapons, the man's radical versatility had done his overall piloting ability any favors. His resonance strength only measured 8 lavares at most. Reaching 8 lavares at his age was pathetic. This meant that his growth in this area was virtually stagnant. The elite guard training pretty much ruined this expert pilot's future. It was such a waste. Chapter 719 Princely Offering. Venerable Rixt O'Callaghan, the flagrant Vandal's nominal expert pilot, last exhibited a resonance strength of 30 lavares. In his prime, his resonance strength peaked at 44 lavares. The resonance strength of expert pilots ranged from 1 to 67 lavares. Though the scale wasn't quite linear, you could roughly say that 3 Venerable Carolsias wouldn't be able to defeat a single Venerable O'Callaghan, even if the latter was on his deathbed. Resonance strength directly amplified several piloting parameters of a mech pilot and their mech. It strengthened their reaction speed and thinking speed. It increased their ability to resonate with the exotics incorporated in their custom mechs, thereby achieving stronger reality-bending feats. It strengthened the resonance shield that most mechs were able to emit from their frame. It added substance to their skills, so that they were far more than fancy-sounding names. The higher they measured on the Lavare scale, the stronger they performed on the battlefield. If a mech regiment had to choose between a highly specialized but powerful expert pilot to a versatile but weaker expert pilot, they always went for the former. Who cared about versatility when one single fist hit hard enough to overcome almost all obstacles? A mech regiment mainly fielded a rigid lineup of mechs, all geared towards a small set of strategies. A strong expert pilot who just happened to be a good fit to their strategy practically multiplied their strength by 2 or 3 times. This could only happen with an expert pilot of Venerable O'Callaghan's caliber. As for Venerable Sia with his piddling little resonance strength, the best he could hope for was to employ him as a butcher of cheap enemy mechs. While Sia could still call himself a powerhouse by himself, his lacking top strength meant he wouldn't be able to serve as a sufficient obstacle against enemy expert pilots. What was the point of employing expert pilots if they couldn't even prevent enemy experts from making mincemeat out of your rank and file? Still, it wasn't as if the flagrant Vandals or Lydia's sore maidens had a better choice. The latter never had the opportunity to hire an expert pilot at all, since virtually all experts could find more than adequate employment in civilized space. As for the flagrant Vandals, Their poor and destitute status in the Mech Corps left them with an old and dying mummy who had already made his last gasp in an earlier battle against a detachment of the Frosty Meteors. The Vandals might be able to pull out the living corpse for one last hurrah, but that was it. The man would certainly die at the end or even midway into the battle. "What do you think about Venerable Sia?" he asked Kedis. The girl studied the profile of the man and made the same verdict as him. "He's spread himself too thin. Whoever trained him never thought in a million years that Sia could break through as an expert pilot." VS found it amusing that Kedis judged someone else with the sin of spreading their attention thin, while she was guilty of the same crime. Still, she had already been spending less and less in daily sword practice, so she was slowly correcting her course. Kedis had to thank his constant indoctrination effort for that. "An expert pilot is still an expert pilot. In our current situation, we don't have any effective response against enemy experts except to throw as many of our mech pilots at them as possible. Like mice biting an elephant to death, even if the expert is finally brought down, we will almost certainly be wiped out in the process. Venerable Sia can help us shore up our strategies against an enemy expert." "You don't sound very confident, though." "It's the best we can hope for." He shrugged. "Besides, I'm not sure whether Venerable Sia is willing to throw his lot with us. His record states that he's loyal to Prince Hicksclaster to a fault, to the point of sticking with this hopeless fellow even when his siblings exiled him from civilized space. That kind of loyalty is admirable as well as troublesome. With the sensitive mission that we are on right now, an expert's assistance practically doubles our chances of survival, but if he's not trustworthy, it could doom us even faster." Both Commander Lydia and Major Vril knew the stakes, so they carefully discussed this very issue with Prince Hicksclaster within the private confines of their privacy screens. VS and the rest could no longer eavesdrop on their conversation. He imagined they were trading many promises and assurances right now. In the meantime, VS and various other mech officers quietly passed on their analyses. VS didn't have much to say about Venerable Sia as a mech pilot. The other Vandal mech officers likely provided a much more detailed dissection of the man's quality as an expert pilot. What VS did excel at was analyzing mechs. As Sia flaunted a dual specialty on both land-bound and space-borne mechs, he actually possessed 2 expert mechs. "That must be an enormous strain on the prince's resources," he muttered. The flagrant Vandals already spent an unhealthy amount of money on maintaining the Parallax Star and its many, many spare parts. Yet that wasn't as exaggerated as building 2 fully functional expert mechs for a single mech pilot. Unfortunately for the Shining Stars, Venerable Sia had fought and failed to defend the colonization fleet against the aggression of the Fire Treaders. The pirates aligned to Ravian overwhelmed his customized space-borne rifleman mech, the Meridian Echo, with sheer weight of numbers. The Fire Treaders stomped the Meridian Echo into pieces by now, and its parts littered the expanding debris field flinging through space. Fortunately, Venerable Sia managed to eject in time and steer his escaping cockpit back to the Rovista Splendor. The expert pilot even continued to deploy into battle in a spare standard-issue rifleman mech. Predictably, his influence in the battle dropped to a fraction of his previous strength, as his cheaper mech couldn't resonate with his rare ability. The Venerable failed to save their light carrier and their colony's ship from capture or destruction. To VS, Venerable Sia's failure to accomplish anything in his standard-issue mech was like watching Venerable Foster's doomed struggle all over again. The running battle took place in space, far from the vicinity of any planet. A land-bound mech wouldn't be useful for anything except when employed as a makeshift turret in a bunker or leaning out of an open hangar bay. The Pale Dancer, Venerable Sia's only remaining expert mech, consisted of a highly mobile rifleman mech that employed fast-firing kinetic rifles to devastating effects. For an expert mech, it was light, fast but could withstand a decent amount of unaugmented attacks from non-elite mechs. It fired light to medium hitting projectiles at a fairly fast rate of fire, making it ideal for mowing down entire mech companies of light mechs within a matter of seconds. The Pale Dancer's relatively light caliber kinetic rifle didn't possess an overwhelming advantage against heavier opponents. Medium night mechs and any kind of heavy mech would probably be able to shrug off the Pale Dancer's projectiles for maybe a dozen or more seconds. Of course, Venerable Sia wasn't helpless against heavily armored opponents. The expert pilot developed a homebrew combat style called Denmark marksmanship. It featured resonating techniques such as the Denmark triple burst and the Denmark continuous burst, both of which excelled against extremely fast-moving targets at close to medium range. No matter how fast a mech dodged within Venerable Sia's presence, they all died within seconds when put under his scope. Against heavier armored opponents, Venerable Sia could employ techniques such as the Denmark Repose, which drew upon a significant amount of mental energy to unleash a devastating charged projectile that pierced through almost every layer of armor. Too bad the Venerable can only employ the Denmark Repose a single time in any battle. In general, Sia's style slanted towards taking out fast, lightly armored targets with maximum efficiency. VS respected that because the opponents they likely faced in the future would likely field a lot of lighter mechs as well. They were simply much more efficient and cheaper to deploy in the frontier. "What's your take on the Pale Dancer, Keddies?" VS asked as he inputted his analysis of the land-bound rifleman mech in another mini-report for Major Vril. "Do you think it's useful for us?" Not really. Not for the Sword Maidens at least. Sia is a guy, so he doesn't fit with us in the first place. His Pale Dancer is a rifleman mech, which we can tolerate, but don't really respect. I don't think Myra or I are even capable of maintaining this complicated mech. Looking at the samples of the design schematics makes my head hurt. What is up with that? It's like the designer of the Pale Dancer decided to use magic to make the custom mech as jumpy as possible. Don't look too close into the schematics. I should have warned you about that. VS apologized for his own negligence. He thought that kiddies would be too stupid to understand the profoundness of what the Pale Dancer had achieved in terms of amplifying its mobility, but evidently he didn't give the little devil enough credit. Instead, take a step back and try to judge its overall purpose. What is its purpose? Keddies had to think about her answer. She knew that VS wouldn't be satisfied with a short and plain answer. She needed to dig deeper. I think the Pale Dancer kind of looks rather simple for a custom mech. Sure, its internals are really complex, and it is really amazing how the mech designer made this mech so fast and agile without turning it into a fragile stick. But there's this feel to it that kind of reminds me of cheaper mechs. VS nodded in satisfaction. You're on the right track. It's a matter of vision. Whoever designed this mech, probably a senior considering how sophisticated it's put together, didn't really put his full effort into designing the best mech possible for Venerable Sia. I think the senior heard about Sia's limitations beforehand and therefore didn't think it was worth his effort to do his utmost. Instead, he designed a somewhat cookie-cutter rifleman mech that he probably recycled from another custom project. What's so bad about the Pale Dancer? It's limited. Its performance parameters are tailored to Sia's historical limits. The mech performs at its best when the Venerable is exerting a resonance strength of 8 love arrays. Yet once he goes over that limit for some reason, the Pale Dancer will still exhibit the same strength. That's because its physical specs have already reached its cap. I see. Keddies jumped up from her chair. You are saying that the mech has actually held Venerable Sia back. It prevented him from growing stronger because he didn't notice any increase in strength if his resonance strength spiked past his old limit. For an expert pilot to improve, they needed to experience a measurable increase in strength. To design a custom mech with deliberately low performance limits might have enabled Venerable Sia to obtain a fitting mech for a cost-effective price, but it did his growth no favors. VS could read the story from the vague hints emanating from the Pale Dancer's X Factor. Custom mechs and especially expert mechs usually represented the best works of a highly skilled mech designer. A senior with a strong design philosophy and an intense amount of focus usually poured their heart into designing an expert mech. Therefore, even if they weren't conscious of the mechanics behind the X Factor, their custom mechs nonetheless gain a hint of a coherent spiritual identity. Though primitive and rudimentary compared to what VS had accomplished long ago, it was still an impressive accomplishment that definitely gave the finished products a tiny but impactful advantage. This mech is corrupt from the moment of its conception, VS grimly stated. Chapter 720 Doom Rider. The problems VS had with the Pale Dancer came from its corrupted vision. If you analyze its specs, how it fits with Venerable Sia's abilities, and look at its intended vision, you can see a clear underlying thread running throughout its entire design. The vision for the Pale Dancer has been crooked from the start. The senior mech designer who designed this insidious rifleman mech failed to adhere to the mech designer's creed. Do you still remember what that's about? It's that phrase about how mech designers should cater to mech pilots as if we're their slavish servants. Something like that, but not so severe. The point is that mech designers have a responsibility to design a mech that benefits the mech pilots the most. This especially applies to one-on-one commissions to design a custom mech involving a single mech designer and a single mech pilot. Whoever designed the Pale Dancer intended to deliver an improper product to the Fourth Prince and Venerable Sia at the initial stage of conception. While VS didn't have access to any other designs that Sia might have piloted, he would bet that those mechs consisted of flawed designs as well. No, flawed would be the wrong word to apply to this case. They were outright malicious, meant to sabotage his future progress without being too obvious about it. How long had this been going on? Who is the mech designer of the Pale Dancer? He asked. Kitty's already dug up the attribution, though there didn't appear to be much to go on. It says here that it's designed by some senior retained by the Royal House of Talk. It doesn't add much else. He grunted. That's to be expected. I doubt a senior is willing enough to sign the design with their personal name. Has it gone through MTA validation and certification? No. Didn't you say that expert mechs are never sent to the MTA teacher? I wanted to make sure. Have you figured out the story behind the Pale Dancer? Even if Kedys hadn't been exposed to politics in civilized space, she wasn't stupid. Besides, she watched drama broadcasts from the galactic net like anyone else in her youth. Dynastic struggles breaking out in feudal states were some of the most all-time popular shows in the galaxy. Kedys ran a hand through the underside of her open helmet. I bet this fourth prince was a loser from the start. The other princes and princesses in the Royal House of Talk likely wielded a lot more power than the fourth prince, because they managed to influence their resident senior mech designer to bend his principles and design an awful expert mech for the fourth prince's personal champion. That's my thoughts as well. He nodded. By all accounts, the Palace Kingdom is a third-rate state of the dark plasma star sector, so even if it's a royal house, they shouldn't be able to retain another senior. With only one mech designer at the top, he can do virtually anything, but that also means securing his loyalty is one of the top priorities of the competing heirs. The fourth prince obviously lost at this game, and quite badly as well. Still, didn't you say that orthodox mech designers take their principles seriously? How come this senior acted like a scumbag and handed over the Pale Dancer to one of his clients? VS shook his head. Politics in civilized space can be just as sleazy as in the frontier. Technically, the senior retained by Talk fulfilled his end of the bargain. He designed a suitable expert mech for Venerable Sia that allows him to express his full strength. The senior just didn't do anything extra, even though it is usually customary to do so. If you interpret the principles in a minimalistic way, you can still get away with it without appearing as a hypocrite. Wow. That's really dirty. That's why the fourth prince should have retained his own mech designer instead of relying someone from his royal house. There are too many ways a mech designer can screw with their mech pilots if they don't take the mech designer's creed seriously. This explained why the MTA constantly pushed their creed into every mech designer's face every chance they got. Recalling how many times he heard the phrase back in school, VS realized that the MTA basically attempted to indoctrinate the values related to the mech designer's creed into every prospective mech designer's moral fiber. The mech industry would truly be an awful sight if mech designers stopped working in the best interests of their clients. Something like that already took place in the frontier. Kedis frowned. Still, does this even matter right now? Limitations aside, the Pale Dancer does the job and it's wholly intact. That's just what we need, right? Who cares about growth and future potential and such? I'd be happy enough if we have an expert pilot on our side with a ready-made expert mech for when we reach the Starlight Megalodon. She had a point. VS had subconsciously treated Venerable Sia as a long-term investment, but the fact of the matter was that the flagrant sore maidens didn't have the luxury to think so far ahead. I suppose if the Vandals aren't looking for a long-term replacement for Venerable O'Callaghan, then Venerable Sia will be a fine addition to our reserves, he muttered. It's a shame he lost his Meridian Echo. Even if we put him in the cockpit of a spare space-borne rifleman mech, he will only be able to show off a fraction of his full potential. Such a weak mech won't be able to keep up with his performance. It doesn't have to be a rifleman mech, she pointed out. Doesn't his profile state that he's cross-trained in many different melee and ranged mechs? You can put him in one of your Akara heavy cannoneers if you want to blast enemies apart from afar. You can also put him in one of your Hellcat hybrid knights if you want an absolute beast of a champion mech. That's right. In fact, a very subversive idea started tickling in his mind. If we modify the old Parallax Star, we can even make it suitable to be piloted by Venerable Sia. VS only threw that idea out there. He didn't actually believe the Vandals would go for it, because such an action disrespected Venerable O'Callaghan. Bastard and deadbeat he may be, the man had fought on behalf of the Vandals and sacrificed his diminishing lifespan to save his lives. As long as he could deploy for one final time, the Parallax Star remained his personal steed. Still, on a utilitarian level, it would have been much more beneficial to the Vandals if they simply dumped the useless old man out of the airlock and convert his wonderfully built custom Lancer mech to a new expert pilot. The only issue that VS was worrying about was whether Venerable Sia could even make use of the Parallax Star in the first place. His low level of resonance strength meant that the Lancer mech wouldn't be able to draw out its full potential. These kinds of issues are none of our concern. He shook his head. However the Vandals intend to make use of Venerable Sia once they obtain his loyalty, that's something our superiors will have to figure out. VS sent out his final report to Major Verl and let the man take over from there. As negotiations dragged on, the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet accelerated towards the fleeing Rovista Splendor and her flagging supply ships. The fire treaders with their nimble ships and mechs easily overtook them in no time, leaving the Rovista Splendor as the only remaining vessel out of a decent-sized colonization fleet. It was an ignoble end to the Shining Star's colonization fleet. The flagrant Sword Maidens held all the chips in this negotiation. By the end of the talks, the fourth prince would hardly have anything left. If not for the fact that an expert pilot couldn't be coerced into working for someone else, then the Vandals and the Sword Maidens would have straight up captured the Rovista Splendor and divided the spoils among themselves. After some time, Major Verl opened up a private channel to VS. He activated his station's privacy screen, cutting himself off from Kedis and the rest, and accepted the request. Mr. Larkin's son, the negotiations have proceeded favorably on our end. It is likely that we will be able to command the loyalty of Venerable Carol Sia, not only just for the duration of our mission, but on a permanent basis. In order to welcome him to the Vandals and make him feel at home, I have assigned a liaison to induct him in our ranks. One of the issues I am considering is which ship should be his new berth. What is your view on the matter? He won't be staying aboard the Rovista Splendor, sir? No. We don't want him to continue to maintain his ties with the Fourth Prince. The Rovista Splendor along with her owner will in fact be sent elsewhere soon enough. We need to convert Venerable Siet to the Vandals as quickly as possible in order to prepare him for deployment when we finally reach the site of the Starlight Megalodon. Can the Venerable and his remaining expert mech be brought to the Shield of Hispania? In other words, Major Vril wanted to indoctrinate Venerable Siet in person if possible. It made sense as mech pilots trained as bodyguards and personal guards were pretty much indoctrinated to worship their patrons. Reprogramming decades worth of indoctrination required an extremely intensive effort from the Vandals themselves. It all depended on what Venerable Siet really thought about the Fourth Prince, and how much of his oaths he still valued. A bot would still follow its master even if he turned out to be a loser too stupid to survive. An expert pilot might not be so unflinchingly loyal no matter how much indoctrination he went through in his early career. VS thought about the proposal seriously and quickly shook his head. Perhaps stationing Venerable Siet aboard the Shield of Hispania will make it easier for us to welcome him to the Vandals, but it won't do his mechs any good. The Pale Dancer is a highly specialized mech with an extremely sophisticated design, sir. It requires a special touch to be able to keep it together. Can't Chief Hain and her men perform some basic upkeep? I'm not asking for you to update its design. The mech is sufficient for our needs at its current state. Vo raised his eyebrow. VS immediately shook his head. Chief Hain and her mech technicians may be some of the best of their profession in the mech regiment, but they aren't trained to service custom mechs, sir. Any work that needs to be done on the Pale Dancer and any other customized mech you want to assign the Venerable can only be done by myself. And I'm warning you that the Pale Dancer urgently requires some modifications because, as robust as it is, several of its components aren't rated to withstand a heavy gravity environment. This news basically ruled out the possibility of stationing the Pale Dancer on the Shield of Hispania. Then, the only choice of berth that remains is the Gorgon's Gaze, Major Vril surmised as he scratched his chin. Do you think the crew of the ship is up to hosting the Pale Dancer? VS grimaced a bit as he recalled the people assigned to service the Parallax Star. I'll be honest with you, sir. I don't like Miss Lisbeth Ada Denmarkson's spendthrift ways and the way Chief Leo Keys acts like a total doormat to her demands. However, they are perhaps the only mech designer and chief technician in our fleet that aren't occupied with any existing duties right now, and they also possess the right qualifications to service an expert mech such as the Pale Dancer. I understand. Major Vril nodded. I will make the appropriate arrangements. However, I would feel reassured if you spent some time with the Pale Dancer yourself. If Miss Ada Demerskin is as unreliable as you say, then you will need to take charge of the modification process. You want me to transfer to the Gorgon's Gaze, sir? VS asked with mild alarm. In fact, I am ordering you to pack up your bags and shuttle over to the Gorgon's Gaze. Prepare to receive Venerable Siet and the Pale Dancer, and work as fast as you can to harden his custom mech for high-gravity environments. Are you clear of your assignment, Mr. Larkin's son? Understood, sir. VS sighed. I will transfer over immediately. Chapter 721 Undue Deference. The Gorgon's Gaze. The combat carrier of the Flagrant Vandals possessed the unique distinction of hosting an expert pilot and his exclusive custom mech. Even now, Venerable Rixt O'Callaghan rested in peaceful stasis in a highly secured compartment next to the Parallax Star's exclusive mech stables. The Parallax Star itself lay dormant ever since its latest deployment against the frosty meteors. Miss Lisbeth and her ilk performed the necessary repairs, but hadn't worked on it since, which was a rarity for her crew. In fact, if VS was reading the status reports correctly, Her entire department practically idled about these days. They achieved nothing productive and basically polished the same old pile of spare parts that would likely never see any use now that Venerable O'Callaghan was lying in his deathbed. As much as VS wanted to exert his authority as head designer and allocate Miss Lisbeth and the mech technicians under her charge to servicing the other mechs of the Gorgon's gaze, they were specialists who only excelled in servicing high-quality mechs. Putting them in charge of cheap, mass-produced mechs like the Inheritor or all the other random mech models the Vandals collected over the years would only lead to a disaster. Still, despite his dislike for Miss Lisbeth and Chief Keys, no other mech designer or chief technician could match their capabilities when it came to servicing expert mechs. Anyone else who tried would probably botch something up or become affected by mental contamination. Once he received his new assignment, VS led Keddies out of the command center and ordered her to pack some of her luggage. With the arrival of Venerable Sia and the Pale Dancer, his presence would be sorely needed at the Gorgon's gaze. He did not feel reassured at all if he left the expert mech alone in the hands of Miss Lisbeth. "You really don't like this Lisbeth, do you, teacher?" Keddies asked as they boarded a shuttle reserved for their use. The flagrant sword maiden fleet accelerated hard in order to reach the fleeing Rovista Splendor, but that did not prevent them from exchanging supplies and personnel between their ships. The shuttle soon lifted off after they strapped themselves in. The vehicle exited the hangar bay and swiftly engaged its sublight propulsion. "Miss Ada Demerskin is a mech designer who bends too eagerly to the demands of our old expert pilot. If Venerable O'Callaghan told her to graft 18 arms on his mech, she would faithfully carry out his instructions even if it sounds completely ridiculous. I don't know whether she's incapable of standing up for herself or if she's crazy from the start. If the latter is the case, then I have to be there to sort her out." Keddies turned to VS, though their thick suits of armor hindered that motion somewhat. Because the flagrant sword maidens were still on high alert, none of them dared to shed their armor. Even the shuttle pilot and the handful of security officers adorned themselves in combat armor as well. In fact, the only person on the shuttle who didn't wear any visible suits of armor was the uninvited guest. The invisible and completely unnoticeable shape of Acolyte Villies stood quietly behind the crash seat that enveloped VS. "Didn't you emphasize over and over again that mech designers ought to serve mech pilots?" she asked. "Why is that suddenly such a bad thing?" "Just because the mech designer's creed is phrased that way doesn't mean you need to interpret it as an absolute," he explained. "It expresses an ideal, and is not meant to be taken as a literal command. In a mech regiment like the Flagrant Vandals, an existing hierarchy already exists which describes the appropriate roles for every mech designer and every mech pilot. Even though we are part of a separate hierarchy and only loosely attached to the Vandals, we still obey our orders from the people upstairs." What?" VS puffed out a tired breath. "Okay, let me put it in a simple way. Miss Lisbeth is supposed to report to me. I am supposed to report to Professor Velton. The professor in turn reports to Colonel Lowenfield. However, because we are detached from the main element of the Flagrant Vandals, our resident senior is many light years away from this fleet, so I am instead reporting to the nearest applicable authority figure, which happens to be Major Vole." "Major Vole is your boss, then?" "He's also a mech officer, so he ticks the box as far as the mech designer's creed is concerned. If a head designer like me follows the orders of some rank-and-file mech pilot, then that is simply upside down. Yet that is exactly what took place on board the Gorgon's Gaze. Miss Lisbeth acted improper by deferring to Venerable O'Callaghan instead of me. Venerable O'Callaghan didn't defer to anyone at all and instead acted like the sovereign of his own little fief that he carved out aboard the Gorgon's Gaze. The end result is that neither I or Major Vole exerted effective control over their unit." "That sounds screwed up." She frowned, unable to reconcile the resolute and authoritative VS to a wimp who let the dysfunctional situation aboard the Gorgon's Gaze fester under his watch. "Why didn't you do anything?" Because Venerable O'Callaghan is a bastard of an expert pilot. He had us by the balls, VS declared with some vehemence. Keddies visibly leaned away from VS when he uttered that statement. Aren't expert pilots compared to demigods? Everyone treats them like they are made out of exotics. Just because they are part of a rare club doesn't mean they have shed their inherent humanity. Demigods. Haven't you heard of the old pre-space tales about demigods? They are as fallible as any human, maybe even more so, as their strength and authority allows them to get away with nearly any misdeeds. In fact, the gods related to them behaved even worse. Then, how should we treat expert pilots, if not with reverence? Treat them according to their official rank. Just as there are bad expert pilots, there are also good ones. You may not have heard of my family, but my lineage has spawned quite a number of expert pilots in our past. Those who have been brought up with the right principles are worth your respect. Keddies fell silent. She couldn't process his advice. It went too far against the grain that every human learned. Even as a daughter of the frontier who grew up in a region of space that hosted very few expert pilots, she still worshipped the Mech pilots who were capable of performing superhuman feats with their mechs. They were the ultimate expressions of strength that the sons and daughters of the frontier worshipped so much. VS understood that the frontier partially internalized some of the values and principles the MTA and CFA. The pirates may have broken some small rules, but they haven't brandished any weapons of mass destruction or developed any warships armed with large-caliber weapons powerful enough to obliterate a planet. The pirates generally refrained from engaging in such forbidden development because they feared the CFA would send out a war fleet and stomp them out. Even if certain pirate factions developed taboo technology, they'd do so in a clandestine fashion and would never show off their dangerous toys in public. On the other hand, the MTA's reverence towards expert pilots fit neatly in the perspective that strength should be the ultimate arbiter of power. In fact, VS heard rumors that the reason why the Ravian Alliance and the Dragon Alliance reigned supreme in the Ferris Star region was because both of them elevated expert pilots as their highest leaders. I don't want to dictate what you are supposed to think, VS lied. He decided that Keddies needed a firmer push in the right direction as she still struggled to make up her mind even now. I just want you to avoid Miss Lisbeth's example. You'll see what I mean when we're about to meet her once we arrive at the Gorgon's Gaze. A few minutes later, the shuttle finally arrived at its destination. Once the craft touched down on the flight deck of the combat carrier, the hatch slid open, allowing the armored forms of VS, Keddies, and a pair of floating coffers to depart. As soon as they stepped clear, the shuttle closed its hatch and lifted off a few moments later. A Mech pilot garbed in a piloting suit with officer bars on her shoulder walked up to the pair. Mr. Larkin's son? I am Lieutenant Sarah Koltov. I've been assigned to arrange your temporary stay on board our lovely combat carrier. Please allow us to drop off our luggage. Do you know how when the Venerable Sia and the Pale Dancer arrives at this ship? The lieutenant, who looked to be in her 30s, shook her head, disturbing her cropped raven hair. Command has informed me that the Rovista Splendor's dwindling mech reserves are fully engaged in repelling the fire treaders from overtaking the flagship. Venerable Sia is still engaged in battle. He lost his Meridian Echo against the fire treaders. He's not piloting an expert right now, is he? No. He's currently risking his life in a standard-issue rifleman mech. That sounded bad to VS and the Vandals, because Venerable Sia would never be able to perform much better than an extremely skilled advanced pilot. Limited by his hardware, the expert pilot wouldn't be able to save himself if the fire treaders overpowered him again through sheer numbers. As the three headed towards the upper decks, VS asked for another update on what went on outside the ship. For some reason, Lieutenant Kotloff was awfully well informed for her rank. How is the Rovista Splendor holding up? She's heavily damaged and practically falling apart. On top of that, the fourth prince ordered his crew to overload her sublight propulsion. Her engines and thrusters are pretty much burning themselves out in order to stay out of the clutches of the fire treader pursuit force. It works, because any mech heavier than a light mech isn't able to keep up the chase. The only threat the Rovista Splendor has to worry about are the light mechs that Venerable Sia is extremely good at shooting down. The fourth prince certainly acted decisively. By overloading the Splendor's propulsion, his survival as well as the survival of his crew would be assured. Yet the fateful order also consigned the Splendor to ruin. This completely cut off the fourth prince's autonomy. Without a ship of his own, he became completely dependent on the goodwill of the flagrant sword maidens who agreed to host the fallen royal and his remaining loyalists. Monarchies are pretty dumb. VS couldn't help but express his enlightened brighter heritage to his student. Kiddies, if you ever find yourself in a state that has adopted a feudal system of governance, don't come close to anyone that stinks of royalty or nobility. The games they play can set you on a path to doom even if you don't do anything wrong. They're loaded with money, though. I hear they throw bags of money at any decent mech designer. He laughed. That's because any decent mech designer can earn a lot more money by running their own business. Working for others is easy money, but the moment you accept a salary, you give up your right to determine your life and your career. Your employer is in total control over your life. That's not such a bad thing to most people, but mech designers shouldn't let others run their lives. That gave Keddies a lot of food for thought. VS sneakily implied that she shouldn't be so slavishly devoted to Lydia's sword maidens. Certainly, the gang was a paradise to her, but most pirate gangs never tended to last very long. The constant fighting and deprivation they endured eventually wore away the best of them. Even the Dragons of the Void and Ravienne's Ravagers came into power after their formerly dominant predecessors kicked the bucket. Gangs and outfits prospered and died every day, but a mech designer's legacy lasted forever. Chapter 722 Preparing to Receive. The embers of a previous struggle smoldered in the Ermighast system. Normally empty and desolate save for an orange dwarf and a couple of anemic planets, it currently hosted 5 different forces. The Shining Stars colonization fleet from the Dark Plasma Star sector arrived in the greatest number of ships. Searching for hope and a new beginning, they fell victim to the twin threats of the frontier. The fire treaders, wild beasts and dogs in human form, preyed upon the colonists and exiles with contemptuous ease. The defending mechs of the colonists, which mostly consisted of the former household guards loyal to the fourth prince of a faraway kingdom, fell by weight of sheer numbers from the pirates. The fire treaders pillaged what they could and burned what they couldn't, reveling in the pleasure of spreading more chaos and anarchy with their short-sighted actions. They have incurred many enemies with their destructive habits, but they always found their way back into the territory of the Ravienne Alliance when targeted by a larger force. The mid-sized Sandmen fleet that popped up in the Ermighast system had taken both by surprise. While the alien force failed to catch up to the 2 human fleets, they did manage to lay claim to the immobile debris field composed of the broken mechs and ships of the former colonization fleet. Whatever valuable energy or materials they contained became the spoils of war from this scavenging alien fleet. Even the aggressive fire treaders lacked the courage to provoke the Sandmen fleet. It was not because they thought they would lose, but because the ships composed of sand-like material simply couldn't burn. What was the fun of bullying such a boring race of aliens that largely resembled bots rather than true sentients? That aside, the fire treaders didn't possess an overwhelming advantage, so they would certainly become crippled after fighting a mutually destructive battle. The flagrant Sword Maiden fleet arrived late to the party. If they emerged out of FTL only a single day sooner, they might have been able to rescue the exiles from the Palace Kingdom for a hefty price. Nonetheless, the fourth prince and his ragged band of survivors were still able to offer up their most valuable asset in the fleet. Even their colonization ship, including their cargo of 200,000 colonists frozen in cryosleep, paled in comparison to the most valuable asset of this fallen royal. His expert pilot. Any expert pilot was a treasure to an outfit. In fact, many pirate gangs, mercenary corps, and other private sector outfits generally couldn't afford to employ an expert pilot. Merely funding the development and fabrication of a fully customized cost as much as an entire combat carrier. Though an expert pilot added to an outfit's strength, they also formed an enormous strain on their finances. The only way an outfit would be able to sustain the employment of an expert was to enter into lucrative but exceedingly risky contracts. Such jobs often turn out to be extremely lethal to the rank and file, with only the expert pilot able to guarantee their own life. Therefore, to most self-sustained outfits, it made no financial sense to hire an expert pilot. Only outfits sponsored by states or large organizations were able to carry the financial burden of doing so. The flagrant vandals may have acquired a foul taste when they paid a literal fortune to lure Venerable O'Callaghan in their clutches, but the old man had reached the end of his expiration date. The vandals needed a new replacement if they wanted to stay in the exclusive club of military mech regiments that boasted at least one expert pilot among their ranks. Getting kicked out of this enviable club meant that the vandals risked annihilation each time they engaged elements of an enemy mech regiment in battle. In fact, the vandals already tasted such a calamity when they captured Venerable Rillia Foster in Vision Space. Despite the facts that the young female expert pilot advanced in the middle of the battle and piloted bog-standard training mechs, she still managed to massacre scores of skilled vandal mech pilots. The flagrant vandals never quite recovered from the trauma they acquired from that Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, even if Venerable Sia was a second-hand bargain bin product among mech pilots, the desperate flagrant vandals still wanted to welcome him with open arms. As for Lydia's sword maidens? As a pirate gang, they simply didn't have the money to support him in the first place. The fact that Sia was very obviously a man also repelled the sword maidens, who only fielded female mech pilots as an ironclad rule. That said, rescuing the fourth prince and his final retainers still benefited the sword maidens. While the vandals got the expert pilot, the sword maidens received almost all of Prince Hixt-Claster's remaining liquid assets. The Ponce hadn't been completely unprepared and stored a large amount of K-coins, K-bars, and even K-slates in the Rovista Splendor's vault to fund a vigorous colonization effort. The prince promised to hand over nearly the entire contents of his vault to the sword maidens if they saved him. The sword maidens stood to gain enough Kavanite to double their effective strength if they spent it all. The tragic flight of the Rovista Splendor illustrated the dire straits in which the once great Shining Star's colonization fleet ended up in. The expensive combat carrier bore the scars and hull breaches that spoke of intensive combat, and currently attempted to burn its entire propulsion to accelerate a little bit faster. The two cargo haulers that carried vital supplies for kick-starting a new colony simply couldn't keep up. The relentless mechs of the fire treaders easily overtook the sluggish vessels and forced them to a stop. Their crews and their cargo both became the pirate gang's spoils of war. Yet even after securing such precious cargo, the fire treaders still hungered for more. Light mechs nipped at the heels of the Rovista Splendor. Those armed with rifles harassed the desperately fleeing flagship with a constant barrage of long-range potshots. Though they could have caught up with the combat carrier, the vanguard of the fire treaders restrained themselves from crossing an invisible line. Any light mech approached too close to the Rovista Splendor would be struck by unerringly accurate fire from the mech piloted by Venerable Sia. If nothing else, Sia's unerring accuracy alone was worth his weight in monoexerite. As the Rovista Splendor's desperate flight kept her out of the clutches of the fire treaders long enough to enter the protective envelope of the flagrant sword maidens, the looming threat diminished. The fire treaders may be daring, but they weren't suicidal. The vanguard mechs of the pirates stood no chance against the combined patrols of the sword maidens and the vandals. The latter force especially possessed enough mechs and firepower to stomp their main fleet. Therefore, at some point, the fire treaders meekly cancelled their pursuit and pulled their forces back. With the Sandmen fleet in the distance appropriating the spoils that should have been theirs, the sullen fire treaders began to navigate towards the nearest exit. Squeezed between the flagrant sword maidens on one side and the Sandmen fleet on the other side, a modest pirate gang like theirs wouldn't be able to obtain any profits in the Ermighast system. "The trash knows where it belongs," V.S. muttered as he waited on the flight deck of an exclusive hangar bay formerly reserved for Venerable O'Callahan's use. Standing next to him, Kedys fidgeted in her boots. Her attention span was never very long, and she longed to grab the floating scabbard hovering behind her back to perform some impromptu sword practice. To the other side stood the dastardly duo that used to drove V.S. mad to the point of tearing out his raven hair. V.S. had little to say about Chief Leo Keys. While the chief technician was supposed to defer to the mech designer in charge, his lack of initiative in the face of Lisbeth's force of will was straight-up cowardice. Chief Hayne would never let Lisbeth go so far into developing redundant spare parts that served no purpose but to stroke O'Callahan's sense of delusional self-worth. Though the chief needed a good kick in the butt, it was his mech designer who bore the brunt of the blame for their department's dysfunction. The bright and peppy appearance of Lisbeth Ada Denmarkson betrayed her unbearably happy mood at welcoming the arrival of a new expert pilot. Ever since O'Callahan sealed himself back into semi-perpetual sleep, the specialist apprentice became half an orphan of sorts. Would she still be useful if the vaunted Parallax Star could no longer call upon an expert pilot to ride it into battle? Now that a new expert pilot was about to arrive to replace O'Callahan's role, Lisbeth regained all of her drive. Not only would she be able to excuse her department's extravagant budget, as Venerable Sia was rumored to be capable of piloting Lancer Mechs, but she would also have the privilege of caring for yet another expensive expert mech. She couldn't wait to grope her hands all over this new land-bound rifleman mech. Perhaps the only presence that declined to attend this greeting party was Acolyte Villies. The uninvited guest assigned to tail V.S. had bewilderingly made herself scarce at this moment. He knew that she was still holing up somewhere aboard the Gorgon's gaze. V.S. explicitly confirmed her presence on the shuttle bringing Kedys and him to this ship. Therefore, her abrupt absence said a lot about the method used to obscure the worshippers of Hotomak from detection. Evidently, the enhanced senses of an expert pilot posed a considerable risk to them despite being able to fool everyone else. V.S. took a mental note of this observation. If nothing else, he knew he could perform some tasks without being snooped by the creepy old invisible lady as long as he stood next to the expert pilot. He hoped that Venerable Sia wouldn't be as stuck-up and inaccessible as Venerable O'Callahan. That reminded him that he should take care of some other business while he was here. "Miss Ada Denmarkson." "Yes, Mr. Larkin's son?" she responded with a smile. "Our task force is currently cut off from civilization and safe harbor alike. Now that we are nearing the supposed location of the Starlight Megalodon, it is even more important to conserve our current resources. Now that we are phasing out our dependence on Venerable O'Callahan and phasing a brand new expert pilot, it is time to implement some necessary reforms to your department." The smile on Lisbeth's face grew a little stiff, as if she already possessed an inkling of what might come. "Come again, sir?" V.S. turned to match Lisbeth's sunny smile with a shark-like grin of his own. "Whatever demands Venerable O'Callahan may have imposed upon your department, that has ended the moment he dragged his exhausted body back into his long-term resting place. The extravagances that your department currently enjoys ends now." Perhaps Lisbeth would have kicked up a fuss if Venerable O'Callahan was still around to back her up, but he could no longer do so. Maybe the woman intended to win over Venerable Sia quickly in order to use him to fend off V.S., but that was why he chose to rebuke Lisbeth now instead of later. This window of opportunity where she lacked a powerful backer was the best time to put her into place. "What changes do you wish to implement?" she shakily asked, though she still managed to maintain her smile. I'm cutting your budget and allocation of resources by 50%, effective immediately," he brutally announced. He might as well chop her face with an axe, seeing how shocked she responded to his words. "I originally wanted to cut your budget by 75%, but then I remembered that your department will be responsible for servicing the pale dancer as well." "Mr. Larkin's son!" she cried. "You can't do that! Cutting our budget in half will ruin our precious expert mechs. You're asking us to maintain twice as many expert mechs with just half of our old share of funds and resources. Effectively, you're telling us to make do with a fourth of the budget for each expert mech. That's impossible." Chapter 723 Housecleaning. "Impossible, you say?" VS replied calmly. He turned his armored form fully to the apprentice mech designer, who currently wore a lighter and smaller hazard suit. She looked very small right now. "Impossible? I used to keep hundreds of mechs with a budget the size of a nutrient pack. A mech is not supposed to be an endless abyss which gobbles up container loads of resources with nothing to show for the extravagant expenditure." But Mr. Larkin's son, with only a fourth of the budget left to maintain the Parallax Star, it's impossible for us to retain the expert mech at its full operational capacity. VS stepped closer to Lisbeth, prompting her to almost draw back. "Don't spin a tale of nonsense to me. I know exactly what is going on under your leadership. The excessive spending and the pointless fabrication of spare parts that have never once been used will end immediately. In fact, I'm ordering those extra arms, legs and backpack modules to be transferred to the Beggar's Bounty and the Linever Swan for recycling. At least that way the base materials can be put to better use." "This can't be allowed to happen!" Lisbeth shrieked, causing others to turn their attention to her. Her perpetual smile grew more demented and fragile by the second. "My apologies, sir, but our venerables deserve better. How can they be expected to fight on our behalf if their mechs are rotten and fragile as a bundle of sticks? You must reverse your decision immediately, or I will tell Venerable Sia about your tyrannical act of cruelty." "You can bleed all you want, you wasteful cow, but as long as I'm holding my posting, I'll be the one to dictate your budget. If you don't agree, you can take it up with Major Verl, but I think he won't be amused at your demands." Lisbeth knew she couldn't make a good case in front of Major Verl, especially as VS had already mentioned that the Vandals were far from a condition to sustain an excessive budget, yet she simply couldn't adjust her mentality. She used to be one of the most valued mech designers among the Vandals due to her valuable relationship with Venerable O'Callaghan. Although the expert pilot rarely roused himself from sleep even before his last battle, the supremely skilled mech pilot always backed her up in her disputes against other mech designers. To be robbed of his patronage and left unshielded against the storms battering her unprotected self caused her mind to become stuck in a loop. She couldn't process this sudden deprivation of resources. You can't strip us of resources. Recant your words. It's not too late." Whatever VS expected from the obsessive apprentice mech designer, he never expected her to jump at him and grab his shoulder pauldrons with her gauntlets. She attempted to shake him back and forth, but the stiffness of the armor as well as his superior strength prevented her from jerking him around. Though VS could have shook her off with ease, he decided that Lisbeth required a firmer adjustment. He wanted to hit her with a lesson on authority that she wouldn't forget. Punching in her face might feel good to him, but that would only breed unnecessary resentment on her part. "Keddies!" "Yes, teacher?" Keddies responded as she approached with an inquisitive expression. Her hybrid alien appearance as well as her intimidating pirate armor with its tribal markings and bone accessories made it clear that she didn't belong to the Vandals. The looming greatsword behind the Sword Maiden's back further hit home her savage upbringing. Lisbeth whimpered as the Sword Maiden stalked closer. A sheltered mech designer like her had never been exposed to the rough side of the frontier. Her smile grew brittle until there was barely a curve left in her mouth. Miss Lisbeth Ada Demerskin has been rather lax in her fitness, VS facetiously stated. She's been too comfortable in her little kingdom here. I think she can use some toughening up, don't you agree? Fortunately, Keddy's caught on to his game. She enthusiastically nodded. I'm always telling you that a mech designer who can't even chop through someone's neck with a sword isn't worth a single damn. Look at her arms. Even underneath her hazard suit, I can see they're practically like wooden sticks. I'm surprised she's strong enough to lift up a multi-tool. I'm sure her bones will break if she picks up anything heavier. Well, I've got good news for you, Lisbeth. He grinned and slapped Lisbeth on her shoulder pauldron, causing her to flinch. VS firmly held her in his grasp and pushed her forward until she almost bumped into Keddy's. Our guest designer from Lydia's Sword Maidens is a veritable warrior. You won't find a stronger female mech designer among the Vandals. As someone who trained to be a vicious pirate since her adoption by the Sword Maidens, she's uniquely suited to shore up your fitness. Keddy's. What's your orders, sir? The little devil replied with a grin and a mock salute. Give Miss Ada Demerskin a taste of the famous Sword Maiden training regime. Mind you, don't blast her with the complete set of exercises you insane women go through each day. However, I expect you to leave her tired and breathless at the end of the day. Sure thing, Mr. Larkin's son. I've got lots of experience bringing my little sisters up to shape. Is this a one-time thing or? Keep training her during our stay aboard the Gorgon's Gaze. It is best if you can compress her training session a bit. Don't take all day. While I can't show you the inner workings of our expert mechs, I still have a lot of other stuff to show you around. Ha! I'll look forward to it, Keddy's replied before grabbing hold of Lisbeth's arm. The poor mech designer simply couldn't resist the Sword Maiden's forceful pull. As for you, Lisbeth, we're going to have a great time together. It's been a while since I last put a new recruit through boot camp. Where's the nearest sparring ring? A bubbly Keddy's dragged a panicked but smiling Lisbeth out of the hangar bay. The disparity between the two's strength couldn't be made more clear. VS chuckled a bit at the sight, causing Chief Keys, Lieutenant Koltov, and the other members of the greeting party to take a very cautious glance at him. He met their curious stares with a confident grin. What is it? Do you have something to say about how I've exercised my authority? And no, sir. Chief Keys quickly shook his head. Koltov appeared as if she wanted to get in a word, but she eventually dropped what she wanted to say. Even if they kicked up a fuss, VS expected no repercussions. He knew that as long as he acted confidently, and without remorse, his fellow Vandals would accept his actions no matter how far they crossed the line. In any case, Miss Lisbeth fell under his supervision in the first place, so he had the authority to do as he pleased. If there was one lesson he learned from the Vandals, it was that they didn't care about the means, only the result. They should applaud his attempt to curtail the overblown budget of Lisbeth's department. In truth, VS had ulterior motives when he sent Lisbeth off with Keddy's. He wanted the apprentice mech designer to be absent at the beginning stages of Venerable Sia's integration into the flagrant Vandals. If Venerable Sia granted Miss Lisbeth the backing she desperately craved, she could easily reverse the budget cuts. VS couldn't allow such a travesty to happen, so he needed to set the situation up so that VS became the principal mech designer in the expert pilot's eyes. When Miss Lisbeth showed up ragged and tired from her brutal training session, she'd immediately make for a sorry sight that would burn into Venerable Sia's memory for the rest of his stay with the Vandals. A transport is approaching, Lieutenant Koltov warned. A moment later, a transport came into view on the other side of the open hangar bay hatch. The vessel's size prevented it from flying through the hatch like a transport. It therefore came to a halt and spun around until its stern faced the hangar bay. Then its pilots slowly brought it closer until the stern almost touched the outer hull of the Gorgon's Gaze. The energy screen separating the interior of the hangar bay from the vacuum of space rippled a bit as a walkway extended from the rear hatch of the transport ship. A mech stepped out of the transport and slowly traversed the fragile-looking walkway in a confident gait. The white mech slowly passed through the energy screen and touched down upon the flight deck. The Pale Dancer. It's so beautiful! VS took in the aura emanating from the expert mech. Seeing it up close and in the flesh enabled him to take in the mech's spiritual qualities at their full strength. VS confirmed the makeup of its X-factor. It was weak, very weak, but definitely present in some capacity. Ultimately, its X-factor didn't matter all that much compared to its material performance parameters. Swift, agile, accurate, lethal. Those 4 words encompassed the qualities included in its vision. The Pale Dancer embodied many of the same concepts of his Crystal Lord design, and he definitely found several similarities that reminded him of his second original design. Yet the Pale Dancer diverged a lot from his own design as well. The Crystal Lord specialized heavily in the use of laser rifles, to the point of incorporating alien tech that enabled it to shoot crystals from its chest. While it could still wield other weapons in a pinch, its relatively light and fragile arms were never meant to compensate for the shock and recoil of a kinetic or ballistic rifle, even if they featured dampeners. The Pale Dancer, on the other hand, featured thicker arms that could withstand the full force of its fast-firing kinetic rifle. The senior retained by the Royal House of Talk designed the Pale Dancer to complement Venerable Sia's excellent marksmanship, and customized the entire mech to maximize its accuracy and consistency. It was a masterpiece in its own right, and in his humble opinion beat the Parallax Star in overall design quality. Then, the cockpit opened, and a mech pilot jumped out. The figure floated in the air in defiance of the artificial gravity active in the hangar bay. After a second of floating freely above everyone's heads, the mech pilot smoothly commanded his enhanced piloting suit to land before the greeting party. The helmet retracted with a silent command, revealing a narrow, well-defined face which bore a quiet intensity that made the people around him feel safe, for a lack of a better word. With a tall, lean and fit body, Venerable Sia presented the epitome of a man who trained his entire life to perform his role as a guard, both in and out of the cockpit. An ornate pistol and knife hung from his belt, but VS bet the man hid all kinds of backup weapons in his armored piloting suit. Carol Sia, former Chief Protection Officer of Prince Hixt Cluster of the Royal House of Talk. The expert pilot saluted to the Vandals. Reporting for duty. The Vandals hadn't expected this kind of deference from an expert pilot. They usually possessed a lot more sense of self-importance. Though Venerable O'Callaghan behaved a lot more conceited than his peers, it was undeniable that they assumed many rights. The fourth prince evidently shaped his personality in an extremely servile manner for an expert pilot. Why else would an expert pilot still be loyal to a loser of a royal who lost badly when he struggled for control of his royal house? Lieutenant Koltov's eyes shone. This was the best opportunity to convert this brainwashed expert pilot into a lapdog of the Vandals. Welcome to the Flagrant Vandals, Venerable Sia. She returned the salute. While it is regretful that a chapter of your life is at an end, we will endeavor to make your transition into your new life as comfortable as possible. No longer will you serve a single prince. Now you fight for an entire state. Just at that time, the recently cleared hangar bay hatch rippled again as a shuttle hastily dipped through the energy screen. The shuttle dove towards the flight deck with way too much forward momentum, and only through a hard brake did it barely manage to stall the crash into an extremely rough landing. The impact of the shuttle's landing thudded hard enough to destabilize everyone's footing. The shuttle's hatch slid open even before the craft finished its shutdown procedure. A familiar mech officer in a piloting suit hopped out the hatch and instantly zeroed in on their new expert pilot. Venerable Sia! There you are! I hope I haven't arrived too late. Captain Rosa Orphan, at your service! I've been assigned to assist you in your adjustment to your new home. Chapter 724 The New Guy. VS had to hand it to Major Verl. Who better than to convert a new expert pilot than the exuberant Captain Orphan? The land-bound mech officer possessed an ego the size of a battleship and possessed a force of will equivalent to elite pilots. From what VS had observed of her personality, Captain Orphan already acted like an expert pilot without having the skills to back it up. Not that she ever took note of her deficiencies. She always pushed on and lived in the present. Despite her rather lackluster foresight, she was an adequate administrator and one of the best combat adepts among the Vandals. As Captain Orphan grabbed hold of Venerable Sia and led the bewildered expert pilot out of the hangar bay, the rest of the greeting party was left in the dust. Okay. Lieutenant Koltov sighed and turned to VS. The Pale Dancer is in your care. Please carry out a thorough inspection and treat it appropriately. We will likely be depending on this machine when we make landfall at our destination. VS silently nodded, clear of his responsibilities. Everyone split up to perform their other duties. VS himself nodded to Chief Keyes, who ordered his mech technicians to come and stow away the Pale Dancer. He continued to admire the majestically white mech as it slowly slid into its new berth next to the Parallax Star. To make some room, VS ordered the crates of spare parts to be dumped elsewhere. It didn't matter because VS already scheduled for the redundant parts to be taken to the logistics ships for immediate recycling. The sooner those pieces of junk got broken down, the faster Miss Lisbeth got over the fact that she wasted so much resources and time into producing a lot of useless modular components. The entire concept of a semi-modular expert mech is flawed. Too many of our engagements are thrust upon us without the time to switch out the wrong parts for the right parts. It just takes too much time to attach the modular limbs to the mech. More egregiously, Miss Lisbeth actually concocted this scheme on her own, irrespective of Professor Velton's original vision for her custom-designed Lancer mech. The senior mech designer in charge of every design of the Vandals designed a base model along with more than a dozen different variants, each of them suitable to a particular budget and circumstance. Miss Lisbeth looked at the variants and basically butchered them before picking out the best parts before spending an extravagant amount of resources to fabricate them separately. VS understood her logic, but the concept simply failed in practice because the Parallax Star had never truly been designed with a modular makeup in mind. It truly takes a lot of courage and self-delusion to think you can improve upon a senior mech designer's vision. He suspected that Miss Lisbeth's ability to work with highly complex expert mechs came from a careless encounter with knowledge beyond her means to understand. An excess of mental contamination must have messed up her mind to the point where she forcibly expressed the design principles of what she inadvertently absorbed in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if she used to work with a modular mech. In any case, Keddies was currently running the delusional mech designer ragged in the gym compartment, so VS was able to take charge of her department in her absence. He decided to ruthlessly take advantage of that fact and implement some long overdue reforms to her flawed regime. Chief Keyes. Yes, Mr. Larkin's son? Once the Pale Dancer is secured, prepare the Parallax Star for partial disassembly. Sir? Its design needs a few tweaks. Right now, it is way too big of a machine for Venerable Sia. Not only will he be unable to make full use of the Parallax Star's capabilities, but the burden of piloting it will actively slow him down. We've got to dial back some of its power and implement some limiters to scale back its prodigious power. Professor Velton already prepared a variant that does this as a contingency. But what about Venerable O'Callaghan, sir? Theoretically, he is still able to wake from his artificial coma and deploy into battle one last time. The Venerable's days of soaring into space and wrecking mechs with his magnificent lance charges are over. VS ruthlessly stomped the man's hopes. Rather than keep this powerful reserved for an expert pilot who can collapse in his cockpit at any second, I'd rather take my chances with our new expert pilot who has a track record for reliability." The callous way VS referred to Venerable O'Callaghan shocked Chief Keyes and every mech technician in the vicinity into a numb silence. They never stopped believing in the demigod they worshipped and attended to for years. Years of dedicated service had indoctrinated these Vandal servicemen into full-blown worshippers of a conceited demigod. The reaction of the mech technicians only spurred VS on. "What are you looking at? Stop caring about that deadbeat of an expert. They may be called demigods, but they are as mortal and flawed as you and me. Face it, he's already at the edge of death. While it is admirable to appreciate his service to the Vandals, praying to an absent hero won't save us from the dangers that we will certainly encounter at the end of this journey. We have a new hero now." It took a metaphorical kick in the butt to get the stunned mech technicians to work. Even then, their productivity dipped way below what VS found acceptable, so he had to admonish a few absent-minded mech technicians to get back to work. Once he became satisfied at their apparent diligence, VS found a nearby terminal and loaded in the design schematics of the parallax star. A lot of it, the more intricate parts, required special permission from Professor Velton to access. VS used to think the professor classified these portions in order to prevent their weaknesses from falling into the hands of enemies, but now he understood it was for their own protection. Besides someone like Miss Lisbeth and Chief Keyes, anyone else would either understand nothing at all or be driven to madness. Well, it's not like Miss Lisbeth is too far off from that point. She would probably hate what he intended to do to the parallax star. That was why he waited until she was gone before he began to initiate the transformation. As the mech technicians performed the initial tweaks under his direction, VS continued to pore over the modified design. Though he made a lot of headway into transforming it into a more restrained machine, he hadn't actually presented this mech to their new expert pilot yet. According to his record, he's supposed to be proficient in Lancer Mechs as well, but piloting a super-powered version of this mech type is a big jump. Right now, the flagrant Vandals mostly faced threats from space. The importance of securing their fleet remained a top priority before they arrived at the suspected crash site of the Starlight Megalodon. Therefore, VS only instructed the mech technicians to perform the shallowest adjustments. Once he became satisfied that they wouldn't screw things up, he turned around and left the hangar bay in search of their new expert pilot. Lieutenant Koltov had already returned to her regular duties, so VS had to ask a few ratings where he could find the expert. "Last I heard, Captain Orphan organized a small welcoming party at the ship's bar." VS almost had to palm his face when he heard that. Of course she would attempt to ply the expert pilot with booze. Situated in the lower decks, the ship's bar was the local watering hole for Vandals with too much credits to spend and not enough places to spend it upon. Lately, more and more Vandals frequented the bars and lounges of their ships in order to distract themselves from the growing dread of traveling further and further away from the light of civilization. Right now, a large congregation of off-duty Vandals gathered at the far side of the compartment. A synthetic, upbeat tune played in the background while the men and women all downed a glass of the local swill distilled out of nutrient packs. Usually, every ship formulated a unique blend of alcohol from an eclectic combination of nutrient packs, combining different flavors, ingredients, production dates and ages through a different homebrew distillation process cobbled together by mech technicians and engineers in their spare time resulted in wildly different varieties. A popular saying in the galaxy was that humanity invented more flavors of alcoholic drinks than their total population. VS grabbed a glass of the drink and sniffed at it. When he took a sip, he found it to be dark and rich, though he wasn't a fan of the clingy layer of film that lingered in his mouth. He navigated through the press of people and didn't hesitate to push people around to reach the center of everyone's attention. Captain Orphan already jousted about with a glass in one hand and Venerable Sia's shoulder with her other hand. The only detail that ruined the festive atmosphere was that everyone still wore their piloting suits and hazard suits. Even though the fire treaders already pulled back and the Sandmen showed no sign of moving into attack, the flagrant sword maidens remained at risk while they turned around and flew back to the outer portion of the star system. However, suits aside, the Vandals tried their best to make Venerable Sia feel at home among the Vandals, though the man only barely sipped his drink until now. "VS! What are you doing here?" Captain Orphan boorishly called when she saw his approach. "Aren't you supposed to play with your big toys?" "I'm here for business, Captain. I need to borrow our good expert pilot for a few minutes to get his input on the modifications that are in the works. Can I take him somewhere quiet? I'll return him to you as soon as possible." "Sure thing. A mech is a mech pilot's lifeline." Once VS brought Venerable Sia to a private booth of some sorts that came with a sound isolation screen, he activated his comm and projected the designs of the Pale Dancer and the Parallax Star. "Mr. VS, is it? What is it you require of me?" the soft-spoken expert asked cautiously. "You can call me VS or Mr. Larkin's son. Your choice, sir. I'm the temporary head designer of our task force. I called you aside so I can consult you on the changes I want to make to your mechs." "Aren't you rather young for a head designer?" "The guy who was supposed to take up this post is regretfully missing, sir. And very likely dead or imprisoned by now," but VS didn't want to rehash those dark thoughts. "Anyway, I won't take up too much of your time. Right now, the flagrant Vandals intend to make full use of your versatility by adapting the space-borne Lancer mech originally designed for our last expert pilot for your use. Here is the design of the Parallax Star as well as a summary of its specs after it has gone through an adjustment. Is there anything not to your liking?" "While I am capable of piloting a Lancer mech, I prefer to pilot a ranged mech." "I'm sorry. We don't have the time nor resources to design and fabricate a space-borne rifleman mech tailored to your ability. You will probably have the opportunity to request one from my superior once our task force returns to civilized space and merges back into the main fleet. For now, we need to make do with our existing resources." Venerable Sia did not look very pleased at the fact that the Vandals expected him to pilot what was essentially used goods. However, he was also a good soldier, so he barely barked an objection. Both of them held a brief but fruitful discussion concerning the Parallax Star. The expert pilot requested a lot of minor tweaks and changes that bent the Parallax Star closer to his personal style of combat. Though VS couldn't fulfill every item in Venerable Sia's wish list, he promised to do his best to implement the main changes the expert pilot insisted on having. If he was being pushed to pilot a space-borne Lancer mech, then it better reflect his own style rather than someone else's. Chapter 725 The New Star. The arrival of the Rovista Splendor in the bosom of the flagrant Sword Maidens marked the formal end to Prince Hixt Claster's ambitions to start up an independent colony in the Ferris Star region. The haunted and traumatized prince had to say goodbye to his final mobile asset as his flagship burned herself out trying to sprint to rescue. Transports and shuttles brought men and supplies out of the doomed combat carrier. Even if the flagrant Sword Maidens weren't able to salvage the valuable ship herself, the Rovista Splendor still carried a bountiful amount of cargo. The fourth prince and his surviving retainers all relocated to the various vessels of their rescuers. The Vandals and the Sword Maidens deliberately split up the prince's crew to minimize any chance of staging a revolt or engage in some other scheme. Due to the need to secure Venerable Carolcia's loyalty, it was in the best interest for the flagrant Sword Maidens to uphold their end of the bargain. Therefore, they did their best to treat the displaced survivors of the Shining Star's colonization fleet as guests instead of prisoners or slaves. Nonetheless, hosting these refugees from the Dark Plasma Star sector while on a mission to find the Starlight Megalodon entailed too many risks and inconveniences. Major Verl and Commander Lydia had no stomach of keeping these bedraggled refugees on their ships any longer than they had to. The sooner they got rid of the colonists, the sooner they could get back to their main mission. Fortunately, Commander Lydia knew of an obscure space station situated roughly along their current route. If their combined fleet made a major detour, they could reach the space station and drop off the survivors, relieving them of their burden. The only problem was that the Dragon Alliance administered the space station. While the Sword Maidens maintained a fairly neutral relationship with the largest pirate alliance in the Ferris star system, they never felt very safe when they entered their territory. The Dragons of the Void who led the pirate bloc had an unfortunate habit of kidnapping and brainwashing pirates to serve as their cannon fodder. Still, the Sword Maidens couldn't find another space station where they could dump the refugees without taking an even bigger detour. "We are setting course to the Wulak star system." With the Sandmen fleet preoccupied with the debris field and the fire treaders meekly running away, the flagrant Sword Maidens encountered no obstacles when they reached the edge of the star system and transitioned back into FTL. It would take roughly a week to reach the Wulak system. Everyone shed their hazard suits and armor suits once the fleet found refuge in FTL. In the meantime, VS managed to right a lot of wrongs during his stint aboard the Gorgon's Gaze. He reprimanded the mech technicians whenever they showed off a bad habit. He reprimanded Chief Keys for allowing the mech technicians to develop those bad habits in the first place. He quietly cursed Miss Lisbeth for turning Chief Keys into the most useless chief technician he had ever met. If not for his familiarity with the Parallax Star's design and his resilience in the face of working with an extremely advanced mech, VS would have suggested another chief technician to take his place. For now, necessity and lack of qualified personnel kept these unproductive bunch of mech technicians in place. "It's not a good idea to switch them out in the middle of a mission anyway," he reminded himself. "I can't rock the boat too much at this stage. I'll have to make do with Band-Aid solutions." VS vigorously cleaned up the department's act and got them to work on a normal schedule like everyone else. The days of lazing about or performing useless repetitive actions to pretend they are at work was over. If VS had no more work on his plate, then that was called good delegation. If his subordinates weren't working, then that was called slacking on the job. Only the boss deserves to slack on the job. After addressing the consequences of years of Lisbeth's lackluster leadership, VS finally achieved a satisfactory pace in his attempt to convert the Parallax Star into a mech that fit Venerable Sia's style. The Parallax Star underwent a major makeover during his brief takeover of Miss Lisbeth's department. "It's unfortunate that Lancer mechs aren't very compatible with his best strengths." Venerable Sia generally preferred to pilot fast but agile mechs, no matter if they were of the land-bound or space-borne variety. A Lancer mech excelled at accelerating to ludicrous speeds quickly in a straight line, but they weren't exactly the most agile mechs of the bunch. They performed fairly poorly compared to other melee mechs in short-range duels and dogfights. Professor Velton originally designed the Parallax Star to fit Venerable O'Callahan's daring charges. Much of the resonating materials incorporated in its frame only exhibited their maximum potential when the Parallax Star built up a straight-line charge. However, Venerable Sia stated an intention to pilot the Parallax Star as a spearman mech rather than the Lancer mech. The difference between the two mech types was that the former fought like an ancient infantryman, while the latter fought like a cavalryman. Though both mechs utilized long weapons with a sharp end at the tip, the actual differences in their design were rather drastic. VS plainly couldn't convert the Parallax Star from one mech type to another mech type with the snap of his fingers. The best he could promise their new expert pilot was to make some accommodations. In other words, the new state of the Parallax Star effectively resulted in a hybrid between the two mech types. What a sloppy outcome! Such a change wasn't easy at all, and VS had the feeling he was wasting the Parallax Star's potential by forcing a change against its nature. However, Venerable Sia wouldn't be able to pilot the Lancer Mech like its previous expert pilot anyway because his resonance strength couldn't keep up with the demands of the Lancer Mech. As for the Pale Dancer, VS deferred any modifications for later. It took some time for the Flagrant Sword Maidens to reach the Starlight Megalodon, so while VS already had a small redesign in store to strengthen it against the crushing effects of extreme gravity environments, he needed to wait until the mech technicians completed the work on the Parallax Star. The disgruntled mech technicians already called VS a slave driver behind his back. If VS could get away with whipping their backs, he would have already done so. Compared to the rest of their colleagues who maintained their high spirits while working productively, these men and women developed a superiority complex solely due to the fact that they worked on the personal fighting steeds of expert mechs. Shaving down their egos required a considerable effort on his part. VS knew he couldn't change the department permanently as long as Miss Lisbeth and Chief Keys remained in charge. However, he hoped his intervention here stuck around long enough to help the Vandals survive through this mission. What happened after they completed the mission and finally returned to the Bright Republic was someone else's problem. I'm already on my way out anyway. During the exhaustive efforts to reshape the expert mechs, Venerable Sia dropped by occasionally with Captain Orphan in tow. As a responsible expert pilot, he cared a lot about the mechs he would be working with in the future. VS knew that every expert pilot developed some kind of inner strength related to spirituality. Whenever he drew near their new expert pilot, he sensed a muted aura that radiated a warm current of protectiveness. Anyone standing close to Venerable Sia would unconsciously feel reassured that he would have their backs. Even if no one could put their feelings into words, nobody wanted to be separated from his presence. How is this Lancer Mech shaping up? Sia asked in his second visit for the day. The Parallax Star is more than halfway through its transformation, sir. We've hit a few snags at the start, but the mech technicians have just completed the hardest parts about the conversion. As you've requested, the mech pilot's less like a Lancer Mech and more like a Spearman Mech. It will be able to go head-to-head against enemy duelists with a bit more proficiency. The expert pilot took in the Parallax Star with a critical eye. Obviously, he was never really taken in by the Lancer Mech. Even with the changes, it will still be a difficult mech for me to pilot. I don't pretend I can match the skill its previous owner has demonstrated. I am amazed at O'Callahan's feats whenever I watch archival footage of his deployments. I have a big pair of shoes to fill. Nobody knew how well the expert pilot might fare in the newly adjusted Parallax Star. There was no point stuffing Venerable Sia inside a simulator pod and have him play with a virtual version of the mech. The phenomena that expert pilots were capable of summoning translated poorly into a virtual environment. Only a live test with the actual mech in use would prove whether VS had succeeded in his minor redesign. It excited him. Though he should have consulted Professor Velton to inspect his redesign plan, it would have been a huge hassle considering the current communications blackout instituted among the entire combined fleet. If the redesign is successful, are you prepared to defend the Flagrant Vandals and our allies from the threats we're expecting to face? VS asked. Of course he is. Captain Orphan immediately intervened. She approached the expert pilot and slapped him on the back. He's one of us now! A genuine Vandal! I heard that Major Verl even sent out an emergency citizenship application for our man here. From what I heard, the people back home approved the application within 3 minutes. You're looking at a new citizen of the Bright Republic here. VS blinked. That fast? Wow, the Mech Corps must be desperate for expert pilots. Don't they usually conduct a thorough background check before they approve of any foreign elite? Don't ask me why the folks back home have made it so easy. But that means that Venerable Sia here is a true Brighter now. The expert pilot in question chose to ask an awkward question at this moment. Does this mean that the supposed war you Brighters are embroiled in is going worse than expected? That shut Captain Orphan up. We don't know, VS answered after a few seconds. We're so far away from the war that we don't know how well it's going for our side. If it's like the last wars, then the Bright Republic ought to have unleashed their counterattack against a divided, overextended and exhausted Vision invasion front. Whether that has already happened enough is still an open question. We'd be able to get some clues if we can access the galactic net, but these days it's so full of spam and misinformation that you can never get the full truth out of reading the news portals. The unspoken message lingering in the back of their minds was that the flagrant vandals ought to be fighting in the thick of it. Instead, a confidential mission brought them far outside the theater of war that the vandals had difficulty recalling the last time they fought against a Vision force. While they stomped and intimidated several pirate outfits lately, they found little meaning and even less satisfaction out of their hollow victories. What was the point of venturing so far out into the most desolate parts of the galaxy? Tell me more about the Bright Republic. Venerable Sia diplomatically steered the topic away from the war. If it is to be my newly adopted state, I'd like to know how to fit in. It is strange for me to serve a republic. Adjusting to a society where every citizen theoretically holds the same status is strange for me to comprehend. How are you able to determine who is fit to rule and who is fit to work? Oh boy. VS inwardly cringed. To someone who grew up under the yoke of aristocrats who claimed their right to rule came from their birthright, it was difficult for them to open up their minds to alternatives. It's a long story,